Chapter 1 The correct solution to crossing the Douluo continent is an examination. Chapter 1 The correct solution to crossing the Douluo continent is an examination. Douluo continent, Shrek Academy. Shuebei stopped his lesson preparation work, stretched and rubbed his eyes, then picked up a glass of wolfberry water and walked to the window of the office. As far as his eyes could see, in the distance was Poseidon Lake, the characteristic landmark of Shrek Academy. Poseidon Lake is a vast lake with beautiful scenery. Every summer and autumn, students from the inner and outer colleges go boating on Poseidon Lake to cool off. After traveling through time for so long, I finally joined the teaching staff of Shrek Academy. Shuebei thought. That's right. He, Shuebei, 20 years old, is a time traveler. And the era that Shuebei traveled to was the era of the Peerless Tang sect in the Douluo continent, that is, the era that will soon belong to Huo Yuhao after 1 year since Tang San became a god. Of course. After Shuebei crossed over, this era may not belong to Huo Yuhao anymore. Teacher Shuet, congratulations, you have become the class teacher of the first class of freshmen in the new semester. In the same office, many teachers also congratulated Shuebei. Although Shuebei passed the teaching qualification exam and taught students for Shrek Academy for several years, the quality of his teaching is guaranteed. But because Shuebei was not a teacher trained by Shrek Academy itself, but came from other places to join the Academy's teaching staff, the establishment has not been implemented. Now that Shuebei has finally come to the fore, and the staffing system has been put in place, it feels like a daughter-in-law who has become a mother-in-law after many years. The teachers are also happy and proud of Shuebei, a colleague. To know Shrek Academy has no shortage of teachers. Many students who graduated from the inner academy or the outer academy would choose to stay in Shrek Academy to teach, and people from outside the academy would not be able to squeeze into the establishment even if they squeezed their heads. Shuebei was able to transform from an outsider to an insider of Shrek Academy. He was very capable and lucky. Ha ha ha. I'm just the deputy class teacher. Director Du said that I still have to gain a few more years of experience with other teachers. Shuebei smiled subtly and scratched his head embarrassingly. Director Du is right. Other teachers also agreed. Director Du is Du Weilun, the teaching director of the Shrek Academy's martial arts department. Mr. Shuet, the real head teacher of that class is? A teacher asked. It's Teacher Zhou Yi. Shuebei replied. There was a sudden silence in the teacher's office. All the teachers looked as if they couldn't hold back after hearing some unnatural words. If it weren't for everyone's education and blood oxygen, they might all yell. Teacher Zhou Yi. Ah. Shuebei nodded, and then added as if thinking about something, I also know Teacher Zhou Yi's temper. Teachers. The whole school knew that Zhou Yi was too strict when teaching third-grade students last year. As a result, only 1/10 of the class she led was promoted to 4th grade. This matter has become a big deal. The students complained angrily, and the parents of the students also complained angrily. So the academy had no choice but to temporarily relegate Zhou Yiming to the freshman grade. Then Teacher Shuet, I will work with Teacher Zhou to teach the students well. Shuebei said something, then put down the wolfberry water and walked to the door. Everyone, I have classes later, so I'm leaving first. Although the first-year freshmen did not enter the school, the senior students started school early. Shuebei walked out of the teacher's office, and then out of the purple teaching building. The spirit power under his feet was running, and he rushed to the fighting spirit area in the northwest corner of the Wuhan department of the outer court. This is where Shuebei gives swordsmanship lessons to middle and senior students. Shuebei's teaching at Shrek Academy must have a solid theoretical foundation, and he himself is actually biased towards theoretical research, especially in the research of angel spirits, which has made a lot of achievements. Teachers like Shuebei usually explain to students the knowledge contained in professional textbooks such as martial soul cultivation, which is not too basic, but not too advanced either. But later, after Shuebei showed his superb swordsmanship, Du Weilun, the teaching director of the Wuhan department of the Outer College, immediately decided to open an elective swordsmanship course for the 4th and 5th grade students of the Outer College. It's not compulsory, it's just an elective. After all, students need more time to cultivate their soul power. This is also the reason why the 6th grade students do not have this elective course, because the 6th grade students in the outer courtyard are about to graduate, and the graduation test is based on soul power cultivation. Having said that, but since this course was opened, Shuebei's classes have been overcrowded, and there are many 6th grade students who come to observe. It's not that everyone in Shrek Academy has a heart of swordsmanship, as if Shrek Academy will become some kind of great swordsmanship academy tomorrow. And it's purely Shuebei good looking. Shuebei has black hair, black eyes, and tall brows. He looks particularly clean and refreshing among a group of people with mixed hair in Douluo continent. His fair skin is like watery jade. Some students have commented that Shuebei's freshness and transparency are like it is the dew on the bamboo leaves in the early morning. Of course, Shrek Academy is not an academy that values appearance. What everyone values is soul power cultivation. Shuebei's appearance can only be regarded as a bonus. The real hard power is Shuebei's swordsmanship. The students who signed up for classes in the soul fighting area gathered early to wait for Shuebei. Students in the 4th and 5th grades start school earlier than those in the lower grades, and their schedules are also arranged early. This is also the first fencing elective class for these students. Shuebei didn't waste any time and took the students to a sword training room that he specially applied for the academy. This sword training room is large and spacious, enough to accommodate 100 people. Different from the metal fighting platform in the soul fighting area outside, the sword training room is entirely decorated with wooden floors, which have been wiped to reveal the light. The walls are painted white, and there are iron and wood swords placed on the wooden shelves. Ironwood sword is a special kind of wood, which has the hardness and durability of metal, but it is not real metal, so it will not be hurt by naughty students. But for soul masters, even sharpened iron swords are only used by commoners, because Wuhan itself is the best weapon for soul masters. Shuebei asked the students to stand in 4 rows from high to low, and observed the expressions on their faces. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be anything thorny in it. My name is Shuebei, just call me Teacher Shuet. I don't break any rules in class, just one thing. Shuebei kicked a student who was standing crookedly. Do not be late. The crooked student straightened up. Now, everyone, get your swords. Shuebei waved his hand and went straight to the practical stuff without talking nonsense to the students. The students passed, each carrying a sword. The students of Wuhan Sword are still holding the swords, but the students of Wuhan Jian are holding swords, like monkeys who have just learned to pick up wooden sticks. Forward. It's not the first time Shuebei has encountered this kind of thing, so he doesn't care about them, and follows his own teaching progress first. A golden light flashed from Shuebei's body, and at the same time, all the students temporarily lost the ability to use their soul power and martial arts. Today's first lesson, I only teach you one thing: restrain your instinct to use martial arts, and only practice the sword in your hand, of course. The prisons of those sword martial soul students were loosened. Although they couldn't use their soul power, they could release their martial souls. Shuebei smiled and showed his big white teeth. I belong to the sword martial spirit. Of course I still practice my own sword. Shuebei Guang shocked the students beyond measure with just such a move. This kind of ability to limit the opponent's martial soul and soul power should only have the domain ability of title Douluo. And does the teacher Shuebei in front of him, who is only 20 years old, already have the field abilities that only a titled Douluo has the opportunity to possess, or is it that Shuebei himself is a titled Douluo? The students all made various guesses for a while. Their faces were calm, but their hearts were in chaos. How could I let a titled Douluo teach me lessons? Instead of correcting the students' postures first, Shuebei asked the students questions. Can any of you talk about the way of the sword? While waiting for the students to raise their hands, Shuebei also went to the wooden stand to get an ironwood sword. 3 or 4 of the dozens of students raised their hands. Shuebei had already memorized each student's face, name, and martial spirit when preparing lessons. As expected, they were all students of the sword martial spirit. Shuebei did not answer, but raised the ironwood sword in his hand and waved his hand. The eyes of the students with sword martial souls lit up at the same time. Even students who were not students with sword martial souls could see the extraordinary charm in Shuebei's simple hand movement. So, what is the way of the sword? The students of the sword martial spirit suddenly stopped talking. Shuebei's attack just now was considered by experts to be top-notch masters. They didn't want to try to do the same thing. The way of all swords is to consolidate the spirit inside and show peace and etiquette on the outside. Seeing it is like a good woman, snatching it is like fearing a tiger. The shape of the cloth is related to the atmosphere, and it goes with the spirit. A girl standing behind said loudly. Not only the students of Sword Wuhan looked back in surprise, even Shuebei also looked back in surprise. The students of Sword Wuhan were surprised because their understanding of Kendo has completely surpassed them. The reason why Shuebei was surprised was, this is what he made up. Teacher Shui, am I right? The girl tilted her head and smiled slightly. She is slender and well-proportioned, her long hair is scattered behind her head in big waves, her skin is snow-like, and her eyes are like a pool of clear water. Student Xiaozhang. I have opened a new book, and I hope readers and friends will support me a lot. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Zhang Nanan Shuebei has saved. Chapter 2 Zhang Nanan Shuebei has saved. Xiao Jiang's classmate's name is actually Zhang Nanan, the number 1 beauty in the outer court, and the commoner school belle. Before Shuebei crossed over, he was very sympathetic to Zhang Nanan's fate in the book. It cannot be said that Zhang Nanan and Su Sanqi are unhappy together. Even Shuebei, an outsider, is not qualified to comment. It's just that the victim finally forgave a rapist and lived together. This kind of thing really tests Shuebei's 3 views. Therefore when Shuebei was in Tiandu City, he helped Zhang Nanan. Coincidentally, Shuebei had been teaching at Shrek Academy for some time that year. Although there was no establishment, he had saved a little salary. Shuebei's character is the kind that he has to enjoy after earning money and saving it, so he went on a trip to Tiandu City in the Heavenly Soul Empire. The famous city that has existed and been well preserved for 1 year, in Shuebei's previous life, is even more gimmick than Chang'an City in Tang Dynasty. Right there Shuebei met Zhang Nanan, who almost sold herself to the Xianming family. At that time, Zhang Nanan was a student of Shrek Academy, because her mother was seriously ill and needed the Suanmu God pill of Suanmingzong to treat her illness, so she accepted Suanmingzong's invitation to sell herself. To be frank, it's a disgusting thing to do. You have to say voluntarily. It is true that no one deliberately forced Zhang Nanan. What do you say, Nan Nan? You don't want your mother to have no medicine, do you? But you have to say voluntary. Shuebei traveled through so many years, and after getting used to seeing so many things, he felt that Suanmingzong was considered a great family after all, and he still kept his promise. Compared with the nobles who are generally not human, Suanmingzong is like gold digging in shit. But Zhang Nanan was still a student of Shrek Academy after all, so he was a student taught by Shuebei himself. How can a teacher know that his students are going to be killed, but still watch? If it happened, Shuebei really had nothing to do, but it hasn't happened yet. It's just a basalt pill, and if you do it yourself, you will spend a lot of gold soul coins. How can you let a good girl sell her chastity? Shuebei stepped forward to stop Zhang Nanan, and bought the Suanmu God pill from Suanmingzong. This can also be regarded as the flapping of tiny butterfly wings by Shuebei, a traverser. As for whether this kind of behavior will be pointed out and said, the warm men's volleyball dog is behind the dog, Shuebei doesn't know. The days that followed Zhang Nanan was naturally sincere and grateful, and Shuebei also intended to cultivate the relationship between the two, so they became friends. Student Xiaozhang is right, the way of swordsmanship is true, but this is based on my understanding of the way of swordsmanship. Shuebei raised his ironwood sword, glanced at every student. Everyone's swordsmanship is different. Even the same sword martial soul will have different sword intent. Of course, this is too difficult for you. The students looked at Shuebei puzzled. So what I teach you is just the foundation. A foundation that allows you to feel the sword intent. Shuebei walked by one, helping the students adjust their sword-holding postures. A strange field continued to emanate from Shuebei's body. Wherever they passed, the students holding the swords all had a clear understanding. Another field, the students opened their mouths in front of Shuebei, and their hands and feet were frozen, dumbly at a loss. Who is this teacher Shuet? There are two domains that title Douluo can hope to obtain. In the era of Dou-er, the title Douluo has not depreciated, so it is still very deterrent. Study hard, this enlightenment is temporary. Shuebei patted the student on the shoulder and said, Versailles at the same time, isn't it just a field? Look, you will be surprised. Student. Shuebei continued to correct the student's starting hand posture, keeping the field open to help the students understand the meaning of the sword. The sword intent brought by this field is only temporary, similar to the teacher in Shuebei's previous high school who taught math problems. When you follow the teacher to solve the problem, you will naturally have troubles, but once you have to do it yourself, there will be a lot of problems. Shuebei's teaching does not make everyone become a master of swordsmanship. He only hopes that his classmates can learn a little bit of what he does. After all, what he taught was only the basics. Whether you are talented or not, the most important thing in the way of swordsmanship lies in the basics. If you practice diligently and unrelentingly for 50 years, you can become a great talent. Shuebei was able to put his hands in a correct posture before the students, and then taught them the simplest and completely practical sword moves one by one. Lunge straight thrust, turn back chop, lunge flat stroke, lunge left thrust, knee lift flat chop, turn back thrust. The most basic swordsmanship in Shuebei's hands was as sharp as a sword sealing the throat, yet lingering like a stream with endless moves. The faces of several Jianhuan students were overjoyed, and their eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Shuebei, wishing they could learn from him on the spot. After that, even if they study hard and practice sword moves one after another, the students will become familiar with the most basic sword moves. After all, everyone is a soul master, and their memory must be easier to use than ordinary people, and there will be no situation where half of what they learn is forgotten. Since you are all familiar with the basic sword moves, let's form groups of 2 and fight against each other. After Shuebei waited for the students to practice well, he started to let them play freely. Shrek Academy's teaching focuses on actual combat, and it is said that everything must be tested on the battlefield. So although theory is important, actual combat is the main theme for Shrek Academy students. The swordsmanship class has always focused on actual combat, so how can we not let the students practice in pairs? Teacher Shuet, I want to be with you. Several students raised their heads and raised their hands at the same time. Finished. They looked at each other again. It's embarrassing to each other. Teacher Shuet, I want to spar with you. During a period of silence, a crisp voice sounded, and everyone looked around, and it turned out to be Zhang Nanan. Several classmates of Jianhuan couldn't help frowning, slightly dissatisfied with Zhang Nanan's way of taking advantage of loopholes. Hateful. Obviously I came first. Pair practice? With me. Shuebei was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled, it's okay, then come here. When Shuebei said so, Zhang Nanan also moved to stand opposite Shuebei. The students unanimously put down the ironwood swords in their hands and formed a circle to watch Shuebei and Zhang Nanan's swordsmanship sparring. One is a swordsmanship teacher, and the other is a novice student. Everyone secretly expects the civilian school girl to be abused by Teacher Shuet. Teacher, please. Zhang Nanan looked overbearing, and actually asked Shuebei to strike first. Go ahead, I don't know how to use soul power. Naturally, Shuebei would not bully a student, but raised his ironwood sword and waited for Zhang Nanan's attack. Zhang Nanan held her breath and stared at the smiling Shuebei. Based on her understanding of Shuebei, usually when Shuebei looks at you with a smile on his face, he has already figured out a way to deal with you. The two confronted each other for about 10 seconds. Zhang Nanan's whole body was as tense as steel, and her classmates were all watching her, thinking about where she would attack in the next second if she were Zhang Nanan. Shuebei still puts a lot of pressure on everyone. The scene has been a stalemate. No one dared to disturb or urge Zhang Nanan to strike first. This isn't just for fun. Everyone rushed to urge others to fight quickly. It was fun to watch when the fight was over, and they could clap and applaud after it was over. In swordsmanship, it often only takes one breath to determine the winner in a long confrontation. Drink. Zhang Nanan strode forward to break the deadlock. She drew her sword and lunged straight at Shuebei's chest. There is nothing wrong with striking first and lunging forward, no matter which offensive strategy you look at. Snapped. Next second the sword in Zhang Nanan's hand had fallen to the ground, and at the same time, the point of the sword was pressed against her neck. After a long time, the students wanted to understand what Shuebei had done. In a short moment Shuebei first drew his sword quickly and hit Zhang Nanan's hand, and then sealed his throat with the tip of the sword. The three characters of swordsmanship are fast, accurate and ruthless. Shuebei retracted his sword and looked at all the students. Sword intent is difficult to practice, but swordsmanship is not difficult to practice. Zhang Nanan picked up the sword, not annoyed at all. Anyway, she was used to this level of fiasco during her days in Tiandu City. Thank you Teacher Shui for your advice. Zhang Nanan saluted, but before she finished speaking, a classmate from Jianwuhan next to her could not wait to step forward. Please teach me, Teacher Shui. Please teach me, Teacher Shui. The eyes of those students with sword spirits glowed green, and they surrounded them at the same time. Shuebei. Students are eager to learn, which is always a good thing. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 The Angel God in the Mirror. Chapter 3 The Angel God in the Mirror. The faces of several sword martial spirit students were flushed, their eyes rolled, and they lay groaning on the ground, looking like they had been damaged by training. Don't be too ambitious, first practice the basics, especially those of you with sword spirits, and challenge me after you have developed your sword intent. Shuebei spread his hands and said to these sword martial soul students. It was Shuebei's solo show just now. Although Zhang Nanan suffered a disastrous defeat, but a few students of Sword Wuhan felt that they were different, so they did not believe in evil to challenge. The result is also very simple. Shuebei gave them the highest respect, and with a bang, the piercing sword intent burst out through the wind. The challengers were all defeated by Shuebei's sword intent. It's almost time to end get out of class, so let's end get out of class directly. Shuebei clapped his palms and directly announced the dismissal of get out of class. After confirming that there is no class today, Shuebei planned to have dinner outside Shrek Academy, and visit Shrek City by the way. Shuebei traveled through so many years. Can suffer, but Shuebei will not let go of the opportunity to enjoy it. Shrek City was built on the Lima Plain, located in the southeast of the Heavenly Soul Empire, the Douling Empire in the east, and the Star Luo Empire in the south. It can be said to be at the core of the junction of the three empires. This kind of land extending in all directions is naturally also a place where industry and commerce flourish. The entire city is home to more than 200 million people, which makes Shrek Academy the most prosperous city in the Douluo continent. Comparable to only the Ming capital of the Western Sun Moon Empire. Therefore, Shuebei likes to visit Shrek City, the largest and most prosperous city in the Douluo continent originally belonging to the Three Kingdoms. Shuebei didn't take 2 steps, and even before he stepped out of the Shrek Academy, a graceful figure in purple school uniform chased him up. It was Zhang Nanan. Teacher Shuet. Zhang Nanan followed. Student Xiao Zhang. Shuebei turned his head and stopped to wait for Zhang Nanan. Teacher Shuet, let's have dinner together, I invite you. Zhang Nanan walked to Shuebei's side. Shuebei touched the storage soul guide on his wrist. That's not necessary. As a teacher of Shrek Academy, not to mention the high society of Douluo, but definitely a middle class. Teacher Shui often invited me to dinner in the past, and I also want to invite Teacher Shui once. Zhang Nanan seemed to be a little nervous, holding a slip wallet in her hand. When he was in Tiandu City, Shuebei went out during the day, turned east and west, looked at the ancient city wall and the imperial mausoleum of the former Tiandu emperor, and at night when he was hungry, Shuebei went back to Zhang Nanan's home, and then take Zhang Nanan to dinner together. Shuebei was dumbfounded. Although he is a teacher, he also knows some things about the students, such as Zhang Nanan's stinginess. Although Zhang Nanan is the most beautiful woman in the outer courtyard and the school belle of the common people, the students all criticize Zhang Nanan's fussy living habits. Okay, because Zhang Nanan is good looking, so she cares about every detail. If it's not pretty. For example, let's buy a grilled fish. The boss sells 5 copper soul coins for each. Zhang Nanan has to figure out the cost of the grilled fish, the craftsmanship, and so on for the boss. Finally, let me say the important point: why don't you sell 3 copper soul coins? You still have to make money. A certain grilled fish boss. So getting Zhang Nanan to take the initiative to invite him to dinner is no less difficult than snatching a 10-year-old soul bone from title Douluo. Shuebei wanted to refuse. Zhang Nanan, a silly girl, wouldn't think that a person like him who likes to enjoy himself usually spends very cheaply, right? Now that you have spent money on treats, what will you do with your life in the next semester? Teacher Shuet. Zhang Nanan's voice this time was very slender, but extremely heavy, and there was an expression of fear in her eyes, and her hands were tightly clutching her wallet. Shuebei suddenly understood something: he must not let Zhang Nanan be so embarrassed anymore. That's fine, but I'll decide the place. Great. Zhang Nanan frowned and smiled as if turning the corner. Let's go. The two walked side by side. Zhang Nanan belongs to the long-legged Yuja type. She is nearly 1.8 meters tall, and Shuebei is a head taller than Zhang Nanan. This makes Zhang Nanan have to look up at Shuebei's face all the time. What happened? Shuebei looked at Zhang Nanan sideways, and after realizing that Zhang Nanan was avoiding his gaze, he touched his face again. Is there anything dirty on my face? No, I was thinking, where will Teacher Shui take me for dinner? Zhang Nanan looked at Shuebei again. Hey! You're asking the right person. No one in Shrek City knows how to eat better than me. Shuebei was triumphant. He is an old gourmet who knows how to eat and likes to eat. As for the elder Xian of the gluttonous Douluo in the Sea God Pavilion, Shuebei thinks that elder Xian of the gluttonous Douluo is still a little worse than him in terms of food. The universe between fingers, sure. I believe you. Of course Zhang Nanan believed in Shuebei's experience as a foodie. Back then in Tiandu City, she was clearly the host, but Shuebei, a tourist, found the place every time he ate, and the food was delicious. Zhang Nanan treats him to dinner. Shuebei naturally can't go to that expensive place. So he and Zhang Nanan wandered to an alley and found an old restaurant. The layout of the old restaurant is very distinctive. The ceiling is made of mirrors, which can reflect people's shadows. If a handsome man might catch other men's glances, such a beautiful girl will definitely make other men stare at her. When Zhang Nanan walked into this old restaurant, the chef's eyes were staring straight at him. Cough cough. Shuebei coughed twice, blocking the view of the boss and diners from looking at Zhang Nanan. Found a seat. Shuebei circled a few dishes first, and then handed the menu to Zhang Nanan. Shuebei doesn't mind meat or vegetables, he just wants to accommodate Zhang Nanan's taste. But Zhang Nanan didn't order an extra dish, she just ordered 3 big bowls of rice. The first time the two of them ate in Tiandu City, Zhang Nanan only ordered rice for 2, but Shuebei was so hungry that he tossed and turned in the middle of the night. Afterwards, when the two went out to eat together, Zhang Nanan would order 3 bowls of rice. The boss first served a plate of fried rice candy, which is also the signature of this old shop, and it was also ordered by Shuebei. Shuebei knew that Zhang Nanan liked sweets, but he didn't know if Zhang Nanan liked fried rice candy. After seeing Zhang Nanan impatiently moving his chopsticks, Shuebei felt relieved. When I was young, my family would also make some fried rice candies, peanut candies, sesame candies, etc. These were also rare and delicious snacks when I was a child. Zhang Nanan chewed the fried rice candy in small bites, like a hamster eating nuts. Then you can also make fried rice candy. Although Shuebei can eat, the things he makes with his hands are not outstanding. Simply put, can eat, but not very good at it. Of course. Zhang Nanan seemed to have found something to be proud of, and he talked endlessly to Shuebei about the process of the fried rice candy he ate when he was a child. Soak the newly harvested glutinous rice until soft, steam it in a steamer, cool it, knead it, and dry it in the sun, then fry it with clean fine sand, and use a sieve to remove the fine sand to get white and fat fried rice grains. On the other side, at the same time, use sweet potato to make syrup, and then make the same kind of sugar cake. I heard that, I'm hungry. Listening to Zhang Nanan's description, Shuebei couldn't help picking up a piece of fried rice candy to eat. My mother used to sell fried rice candies, Zhang Nanan added at the end. So Mr. Shuet, I really appreciate you. If it weren't for you, I might not have the face to see my mother today. Zhang Nanan's voice was a little sad and deep, but it seemed that she quickly regained her cheerful voice. I am very honored. Shuebei was very happy in his heart, feeling that he had done something remarkable, but on the surface he waved his hands lightly. Although you are not in the class I teach, you are also my student. You don't need to talk about this kind of thing. Any teacher with a conscience will help you. Don't do stupid things in the future, and go to the college first when you encounter problems. Yes. Zhang Nanan nodded softly. When the dishes came, Shuebei ate while watching Zhang Nanan eat. Zhang Nanan's household registration is in Tiandu City. In the future, if the Soul Guide is developed, the Soul Guide network is created, and the IP address is announced, it will be more or less called Jingye 50 to see the strength. But Zhang Nanan's family is really not very rich. Shuebei had seen it before. Zhang Nanan had lived with her mother since she was a child. They were a single-parent family, and her mother was seriously ill. Self-reliance and low self-esteem, strength and weakness appear in Zhang Nanan at the same time. Eat slowly. Shuebeizhen said that fortunately, Zhang Nanan is a soul master, and although he is not considered rich, he will not starve to death. Okay. Zhang Nanan raised her head, raised her ears and tilted her head. I mean, eat slowly, don't rush to class today. Zhang Nanan shook her head, there is no class. That's not in a hurry. Shuebei then chatted with Zhang Nanan. The relationship between them has long gone beyond the ordinary teacher-disciple relationship, more like two old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time. Apart from asking about Zhang Nanan's cultivation, Shuebei also asked about Zhang Nanan's future ideals. Ideal? Zhang Nanan pursed her lips. I just want to make money to support my mother and me. It's easy for a soul master to make money, not to mention that you are still a core disciple of Shrek Academy, and you will be able to make money if you stay in the academy as a teacher in the future, which is pretty good. When Shuebei mentioned this, he was brooding over the matter of his painstaking efforts to test the system. The end of the universe is Kaobian. After traveling to the Douluo continent, it is still Kaobian. Zhang Nanan nodded, then shook her head again. Has the newspaper Mr. Shui started? Although he was surprised why Zhang Nanan asked this question, Shuebei still replied the Shrek Weekly has been launched. The newspaper company has been registered with the City Lord's Mansion, and the staff has been recruited. It will be published next week. Shuebei's major before time travel was journalism. Correct. It is the major that Mr. Zhang strongly advises not to take. It is reasonable for a journalism student to travel to the Douluo continent to run a newspaper. Then, I will work in Teacher Shue's newspaper office in the future, and I will always be by Teacher Shue's side to help Teacher Shue. Zhang Nanan looked at Shuebei and said seriously. Shuebei said casually with a hippie smile, "Ha ha ha ha, actually, the conditions of my newspaper office are not comparable to those of Shrek Academy. It doesn't matter, I don't care." Zhang Nanan shook her head and looked at Shuebei seriously, with only sincerity in her eyes. "You." Shuebei suddenly felt that this sentence was not a joke, but a promise that weighed more than life. Yet, she doesn't care. A female voice sounded. Shuebei turned his head vigilantly, but found no one around, and Zhang Nanan acted as if he hadn't heard anything. So Shuebei chose to look up. He saw a human face in the ceiling mirror. End of this chapter. Chapter 4: The Avenger Rongxiu chooses. Chapter 4: The Avenger chosen by Qian Rongxiu. That's not Shuebei's face, it was a woman's face. The woman in the mirror looked like she was in her early 20s, with snowy skin, straight nose, slender phoenix eyes, but somewhat majestic, and a small serif brand between her eyebrows. The number one beauty in the outer court, Zhang Nanan, may be comparable in appearance, but she will never be able to imitate the demeanor that has been in the top position for a long time. Because this woman is an angel god from 10,000 years ago, the legacy of the Pope of Wuhan Temple, and the owner of the Orthodox God-level Seraphim Wuhan. Qian Rongxiu. Sister Qian. Shuebei called out. Shuebei and Qian Rongxiu met 11 years ago, when Shuebei was 9 years old. Shuebei was a baby when he traveled to Douluo continent, and his family's situation was not particularly good. He came from a farming family, and he was a tenant farmer working for the landlord. So when Shuebei was a child, he had an immersive experience of the life of a rural tenant family on the Douluo continent. "I can't starve to death temporarily, but I can't eat well either, can't read books, can't recognize words. There are also landlord's demands for rent and endless farm work. The key is, since the Douluo continent does not have the Wuhan Temple, an organization that awakens Wuhan for free. When Shuebei was 6 years old, he didn't even have the chance to awaken his martial soul for free and become a soul master. Damn Tang San, what a beast!" Shuebei scolded Tang San 1,000 times but couldn't let go of his hatred. Before traveling through time, it was not painful to scold Tang San. But when Shuebei himself really traveled to the Dui era and couldn't awaken his martial spirit, then he would really hate Tang San. It costs money to go to the city to find the official soul master of the Heavenly Soul Empire to awaken the martial soul. No matter how poor Zhang Nanan's family is, he is still the Jing Yat, and he can afford to pay for everything. And a peasant family in a remote area can't afford the money even if it sells everything. It's not that Shuebei has never thought about saving himself, but Shuebei's parents only think that Shuebei's so-called methods of making money are heresy and evil. Farm the land steadily, behave honestly, and know how to treat your parents well. This is the only thing this peasant family will teach Shuebei. At that time, Shuebei felt that his life was over. The family is a tenant without land. Awakening the martial soul is also impossible. The ascension channel to become a soul master is blocked even because of his young age. He has no right to speak at home. The future is another life of lone passing and insensitivity. Then Qian Rongxiu came. When Shuebei lamented that his heart was as high as the sky and his life was as thin as paper, Qian Rongxiu broke into his spiritual sea so suddenly, facing the sunshine without saying hello. Shuebei can still recall that day. Now there were only Qian Rongxiu and him in the dim autumn grass. Shuebei was grabbing the mosquito bites, and Qian Rongxiu appeared smiling. The slanting light of the setting sun shone on the ridges. Shuebei felt as if he had been petrified. There is only one heart beating. Suddenly, the straw is growing wildly, the sun is setting, time seems to speed up 100 times. I Shuebei. Traverser there is hanging. According to the plot of Douluo continent that Shuebei has watched, the angel god Jianrongxiu should have lost his status long ago and disappeared in the long river of history. But in this parallel time and space, according to Miss Jianrongxiu's self-report relying on the thousands of years of accumulation of the angel family of the Wuhan Palace, she lingered for 1 year in the form of a remnant soul. After learning from the pain, she hated Tang San deeply, waited for the time of resurrection, and then prepared to take revenge on Tang San. And Shuebei is the chance she chose for resurrection. Shuebei. The lineup of time travelers and reborns. Tang San felt better this time. As for why Jianrongxiu still retains her divine sense, Shuebei said that since he was able to travel through, it would not be a problem for Jianrongxiu to remain in the state of a remnant soul and have a chance to be resurrected. And the resurrection is not without precedent. Tang San's phrase resurrect, my loved person, is still deafeningly sensational. Then, so what if Jianrongxiu had a chance to be resurrected? Jianrongxiu helped Shuebei awaken Shuebei's own martial soul, the diamond chisel, a weapon soul that can identify metal minerals. Then Jianrongxiu gave Shuebei another martial soul, which is the angel sword martial soul. Such Shuebei became the owner of twin martial souls. At the same time, Jianrongxiu also taught Shuebei how to practice. That's it. Shuebei spent 11 years from a 10th level soul warrior to a 6th level soul emperor, from a farmer's child in a remote area to the current Shrek Academy teacher. Can be selected as the moving Douluo continent top 10 inspirational figures belongs to yes. Jianrongxiu's soul body floated out from the ceiling mirror. Zhang Nanan was still eating normally, as if she didn't notice anything unusual about Shuebei. When you helped Zhang Nanan's mother cure her illness and asked for the black tortoise pill without asking for anything in return, it was really for her, right? Jianrongxiu's tone was very wrong. Sister Qian, unlike your father, I will not attack my own students. Faced with Jianrongxiu's cynicism, Shuebei chose to directly attack his father. It's not an attack either. It's just telling what Chihiroji has done. Jianrongxiu was really embarrassed. She stared at Shuebei for a while, and finally said bitterly, "Can you not mention this?" "I won't mention it." Shuebei nodded, then glanced at Zhang Nanan again. "What do you want from me?" Jianrongxiu stared at Shuebei seriously. "When will you be able to cultivate to the level of titled Douluo?" "What?" A question mark appeared on Shuebei's head, and he smiled puzzled. "Sister Qian, you have been waiting for 1 year. Do you still care about these 10 years? Shuebei is only 20 years old now. Based on Tang San's age, he will become a titled Douluo, at least 5 years later. And Shuebei didn't think he could cultivate faster than Tang San. Shuebei relied on the diamond chisel martial soul to absorb the soul ring to increase the level of soul power. Jianrongxiu shook her head seriously and said, "I have already felt Tang San's aura. He is getting closer and closer. I'm sure he has set his sights on the mainland. If you don't revive me as soon as possible, when Tang San catches me when your time comes, you will regret living. I know better than you what kind of person Tang San is." Shuebei nodded, and then his eyes suddenly turned joking. "What's more, if you are resurrected, you may not be able to beat Tang San." Jianrongxiu. Tang San has the sea god and Azura god double gods at the same time, she really can't beat him. Anyway, you should cultivate to title Douluo first. Tang San will focus more and more on Douluo continent in the future. Your time is running out. Jianrongxiu retreated into the sea of spirit in embarrassment. "I see." Shuebei nodded solemnly. Jianrongxiu closed her eyes and returned to Shuebei's spiritual sea in an instant. "But when you open your eyes, she seems to have returned to that night 1 year ago. That's Enluo Hell. Tang San has become the aloof sea god, the Heaven Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, and the aristocratic sects headed by the Haoshan School and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School divided up all the wealth of the Spirit Hall, classics, soul bones, secret books, gold and silver, Cultural relics. In order to remove the influence of Angel God, they burned down Wuhan City with their last fire. Tang San, you should die. In that ancient city with burning hexagonal walls. Under the gaze of the ancestors of the ancient and noble angel family. Qian Rongxiu wore a long red gauze dress, bare feet dancing in flames. It was the dance of angels, it was the dance of vengeance. It was the dance of sacrifice. Qian Rongxiu lost her position as an angel, and her spirit has been shattered. She even only has level 89 spirit power, and will never be able to reach the level of titled Douluo. However, with the sacrifices made by the ancestors of the angel family in the past, her soul was restored to the god level, and at the same time, her body was also burned into coke in the flames. To a certain extent, as long as her soul power is not exhausted, Qian Rongxiu can linger on, and even have a chance to be resurrected. It's just that this condition is very difficult to achieve. When Tang San died, his heart was grabbed by Bibi Dong, and his final resurrection depended on the remnant soul on Sea God Island, Oscar, Ning Rongrong's 9th soul ability, and the devout belief of the million soldiers. There is not necessarily such a condition for Qian Rongxiu's resurrection. The biggest possibility is that her soul power will be completely wiped out after tens of thousands of years of consumption. Revenge. Qian Rongxiu seemed to have heard Qian Daoliu's request that the grandfather known as the Great Priest still protect her after death. With hope and despair, Qian Rongxiu melted into the flames that burned the city. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 The Shadow of the Family. Chapter 5 The Shadow of the Family. Teacher Shuet. Zhang Nanan waved her hands in front of Shui Bei's eyes. Are you okay? Fine. A little distracted, his pupils focused, and Shui Bei gave Zhang Nanan a smile in response. Being interrupted by Qian Rongxiu, Shui Bei also felt a sense of urgency. After Zhang Nanan finished eating, Shui Bei sent Zhang Nanan back to the dormitory. After that, Shui Bei went back to practice in his staff apartment at Shrek Academy. In fact, Shui Bei's cultivation speed is not slow. The 20-year-old Soul Emperor's cultivation base can be regarded as the first echelon of Douluo continent, excluding those who cheat. But looking at Qian Rongxiu's meaning, Shui Bei probably hoped that he would cultivate her to the title of Douluo within 2 years. What can Shui Bei do? After practicing overnight, Shui Bei was about to go out to teach the students, but suddenly received a notice. Dean Yan wants me to go to Sea God Island. Shui Bei looked at Director Du Weilun in front of him, trembling slightly in his heart, even with an unnatural expression on his face. Yet, Du Weilun smiled. Okay, I'll pack up and go right away. Shui Bei hid the expression on his face, and at the same time quietly asked Qian Rongxiu in the Sea of Spirits, your movements yesterday were discovered, right? Impossible. But there are not only super Douluo powerhouses on Sea God Island, that dragon god Douluo Mu Lao is no worse than your grandfather. Shui Bei hesitated for a while and continued to ask. Just like countless hermit families, Shrek Academy also knows the truth of keeping a low profile. The world only knows that Shrek Academy has the most title Douluo powerhouses in the mainland, but they never know how strong the Shrek Academy's title Douluo is. Is it title Douluo? Is it super Douluo? It's even scarier. Limit Douluo? Qian Rongxiu rolled her eyes in the Sea of Spirits, and replied to Shui Bei, as I said, a god-level soul can't be discovered by just a limit Douluo. I see. Shui Bei felt confident and quickly got dressed and followed Du Weilun to Poseidon Island. Shrek Academy's Sea God Island is on Sea God Lake. As you can tell from the name, it was built to commemorate Tang San, the god of the sea, and it is also where Shrek Academy's real decision-making center and highest combat power are located. What is Dean Yan looking for? Shui Bei flew up with his soul power, turned his head and asked Du Weilun. Du Weilun didn't look like a hungmen banquet, and said in a polite manner, the old saying is just telling you to go over, it seems to be related to the evil soul master. Shui Bei was completely relieved, and he could be regarded as a professional counterpart for the problem of evil soul masters. Because Shuebei's martial soul is the sword of an angel, just like all angel martial souls are its derivative martial souls, this martial soul is designed to restrain the group of evil soul masters. Shuebei once published a paper in which he discussed the angel martial soul and its derivative martial soul. There is no doubt that the origin of the angel martial soul comes from the seraphim family. The most orthodox one must be Qianrongxiu's lineage, the pure seraph spirit. The innate soul power is at the 20th level, and it also has 3 attributes: sacred, light, and flame. But after Qianrongxiu set herself on fire, the orthodox line of this angel was cut off. The holy angel martial spirit and the healing angel martial spirit currently circulating on Douluo continent are both side branches. How did the offshoot of the angel family come about? For example, a young master of a certain generation of the seraphim family turned into a stallion to show mercy everywhere, and as a result, there were many children with angel blood outside. This generation of children may not be angel spirits, but they all have angel blood in them. After many years of inheritance, the genes of invisible angel spirits suddenly become dominant one day, and then appeared on the Douluo continent. A powerful soul master with an angel spirit, but because this angel gene is not always dominant, the offspring of an angel spirit master may not necessarily be an angel spirit. And this is also an excuse Shuebei used to explain how his angel sword Wuhan came about. It is impossible for Shuebei to tell the teacher in charge of the political review at Shrek Academy my angelic sword martial soul was given by the angel god Qianrongxiu herself. I actually don't have angelic blood. Poseidon Lake is very large. Shuebei followed Du Weilun and flew at full speed for 5 minutes before passing through the mist and arriving at Poseidon Island, where various pavilions were built. Although Shuebei was curious about the layout of Sea God Island, he didn't dare to risk his life to test it with his mental strength. He only dared to observe these buildings of Sea God Island that were usually hidden in the mist with naked eyes. With such a thick fog and such heavy humidity, I don't know if those senior elders who live on Sea God Island will get arthritis. Du Weilun led Shuebei along a stone path to the depths of Sea God Island, while Yan Sheiji was standing there waiting for Shuebei. Din Yan. Shuebei saluted respectfully. This is the leader of the leader, he dare not be impolite. Hey! Although Yan Sheiji is over 90 years old and has a white beard, it is neatly trimmed, and his face still has the demeanor of a handsome young man. Shuebei thought that Yan Sheiji should discuss the matter of the evil soul master with him next, but he didn't expect that Yan Sheiji's first words were, "Good boy, I didn't expect you to have something to do with Qianggu's family, you're hiding it." Shuebei's face was calm, and he didn't deny it. I am indeed friends with the young master of the Qianggu family. There was a little more kindness in Yan Sheiji's eyes. In 1 year, Douluo has not undergone any essential changes. Whether it is the Sun Moon Empire or the Douluo continent originally belonged to the 3 kingdoms, no matter which country, the aristocratic families are still the rulers who occupy the main resources of the Douluo continent. Shrek Academy's attitude towards the aristocratic families that originally belonged to the 3 kingdoms is always friendly. After all, they formed a deep friendship 1 year ago, and the aristocratic families are also willing to send their children to Shrek Academy for training, so the relationship between the 2 parties is harmonious. Interests are also closer. The Qianggu family is a member of the aristocratic family, or it is called the Panlongstick family. The history of its ancestors can be traced back to the era of Wuhandian, but that is the Panlogun family or an ancient surname. After the defeat in the Wuhan Temple, the ancestors of the Panlogun family, Qianjun Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo surrendered to the Heaven Do Empire and became enshrined by the royal family. After several generations of dormancy, the Panlogun family saw that the identity of the Wuhandian remnant was no longer sensitive, and instead began to regard themselves as the successors of the Wuhandian, and changed their surname to Qianggu. This 1,000 words. Nature is the 1,000 word for the angel family. The current Qianggu family is still in a state of seclusion, but the resources accumulated in their hands and the noble agents they support are all over the Douluo continent, which originally belonged to the Three Kingdoms. It can be said that the strength of the Qianggu family is at its peak, and it is an unprecedented peak. Perhaps this is the reason why they were finally able to master the Spirit Pagoda 1 year later. Ha ha ha, the young master of Qianggu's family is indeed the noble person you've chosen. Yan Shaiji patted Shuebei's back vigorously to show his closeness. Shuebei did not speak, waiting for Yan Shaiji's next words. I want to give you a mission, about the Evil Soul Master incident in Wushan City by the Barak River. Yan Shaiji finally started talking about business, and he handed over a piece of information from the Soul Guide. Shuebei took the information and said, I understand, it's just. I'm not a member of the Shrek monitoring team. The Shrek monitoring group is specially responsible for supervising the Soul Masters of Douluo, and they can even target the officials of the three great empires. Once there are vicious incidents on the mainland that the three empires cannot supervise or do not supervise, or Soul Masters do evil, there will be Shrek Inner Court disciples to solve them. At this time, the Shrek Inner Court students were called supervisors. So the Shrek Inner Court also has another name, the Shrek Supervisory Group. Shuebei only felt that the monitoring team was a joke. For example, when Zhang Nanan was about to be sold to the Xianming family, why didn't the Shrek Supervisory Team rush to achieve justice? Isn't what the Xianming family did a crime against the wishes of women? The Xianming family borrowed the chastity of girls to perfect their own martial souls. Is there any essential difference between this and evil soul masters using other people's lives to cultivate their soul power? Scorpion Tiger Douluo was labeled as an evil soul master just by cultivating with animal blood, and the Xianming family was not an evil soul master if they practiced with human chastity? This Zhang Nanan is still a student of Shrek Academy. Is this how your Shrek Academy protects its students? As a teacher, Shuebei envied Shrek Academy's teaching staff and teachers' treatment, but he couldn't accept this kind of teacher's morality. Now you are. Yan Shaiji said again, the well-organized teachers and inner court disciples are all members of the Shrek monitoring team. I understand. Yan Shaiji pointed to the information in Shuebei's hand, you should let go of the teaching tasks in the academy first, and complete this task first. The Heavenly Soul Empire is pressing hard. It is good. After Shuebei saluted and watched Yan Shaiji leave, he left Sea God Island. Shuebei rode the waves on Sea God Lake, and after getting away from Sea God Island, he finally chatted with Jian Rongxiu on the internal network, Sea of Spirit. Hehe, let me tell you why I was suddenly selected for the establishment this year. It turns out that the dean only selected it for the sake of Qianggu's family. Shuebei smiled self-deprecatingly. Jian Rongxiu also dared to come out after leaving Sea God Island. Isn't it good for you to get the establishment as soon as possible? And it must be helped by Qianggu Kanglin of Qianggu's family. Shuebei landed by the lake, turned his head to look at the outline of Sea God Island deep in the mist. I'm just not feeling well. Uncomfortable. In terms of strength, I worked hard step by step, on teaching my students are cultivated through hard work, on the study of Wuhan I also wrote those papers carefully. I have worked so hard for so long, why can't I look at my grades and make it up for me? In the end it's not as easy to use as Brother Qianggu's words. Shuebei felt funny and a little uncomfortable in his heart. I originally thought that I was able to obtain this establishment because I worked hard to teach the students, and the leaders of the college saw it all. I didn't think of it. It turns out that this guy Qianggu Kanglin helped with the relationship. It's not that Shuebei blames Qianggu Kanglin for helping him to establish a good relationship, but for a person like Shuebei, using a good relationship is a sign of distrust in his abilities. Shuebei even thought of conspiracies and said, no wonder teacher Zhou Yi expelled so many students, but nothing happened. Because teacher Fan Yu is Dean Jian's successor. The place that seems to be the fairest is the place where the relationship is the most important. Jian Rongxiu also nodded in approval, and then asked naturally. But isn't it like this all over the mainland? This has been the case for thousands of years ever. Right? End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Beibei and Tangye by the Barak River. Chapter 6 Beibei and Tangye by the Barak River. Douluo Continent. Barak River. Shuebei stood by the river embankment, with the cold wind blowing from the river. He looked at the lighted cargo ships on the spacious river and the lights of the city on the other side. The Barak River gave birth to the fertile Lima Plain, which has been the land economic center of the entire Douluo continent since 1 year ago. Upstream from the Barak River you can find corn and wheat in the north, and down the Barak River you can find iron ore in the south. 1 year ago. Going upstream of the Barak River leads to the ancient Tiandu Empire, and going down the river leads to the iron-blooded Star Luo Empire. 10,000 years later, this place is still a gathering place for people from all over the world. The captain from the Sky Soul Empire had a flat nasal voice, the navigator from the Douling Empire had a deep voice, and the people from the Star Luo Empire spoke in an incomprehensible dialect. Of course, these have nothing to do with Shuebei. He is neither a historian, not a geographer either, not even a linguist. Shuebei is just an ordinary Shrek teacher. So you came here to travel. Qianrongxiu, Miss Angel God, appeared beside Shuebei. She now looks like a golden light and shadow, with long golden hair and skin better than snow. Today, Shuebei went to Wushan City by the Barak River during the day, and ended up eating, drinking, and seeing scenic spots everywhere. In the evening, he even went to the Barak River to enjoy the night breeze to refresh himself. Is this what arresting an evil soul master should look like? If not. Shuebei spoke in such a sincere tone that Qianrongxiu was speechless for a moment. You. Qianrongxiu stammered. Shuebei smiled slightly. Actually, I investigated it today. It's very simple. Okay. A month ago, a sensational incident occurred in Wushan City on the banks of the Barak River. A daring evil soul master broke into the city lord's mansion directly in broad daylight, and then killed the city lord Zhao and several little girls who were having a party, and then the evil soul master retreated from Wushan City as if he had entered a land of no one. The Heavenly Soul Empire felt that it had lost face, so it entrusted the matter to Shrek Academy. Why not use the power of the Heavenly Soul Empire itself? Because the local person in charge was afraid of death, he kicked the matter to Tiandu City, but the officials in Tiandu City didn't want to move, and kicked the matter back to the local government. At last, after a month of wrangling, the Heavenly Soul Empire decided to hand over the matter to Shrek Academy. Qianrongxiu knew something about the excellent tradition of the Heavenly Soul Empire as early as 1 year ago, so she asked directly. What about the spirit and soul power level of that evil soul master? Do not know at all. Qianrongxiu. So you investigate alone? Teacher Shuet? Who are you talking to? The shouts from behind scared Shuebei and Qianrongxiu at the same time. Shuebei was shocked, as if he was caught by the teacher while playing with his mobile phone in class in his previous life. The stupid hair on Qianrongxiu's head was raised all the way up, and then she realized that most people couldn't see her. Qianrongxiu. Are you Beibei and Tangye? Shuebei turned his head and looked at the young girl. Tang Yadan has a melon-shaped face with phoenix eyes, and her long black hair is combed into a ponytail and hangs down behind her. Beibei has a slender and tall figure, with a gentle and lazy smile on her handsome and elegant face. Although Shuebei has never taught these two classmates, he still knows something about these two star students. Beibei is powerful and talented, and she is a shining pearl in the overall social environment of Douluo continent. Although Tang Ye's strength is a little weaker, she blares all day hoping to attract people into the Tang sect. Just like pyramid schemes, she is naturally famous. Wow! It's a real teacher Shuet! Tangye yelled again when she saw Shuebei's reaction. Beibei! Shuebei! Just like Beibei is a star student, Shuebei is also a somewhat famous teacher in Shrek Academy. His teaching ability is reasonable, he has no pretensions, and he is eager to help students. Which student would not like this kind of teacher? Which student does not know? Xiaoa, it's not polite to say it like this. Bai Bei tugged at Tang Ye's sleeve in embarrassment. I don't care. Shui Bei explained, and then looked at Bei Bei and Tang Ye with a slightly strange look. Aren't you supposed to be at school? Tang Ye smiled strangely a few times. We are still on vacation, although there are only a few days left, but of course we should have fun. Seeing Tang Ye who was offline, Bai Bei helplessly added, Mr. Shui, we are planning to go back to school after hunting souls. Now the senior year starts, but we haven't started school yet. Hunting soul. Shui Bei glanced at Bai Bei. The Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Soul Master has long been the Soul Master of the Three Rings, so only. Tang Ye slightly. Yes, I need a third soul ring. Tang Ye was a little embarrassed when she said this. Tang Ye's talent is not good, and her cultivation is not as good as the other favored children of the academy, so the rigid assessment of the academy is very difficult for her. The Blue Silver Grass Martial Soul. It's not the Blue Silver Emperor, it's luck and hard work to be able to enter the third year of Shrek Academy. When I'm done, I can help you hunt souls. Shui Bei offered to say. Will this bother Mr. Shui too much? Bai Bei felt that this was inappropriate and wanted to refuse. Shui Bei shook his head. There's nothing wrong with it, and it's not the first time I've helped students hunt souls. The reason why Shui Bei has a good reputation in the academy is not only because he is good looking, but also because he is willing to help others. Not only did he treat Zhang Nanan's mother, Shui Bei also helped those students from poor families hunt their souls. Students from rich families don't have to worry about spirit rings, the family will help them arrange them, but students from ordinary families have a long-standing problem of soul hunting. For excellent students, Shrek Academy will help hunt souls. But in a place like Shrek Academy, where all the geniuses are favored by heaven, the geniuses in most places can only be counted as ordinary students. Of course, they cannot have the opportunity to enjoy the soul hunting service of the academy. So for this group of ordinary, middle-class students, Shui Bei's willingness to help them hunt their souls is simply a great kindness. Of course Shui Bei is not a saint either. The word selfless is not very relevant to Shui Bei. The real purpose of Shui Bei's doing this is to cultivate a group of students who are willing to follow him to do great things. This big event is not only to deal with Tang San, but also to realize Shui Bei's own ideal, a selfish ideal that can go down in history. Then thank you Teacher Shui. Tang Ye smiled heartlessly. Bai Bei has a lot more emotional intelligence. He said, then Mr. Shui, what are you busy with now? Can we help? There is no free lunch in the world, and Bai Bei also knows that there is no reward for nothing. Shui Bei shook his head and indicated that he didn't need Bai Bei's help. I'm currently handling a case involving an evil soul master. It's very dangerous and has nothing to do with you. You'd better leave here first. Teacher Shui, we can. I know what your next sentence is, and I know that your sense of justice is overwhelming, but don't let me say it a second time. Evil soul masters are dangerous, and you, the children of the third ring, cannot intervene. Shui Bei also glanced at Tang Ye. By the way, what's more, there is a second ring great soul master here. Tang Ye. I'm actually already at level, but I don't have a third spirit ring. Tang Ye defended in a low voice. Shui Bei didn't listen to Tang Ye's soft beep, but stared at Bai Bei. It's impossible for you not to know the difference caused by one less soul ring for a soul master. Ah! Bai Bei nodded sensibly, and at the same time stopped Tang Ye who wanted to say something else. Let's not bother Mr. Shui anymore. Tang Ye wanted to say something to refute, but Bai Bei directly pulled her away. Go, go. Hey, baby. The two left just like that. It's nice to be young. Seeing the two leave, Shui Bei couldn't help turning his back like an old man. Although he is only 20 years old, 5 years older than Bai Bei. Do you think they will listen to your advice? The age of 15 is when the sense of justice is strongest. Qianrongxiu came out again, watching the backs of Bai Bei and Tang Ye leaving. Tang Ye, the master of the Tang sect, and Qianrongxiu also know each other. To be frank, when Qianrongxiu saw the decline of the Tang sect, the previous excitement had turned into calm, even comic sympathy. Excited because Qianrongxiu felt that you, Tang-san, have today too, the Tang sect you created by yourself has declined. The reason for the calmness was that Tang-san in the God realm didn't react at all to the decline of the Tang sect. This made Qianrongxiu wonder, did Tang-san have feelings for the Tang sect, or was he just a tool? The ridiculous sympathy was because Qianrongxiu saw that Tang Ye, a blue-silver grass soul master, was running around and recruiting people like a pyramid scheme when the sect was in ruins. You don't even have Tang-san's blood, nor have you received Tang-san's favor. Why should you work hard all your life for a Tang sect that Tang-san doesn't care about? Do you want to listen? Of course you will. Shuebei replied without any hesitation. Tang Ye is hard to say, but Bai Bei is not the kind of person who likes to make trouble, unless... Unless what? Unless, they are so unlucky that they encounter an evil soul master directly when they go back. Qianrongxiu. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 End quote, High EQ End quote, Shuebei. Chapter 7 High EQ Shuebei. The next day. The Barak River flows slowly, and Mr. Zhao also flows slowly in the warm water and the tenderness of the girl. Sir, the people from the Shrek supervisory group are here. A servant reported outside the door. It is good. Mr. Zhao stood up and pushed the girl away. The servants at his service wiped off the watermarks on his body and put on a brand new and decent clothes. Mr. Zhao's father is the city lord, with a wealthy family and a background. Although his own cultivation talent is average, it is enough for him to inherit the position of the city lord. What Mr. Zhao likes most in his life is to enjoy and seek excitement. Mr. Zhao's favorite enjoyment is to ride on his family's cruise ship on the Barak River. Hey, 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 hey. The husky chant of the boatman came from outside. It was the tracker on the Barak River. Hundreds of boats compete on the Barak River, and many timber, agricultural byproducts and daily necessities are transported in and out by boats, and trackers play a key role here. The trackers didn't wear clothes, bent their bodies, carried stiff ropes on their backs, and limped forward. The cruise ship of Mr. Zhao's family stood on the river, and the cabin and railings were painted with new snow-like paint. Mr. Zhao's leather boots clicked as he stepped on the spacious and gorgeous oak stairs, as if stepping on the strong and shiny back of a tracker. Indecent. Mr. Zhao glanced at the tracker by the river, smiled contemptuously, felt that it was an eyesore, and scolded, "Drive them all away. What will the commissioner of the Shrek inspection team think of this group of people here? Is our Wushan city a very poor city? Wushan city is not poor." Shuebei Guang saw the busy trackers on the Barak River, and he knew how many goods were transported in and out of Wushan city in a day. With such a large flow, as long as the owner of Wushan city is not a fool, he should be very rich. Is City Master Zhao of Wushan city managing it well? Qianrongxiu asked from the Sea of Spirit. Well, although it was for my own benefit, I did do a lot of practical things. Shuebei nodded. In the general environment where noble officials of the empire generally do not engage in personnel affairs, City Lord Zhao's development of Wushan city can be said to be competent and good. It's just that I still don't change my nature. Started 2.5 years ago, there are rumors of evil soul masters in Wushan city. For example, some children will disappear in Wushan city and so on. At the beginning, no one cared. The missing child, how normal it is on the mainland, was picked up and eaten by wild dogs, drowned by the water of the Barak River, and kidnapped. City Lord Zhao thought it was a trivial matter. How many missing children were caused by the evil soul master, even if there are evil soul masters in every city in Douluo continent? More importantly, if there really is an evil soul master, wouldn't the group of grandparents in Dushan blame him that day? Is this okay? As a hereditary official, the most important thing is not to seek merit but to have no faults. As long as there are no faults, the Emperor Tianhun cannot deprive himself of his title. So City Lord Zhao chose to hide it. As long as you can't see it, it doesn't matter. And at the beginning of this year, the evil soul master finally showed his chicken feet in Wushan City. A dead man whose blood had been sucked was found, and it was determined that he was killed by the evil soul master. It stands to reason that the city lord's mansion should attach great importance to this matter about evil soul masters, but the city lord's mansion chose to conceal it. When Shuebei saw this, his heart was not disturbed at all. This operation of Zhao Chenzuo can only be said to be the excellent tradition of Douluo continent. It's just that City Lord Zhao thought that nothing would happen if he kept it a secret, but it turned out that the way of reincarnation was good. Last month, the evil soul master directly entered the City Lord's mansion and severely injured City Lord Zhao himself. City Lord Zhao couldn't hold on and died. I can't hide it now. So the Shrek monitoring team received the news, and that's when Shuebei arrived. What we want to meet now is the only son of City Lord Zhao, Mr. Zhao. As Shuebei spoke, he frowned when he saw a group of people disembarking from the white cruise ship and starting to drive away the trackers. What happened to Mr. Zhao? The city lord has an order to drive them away. Those who got off the boat arrogantly drove the trackers away one by one. Qianrongxiu heard the servants say that the city lord has an order, and thought that the city lord Zhao is not dead, and asked, "The city lord has an order? The city lord Zhao is not dead." "It's not city lord Zhao, it's Mr. Zhao," Shuebei replied. The city lords of the Sky Soul Empire are hereditary, and this tradition originated from the Heaven Do Empire back then. The Heaven Do Empire's control over the region was very weak, which led to the independence of various kingdoms and duchies, and even the Star Luo Empire was a former rebel. And in the era when the Spirit Empire was established, those kingdoms and principalities also became independent again, and merged into the Spirit Empire. Then, the Wuhan Empire was destroyed by the sea god Tang San. The problem of excessive local power that had troubled the Tiandu Empire for many years was eliminated altogether, and the Tiandu Empire finally maintained its centralized power. Shuebei feels that the shortcomings are comparable to the complete unification of India under British colonization. But at that time, Emperor Shuebeng didn't think about taking advantage of the victory to continue to gather local power to make reforms, and the most fundamental institutional problems of the Heaven Do Empire were still unresolved. So shortly after the death of Emperor Shuebeng, the Heaven Do Empire once again fell into the trap of a vicious circle of strong branches and weak branches, until the second outbreak of civil strife in Heaven Do. Compared with the first civil strife, where the royal family fought against each other, the second civil strife was initiated by the local Grand Duke. The Grand Duke was entangled with the local powerful clan forces to attack Tiandu City, calling it the site of the Qing Emperor. The Shui family's royal family fled directly in embarrassment, and later gathered troops to barely maintain the country in Lingdu City. This was the later Douling Empire, and the rebellious Grand Duke occupied Tiandu City and established the Tianhun Empire. Logically speaking, this kind of empire was built by a group of powerful vassals who rebelled. The emperor was afraid that his subordinates would imitate his rebellion, so he should definitely cut down the vassals. But the Tianhun Empire was still the same as the Douling Empire, a hereditary system. Set. It is estimated that Emperor Tianhun was afraid that his subordinates would try to Qing Junqing again because of the reduction of vassal status. 10,000 years ago, the noting city where Tang San studied was a hereditary city lord, and Mr. Xiao was the young city lord. 1 year later, Wushan City was still a hereditary city lord, and Mr. Zhao was the young city lord. Douling Empire is also like a bird. Shuebei said, if this continues, the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Douling Empire will split again sooner or later. Seeing someone approaching to greet him, Shuebei put away his slander and announced his name. Shrek Monitoring Group, Shuebei. Master Shuet, please come with me. The servants led Shuebei onto the white cruise ship, The polished oak staircase was wide and gorgeous, with elegant grooves on the railings. Shuebe admired the floral decorations on the columns and bollards as he walked. When he came to the pilot room, Mr. Zhao was already ready to welcome him, and he greeted Shuebe eagerly. Shuebe also greeted Mr. Zhao at the same time, and observed Mr. Zhao at the same time. Mr. Zhao was dressed in a white dress, with a red silk tie, and a ring with a huge ruby on his hand. A very flamboyant person. This was Shuebe's first impression of Mr. Zhao. Master Shrek is here, so the problem of the evil soul master should be resolved. I also hope that Commissioner Shrek can find that evil soul master as soon as possible and bring him to justice. Mr. Zhao's face was full of smirks. It is our responsibility to eliminate the evil soul masters. Shuebe was not used to this smirk, and then looked around, as if looking for something. Master Zhao. Okay. Shuebe said seriously, I want to see your father's body. Mr. Zhao. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. There are bad guys in the city lord's mansion. Mr. Zhao's fake smile froze on his face. No matter how outrageous he was, he would never have thought that Shuebe would do this to him. Don't you, Commissioner Shuet, have any emotional intelligence and manners? When I came up, I asked others if they could see the body of their father. I'm not joking. Shuebe stared at Mr. Zhao with a serious face. When Mr. Zhao reported it to the Shrek monitoring team, he just said that the Lord Zhao was killed by the evil soul master, but Shuebe still hoped that it would be better to open the coffin for an autopsy. Shuebe was able to deduce the strength and moves of the evil soul master from the wound of the deceased, so as to intentionally guard against the methods of that evil soul master. The remains of our ancestors have just been buried. Mr. Zhao's face was stiff and he quickly changed the subject. Commissioner Shui should come in first. Shuebe didn't linger on this topic for long, and followed Mr. Zhao into the cabin. Judging by Mr. Zhao's reaction, it is estimated that Shuebe will not be given a chance for an autopsy. Even if Shuebe was not a member of the Shrek monitoring team, he might have been kicked out by Mr. Zhao. Please, Commissioner Shui. Mr. Zhao's cabin has a luxurious interior. Shuebe walked in and looked around curiously. Although Shuebe has entered the middle class of Douluo continent through his own efforts, compared with hereditary nobles like Mr. Zhao, he still belongs to the category of country bumpkin. The cabin has wide stained glass windows, black velvet curtains on both sides are soft and luxurious, there are 2 large leather chairs and a large mahogany writing desk. Commissioner Shui, would you like some wine? Mr. Zhao asked. Before Shuebe refused, Mr. Zhao had already asked his servants to make arrangements. A waiter in a thick snow-white tuxedo pushed a brass trolley into the cabin, and on a tray were 2 silver goblets and a crystal decanter. Soul Master. Shuebe frowned. He is very sensitive to the feeling of soul power, so when the waiter came in, Shuebe discovered that the servant pouring the wine was actually a soul master. Although the number of soul masters has increased a lot compared to 10,000 years ago, there are still not many soul masters in the entire Douluo continent. Soul masters are born with the ability to cultivate soul power. Compared with ordinary people who have nothing but no soul power, they are born with a higher platform. Would this kind of soul master be willing to give to the current people? Well, the master is still a noble from a noble family, so it is normal for a low-level soul master to serve as a subordinate to a high-level soul master. Otherwise, Zhang Nanan would not have almost sold herself to the Xianming family. Shuebe and Mr. Zhao sat in 2 leather chairs, and the waiter put the tray in the brass cart on the low table between them, and then took out a dagger with a shiny ivory handle. Commissioner Shui, Zhao Si is my personal attendant, and naturally he is also a first-ring soul master. Mr. Zhao said calmly. The bartender was originally called Zhao Si, a very happy name. Shuebe thought to himself. Zhao Si scraped off the wax seal, turned his wrist lightly, inserted the dagger into the cork, and pulled it out with a bang. The liquid slowly dripped into the silver cup. Commissioner Shui, please. Mr. Zhao said with a smile. Please. Shuebei politely picked up the silver goblet. Douluo mainlanders naturally like to talk at the wine table. Shuebei only took a few sips before returning to the issue of the evil soul master. But this time Mr. Zhao also answered every question and introduced a lot of situations. May I ask Mr. Zhao to explain the situation at that time again? Shuebei asked. Mr. Zhao nodded. I was on the cruise ship at the time, and I heard from my father's subordinates that my father was only handling official business in the city lord's mansion, and then he was attacked and killed by the evil soul master who sneaked in. Oh. Shuebei nodded. Handling business? I remember that the news I heard in the city was clearly that City Lord Zhao was having a party. Mr. Zhao continued, hearing father's screams, they went to his room to check, and when they entered the room and found father's body, the evil spirit master had already left. How much time has passed? Hey! Young Master Zhao asked in confusion. I mean, how long has it been since City Lord Zhao was killed and the body was found? Shuebei asked. Yet. Mr. Zhao fell into silence, and then he looked at Zhao Si. Shuebei. No. As the son of the deceased, have you not paid attention to your father? Want Zhao Si to answer? Can he answer it? Less than 3 minutes. Zhao Si actually answered it. Shuebei. Who is the son of City Lord Zhao? Shuebei pointed to the direction of Wushan City. From this perspective, it was bright and bright. Actually, I came here yesterday. Mr. Zhao took a sip from his wine glass and continued to listen to Shuebei's narration. I've also seen the City Lord's mansion in Wushan City. It's really well built. Unlike the government offices in some cities, in order to highlight the cleanliness of the officials, they deliberately didn't repair the government buildings. Ah! I can even see that the City Lord's mansion was once a military fortress. Military fortress? Mr. Zhao has lived here for so long, and he still doesn't know that his own City Lord's mansion has such a military function. As early as 10,000 years ago, Wushan City was built by the Barak Kingdom as a transportation hub on the Barak River. When the Wuhan Empire was destroyed, the original Wushan City was burned. Until the Second Tiandu Civil War, it only then was it clearly given the meaning of the military frontier. Shuebei talked a lot and knew the history of this city very well. And then? Mr. Zhao asked. He was a little drunk. Shuebei picked up the wine glass but didn't drink it, but shook it slightly, rippling the wine. In the following time, Wushan City became the front line of the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Doling Empire, and the 1,000-year struggle between the two countries centered on the Barak River. As a border city, Wushan City is a group of fortresses. Until the past few hundred years, the Heavenly Soul Empire firmly controlled both sides of the Barak River. Because of the need to develop land, the fortress group of Wushan City was gradually dismantled. Thanks to Mr. Xue from Shrek Academy for tutoring me a history lesson. Mr. Zhao was already a little impatient. So what? The City Lord's mansion is a remnant of the fortress group. The facilities and terrain inside have been designed. Only a few people can guard a large area. Is it possible for an outsider to complete the assassination and escape in 3 minutes? Outsiders are of course impossible. How can outsiders who are not familiar with the terrain of the City Lord's mansion complete the assassination and escape in 3 minutes? What's more, City Lord Zhao is still a strong soul emperor. Kill a soul emperor, and escape without a trace within 3 minutes. The soul emperor of the agility attack type is good at concealing breath. You mean that evil soul master is from inside the City Lord's mansion? Mr. Zhao slapped the table and stood up, angrily said to Zhao Si, go and check. If you find someone, hand him over to Commissioner Xue. If outsiders don't understand the internal structure of the City Lord's mansion, then naturally only the insiders will. Master Zhao, don't worry about it. Shuebei stopped the drunk Mr. Zhao, hoping that he would not be so impulsive. Don't worry, Commissioner Xue, I will definitely deal with this matter. Mr. Zhao announced again that he would thoroughly investigate the inner ghost, and then asked Zhao Si to send Shui Bei out. Commissioner Shui, please. Zhao Si wanted to help Shui Bei get off the boat, but Shui Bei politely refused. At this time, there was no trace of alcohol on Shui Bei's face, and he used his soul power to dispel the alcohol. Mr. Zhao Si, that evil soul master, do you think he is an inner ghost? Zhao Si smiled gently. Isn't it Commissioner Shui that you said there is an inner ghost? Although the internal structure of the City Lord's mansion is complicated, you can still know the root after spending time investigating. Shui Bei looked at Zhao Si with a smile. Why did Mr. Zhao immediately confirm that there was a mole? Did he even want to catch the person urgently? End of this chapter. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Captain Shuemojin North. Commissioner Shui, what are you suspecting? Zhao Si asked. I was just wondering, do you know how Mr. Zhao is doing in terms of Feng Ping? Do you have any enemies? Zhao Si was stunned for a moment, and then pointed to himself in disbelief. Commissioner Shui, are you asking me? Shui Bei nodded. Of course, you are Mr. Zhao's confidant, so you should know more about Mr. Zhao's affairs. But what is the relationship between young Master Zhao and City Lord Zhao? This is the death of City Lord Zhao, not Mr. Zhao. Zhao Si thought in his heart. Sorry, I don't know. Zhao Si said with certainty. Shui Bei did not stop at the question. Instead, he pointed to the tracker not far away and continued to ask Zhao Si, why does the tracker wear no clothes when he is stretching? Okay. Zhao Si didn't know how Shui Bei's brain circuit was long, so he had to explain. The tracker's clothes are soaked in sweat and salt, and the cables are worn out. It won't take a few days. And the tracker has to prevent diseases. Disease prevention. If you wear clothes, you will be on the shore for a while, and then you will be in the water for a while, and the clothes will dry on your body, and then dry, which is not only inconvenient, but also prone to rheumatism, arthritis, and other diseases, so it is better not to wear clothes. Zhao Si explained to Shui Bei in detail. Shui Bei looked at the group of trackers who had been dispersed. They gathered together and looked up at Mr. Zhao's cruise ship in disgrace. You are very familiar with the life of trackers. Zhao Si smiled shyly. I live here, so I should understand this. Then do you think Mr. Zhao is familiar with the life of the trackers? Do you know why they don't wear clothes? Shui Bei asked. Zhao Si didn't speak, he still looked cautious. Mr. Zhao must not be very clear about the daily life and productive labor of the tracker. Even if Mr. Zhao is clear, I am afraid he will not sympathize. Zhao Si knew this, but he couldn't say it. A slave cannot reproach a master. Anyway, Mr. Zhao is still Mr. Zhao, and Zhao Si is Zhao Si. Thank you Mr. Zhao for your hospitality. Shui Bei walked in the air towards the Barak River, and Zhao Si nodded and watched Shui Bei leave. Is he gone? Mr. Zhao walked out drunkenly and looked at Shui Bei's leaving figure. Let's go. Zhao Si said respectfully. Give him information and let him leave quickly. Mr. Zhao's eyes changed from being drunk for a moment to being cunning, and there was even some hostility in his eyes. It's better if the dog eats the dog? Ha 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 ha. The outskirts of Wushan. Shui Bei walked into a group of tombs, which were the tombs of the ancestors of the Zhao family. Qianrongxiu floated faintly beside Shui Bei, adding another ghostly aura to this eerie environment. Do you really want to do this? I think. But doing it here is dirty. It's okay, you can be on it, and I will move. Then, let's do it. Shui Bei took out a large metal shovel from the storage soul guide, and then aimed at the newly built cemetery below and shoveled down fiercely. Bam! The soil turned outwards, and with the blessing of soul power, Shui Bei shoveled directly onto the coffin of City Lord Zhao. Buried so shallow. Shui Bei estimated the thickness of the coffin, hoping that City Lord Zhao's body would not be damaged by the shovel. Maybe you shoveled too deep. Qianrongxiu said faintly like a ghost, perfectly blending into the atmosphere here. Do not. Shuebei waved his arm again and dug up the soil. Someone has touched the tomb of City Lord Zhao. It is reasonable for such a wealthy family to have a large tomb. How could it be possible to just dig a hole and bury it like ordinary people? Since it has been touched, is it useful to look at City Lord Zhao's body to deduce the cause of death? Qianrongxiu asked. Look first. Shuebei quickly dug up the grave, and the coffin of Jinshenmu was pulled by the soul force to reveal it. It's quite rich. A city lord can actually use this kind of coffin. Qianrongxiu's evaluation of the Zhao family's assets has reached a new level. Shuebei first folded his palms together and bowed in all directions, saying no wonder, and then pushed the coffin away with his soul power. Although this has no effect, Shuebei believes that life still needs a sense of ritual. Inside the coffin was a corpse, wearing gold and silver jewelry with a family crest embroidered with gold thread, and his complexion turned a dead blue, as if he had drunk too much chlorophyll. Death by poisoning. Qianrongxiu felt that Shuebei no longer needed to read on. This level of greenness cannot be explained by eating too much chlorophyll. Even the poisonous Douluo de Kobo didn't have this kind of green face back then, it was poisonous to the marrow. Master Zhao reported to Shrek Academy that he suffered severe chest injuries, but he did not provide any information about the poison. Shuebei opened City Lord Zhao's eyelids, revealing the whites of his eyes. Lamp. Miss Qianrongxiu rolled her eyes, rubbed Shuebei's dog's head with her hands, and snapped her fingers, and the light source illuminated the entire upper body of City Lord Zhao. It looks like poison ivy. Is it ghost-faced poison ivy? Qianrongxiu asked. Probably. My main direction of attack is not the plant-type martial spirit. Shuebei uncovered City Lord Zhao's clothes, and saw that there was indeed a trace of mending on his chest. Although he had cleaned it up, he could find that the bones inside were loose when he pressed it lightly with his hands. One-hit kill. It was spliced out of wood, and the original bones have been smashed. Apart from this big wound, City Lord Zhao had no other small wounds at all. Shuebei could already imagine the confrontation between City Lord Zhao and the Evil Soul Master. The Evil Soul Master of the Vine Martial Soul directly pierced City Lord Zhao's chest with sharp and thick branches, releasing the toxin in an instant. The poison is very powerful. What else? Qianrongxiu concluded for Shuebei. Shuebei put down his hand on his chest, and used his soul power to probe into the interior of City Lord Zhao. There is also the ability to absorb life force. Although City Lord Zhao looks green on the outside and is full of vitality, the inside is haggard, which is a sign of being forcibly deprived of vitality. The standard equipment for evil soul masters is to use the lives of others to cultivate themselves. Qianrongxiu said calmly. Shuebei helped City Lord Zhao tidy up his clothes, and helped him put the coffin on the coffin. I remember that City Lord Zhao is also a soul emperor, right? An evil soul master who can kill a soul emperor with one blow is a soul saint. The evil soul saint is different from the evil soul emperor. Originally, the evil soul master is stronger than ordinary soul masters. With the blessing of the martial soul avatar, the evil soul saint will only become stronger. Although Shuebei's angel sword Wuhan restrains the evil spirit master, it is not impossible for the ship to capsize under the Wuhan real body of the evil spirit sage. After all, City Lord Zhao, who was at the same level as Shuebei, died in the hands of the evil soul master in one move. Are you afraid? Evil soul saint, this is the first time I have met you. Shuebei unhurriedly buried the body of City Lord Zhao again. Let's go, we have to find the evil soul saint, otherwise when he goes crazy, he will harm many ordinary people. Over the years, City Lord Zhao has treated the residents of Wushan City as indistinguishable from evil soul masters for their great lack in virtue. Being killed by an evil soul master can only be called the evil person will be tortured by the evil person. But Shuebei didn't want the ordinary people to be hurt. They struggled to survive every day, and their lives were not going well, and in the end they were somehow killed by the evil soul master. Shuebei is not from a noble family, even though he is a Shrek teacher now. Shuebei still thinks that he is still a child of a tenant farmer, so Shuebei still considers the common people. Maybe it's called sympathy. Actually, it should be the Soul Emperor. Qianrongxiu still floated by Shuebei's side and followed him to leave the Zhao Cemetery. Soul Emperor. It's impossible for an evil soul master at the soul saint level to live peacefully for so many years. Qianrongxiu raised her eyes and said to Shuebei. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Baibei, I have an unknown premonition. Chapter 10 Baibei, there's an unknown premonition. Shuebei also turned to stare at Qianrongxiu. So, in the case of a sneak attack, it is indeed possible to kill someone of the same level with one hit. Okay. Evil soul masters are basically restless lunatics, and killing people is like drinking water to them. The higher the level, the greater the need for a person's vitality and soul. At the level of evil soul saint, do you think the Barak River Basin might be able to calm down for a few days? Qianrongxiu asked back. The Wuhan Palace started out 1 year ago by eradicating evil soul masters. Qian Daoliu and Qianrongxiu from the angel family both served as adjudicating elders. The responsibility of the ruling elders is to eliminate all people or forces that threaten the status of Wuhan Palace. Evil soul masters are among the groups that must be eradicated. Therefore, Qianrongxiu's suggestions are very useful as a reference. So, where is that poison ivy evil spirit master hiding now? Here it is. On the Barak River, Tangya leaned out half of the boat and waved. Come back! Come back! Baibei hurriedly pulled Tangya back from the edge of the boat while dancing with her hands. This is a fish unique to the Barak River. Tangya lost interest after being taken down by Baibala. Let's see it next time. Baibei wiped his forehead, wondering if teacher Xiaoa still has the potential to be a fisherman. The passenger ship had already sailed a considerable distance on the river. Baibei and Tangya were sitting at the stern of the ship near the canopy exit. This location is ventilated and well lit. As long as it doesn't rain, it is the best seat. This ship is a mixed bag of passengers and cargo. It is not like Mr. Zhao's cruise ship. It does not have high-end cabins and is acceptable for short trips. Long-distance voyages are very hard, but the price is low and the passengers are mostly ordinary people. It stands to reason that Baibei and Tangya, who are top students of Shrek Academy, shouldn't be on this kind of boat. But Baibei and Tangya followed Shuebei's advice and did not want to face the evil soul master head-on. So Baibei and the others left Wushan City in a hurry, and in a hurry, only this kind of boat could leave. After all, only soul master groups can afford ships with high-class cabins, and they usually either charter the ship or make an appointment. In such an urgent situation, it is definitely too late. Although Baibei's family belongs to an aristocratic family, he is well educated and has no problem sitting with ordinary people. Not to mention Tangya, she was so ambitious that she bought a big bag of snacks when she got on the boat: melon seeds, candied oranges, braised pork, roast chicken, etc. She just went to see the fish, so she was very generous. Baibei, this is delicious, you should try it too. Tangya couldn't be a fisherman, so she became a snack crusher. Mr. Xiaoa, I still don't want to eat now. Baibei shook his head and refused. His eating habits are 3 meals a day, and he rarely eats snacks. Besides, Baibei and Tangya traveled downstream from Wushan City, and they could reach their destination in less than half a day, so they didn't need to eat on the boat at all. Okay. Tangya ignored Baibei and started enjoying the snacks by herself. Baibei looked at Tangya helplessly, and was about to say something, but was interrupted by a dispute on the boat. Fuck you! Don't you know how to apologize for hitting my child? When Baibei turned his head, he saw Chongwei hitting Lefu, crossed out, and saw the two of them pushing and pulling and arguing. The middle-aged woman took her child and spit at a man. What happened? Before Baibei realized what was going on, Tanya had already rushed out to inquire about the gossip with a Baidu sound, and patted a young man on the shoulder. The young man who was called by Tanya was impatient at first, but when he turned his head and saw that Tanya was pretty and dressed better than ordinary people, his aura was a bit weaker. To become flattering. The child was hit by that man, and that woman wants the man to lose money. Bai Bei glanced at the child doesn't seem to be doing anything wrong, so why should he lose money? Isn't this considered blackmail? Hey! This is blackmail, said the young man. After Bai Bei and Tanya saw the woman calling out, several strong men also stood up and denounced the man for being unreasonable and demanded compensation. It turns out they are in the same group. Tanya whispered into Bai Bei's ear. The boatman didn't want to worry about this bad thing, so he yelled at the woman. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Go to the front, and you guys can get off the boat and fight. It's nothing to do with oneself, and the boatman still has to row the boat to make money. Tanya frowned. That middle-aged shrew was very eloquent, even %. She cursed the man with all kinds of country slang, and the child was still crying on the ground, which was annoying. Really? Tanya was about to step out to intervene. Teacher Xiaoa. Bai Bei stopped Tanya. It's useless to reason with this kind of person. Although Bai Bei is a child of a family, she is not completely divorced from the masses, and she has heard of the temperament of this middle-aged aunt. It is better to go up and reason with such arrogant and unreasonable people than to go to the evil spirit master and tell him to put down his butcher knife and become a Buddha immediately. Just when Bai Bei stopped Tanya, the scene that mixed various elements reached its peak at the same time, and the woman finally went up and scratched the man's face with her nails. Bai Bei stepped forward to stop the woman, hoping that this would not turn into a fight. It's not that Bai Bei is nosy, he is more thoughtful than Tanya, and he also pays attention to the children around the woman. Don't wait until the woman scratches the man's face, the man gets angry and hurts the child next to him. But at this moment, Bai Bei quickly took back the step she had just taken, and turned to protect Tanya behind her. Baby! Tanya still couldn't figure out the situation, she only saw that Bai Bei's tall body completely blocked her behind. Teacher Xiaoa, let's go! Representing the concentration of thunderous blue lightning, Bai Bei's right arm swelled rapidly, surrounded by blue light. 2 yellow and 1 purple blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirits had been released. What? After Bai Bei released his martial spirit, his gentle temperament instantly became fierce. He shouted loudly, "Walk! Evil Soul Master!" Only then did Tanya see that the man who had been touched not far away was already on a killing spree. Black and red vines emerged from the man's body, and 6 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 3 purple, were released. He raised his hand and strangled the woman's neck in an instant, and then impaled the woman alive with the vines to suck out the life force. Naturally, the child and the strong man did not escape the poisonous hands. Bai Bei could almost smell the strong smell of blood on the evil soul master's body. "I'm from Shrek Academy, my teacher is coming soon, stop if you don't want to die!" Bai Bei shouted. A group of eye-catching blue light suddenly lit up from between Bai Bei's eyebrows, and strips of blue-purple shocks burst out like little snakes and swam around his body. Shrek! The evil soul master's eyes flashed with a cold and evil light. And he turned to look at the noisy boat passengers. All the boat passengers who saw the light in his eyes lowered their heads in panic, and their whole bodies shivered. I don't know who took the lead. The passengers on the boat jumped into the water to escape like dumplings. In an instant, the birds and animals dispersed. Only Bai Bei, Tanya, and the evil spirit master were left on the boat. And the poor boatman. This boat is where the boatman eats. He can't go, and he can't go. I just received the news that Shrek was going to send someone to arrest me, but now I'm blocked, haha. The evil soul master sneered. Bai Bei and Tanya also understood that this guy was the evil soul emperor that teacher Shui wanted to catch. They didn't expect to be bumped into by them by such a coincidence. Tang Yi. Bai Bei. I really hope that next time, this kind of luck can be used in the right place. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 The Power of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 11 The Power of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. You. Just as Bai Bei wanted to reprimand the poison vine evil soul emperor, he saw a thick vine flung towards him. Drink! Bai Bei yelled, jumped up suddenly, and the thick right arm covered with scales went straight to the vine and pulled it down. The blue-purple lightning flashed on the dragon claw. Bam! Poison ivy and dragon claws collide. Bai Bei let out a muffled grunt and retreated violently, while the vines of the six-ring evil soul emperor were knocked sideways. Even so, Bai Bei's strength could not help but make poison ivy evil soul emperor look sideways. Who is that Bai Bei? The great-great-grandson of dragon god Douluo. All of Bai Bei's soul rings are sub-dragon soul beasts with the best configuration. The foundation of cultivation is supplemented by various herbs, and the battle is guided by the strong in Shrek's inner courtyard. Therefore, even a third-ringed soul master, Bai Bei, could defeat the six-ringed evil soul emperor's blow. And who is the poison ivy evil soul emperor? In addition to the ability to absorb life force strangely, his soul ring configuration is not as good as Bai Bei's. As a soul emperor, he does not even have a 10,000-year soul ring. The quality of his soul power is not as good as Bai Bei's, and his foundation is also not as good as Bai Bei's. That's why Bai Bei was able to repel the blow of the six-ring soul emperor with the strength of the three-ring soul master. This is the cruel rule of Douluo continent. Bloodline and martial spirit determine a person's starting point. A soul master with a strong bloodline and excellent martial soul can become a high-ranking aristocrat in a few generations of struggle, thereby monopolizing countless cultivation resources. Master Yu Xiaogong's so-called "there are no waste spirits, only waste soul masters" is wrong in itself. It was only that the world had always thought that Tang San was really the blue silver grass martial spirit, so they recognized Yu Xiaogong's conclusion. After all, even the descendants of the Tang clan thought Tang San was the blue silver grass martial spirit. Blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. No matter how ignorant poison ivy evil soul emperor is, he still knows that Bai Bei's martial soul is the powerful blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. 1 year ago, this kind of martial soul was known as the most powerful beast martial soul in the mainland. 1 year later, even if the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family disappeared into dust and smoke, it still has a great reputation. Poison ivy evil soul emperor stared at Bai Bei's right arm. Bai Bei's right arm grew thicker and thicker, covered with blue-purple scales. His hand turned into a claw, and every joint became extremely thick, and the blue-purple snake electricity hovering around his body continued to condense or fleeing. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, hovered over this special mutated arm. Legend has it that the soul master of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul starts from level, and every time he gets a soul ring, there will be an extra part on his body that is more similar to a dragon when using the martial soul. After reaching the 70th level, the blue lightning overlord dragon soul master can really transform into a dragon, bursting out with extremely terrifying power, and is known as the most terrifying attack-type soul master at the same level. Shrek's top student. Poison ivy evil soul emperor said so, not knowing whether his tone was contemptuous or mocking. Since you know that I am Shrek's man, why? Because I don't care. The poison ivy evil soul emperor raised his voice an octave higher, and waved his hand violently to stir up a strong wind. Dozens of poison vines shot out like long snakes, carrying corrosive black air. You are strong. You will definitely be better than me in the future. But you are still a soul master now. Hehe, don't you think you are too arrogant to kill me, the soul emperor, without the guidance of the master? The vines of the poison ivy evil soul emperor swooped towards Bai Bei like poisonous snakes, surrounded by bursts of black energy and evil energy. Facing the attack of the poison ivy evil soul emperor, Bai Bei's third soul ring lit up. While the purple soul ring was shining brightly, a deep roar suddenly exploded from Bai Bai's body, and a strong blue-purple electric light burst out from his whole body, and the scales on his right arm quickly spread to his body, covering his right chest as well. The breath of the whole person soared instantly. "I am Soul Lord, so what?" On Bai Bai's elegant face, there was a look of calm and prestige, and tiny scales grew out of the corners of his eyes, and the arrogance in his bones made him slightly lift his chin. "So what? I am Soul Lord. But it is the Soul Master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The third soul skill in the Millennium, Thunder Fury. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul was once known as the number 1 attack type animal martial soul, and this third soul skill, Thunder Fury, was also the best soul skill of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The so-called best soul skill is a soul skill that has the best effect and is most suitable for the current stage after the ancestors have continuously summed up the experience. For example, the White Tiger Vajra transformation of the White Tiger family, the White Tiger like Wangbo, and so on. Dragon god Douluo naturally knew the inheritance of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, so he also chose this Thunder Fury soul skill for Bai Bai. Thunder Fury is an auxiliary soul skill, which can instantly increase Bai Bai's soul power attack effect by more than 50.00%, and even double the lightning attribute. Although it is not a direct attack skill, it can elevate Bai Bai's state to an extremely powerful state. Even some strong 4-ring soul sects, if their martial spirit is weak, they are not Bai Bai's opponent. The Poison Ivy Evil Spirit Master did not show any signs of losing his temper to Bai Bai, and continued to use vines to block Bai Bai. This is the fearlessness of the ignorant who have not read the book. Even the Soul Emperor couldn't bear to accept the thunder fury of the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Soul Venerable. Countless fighting souls have told the Soul Masters this fact thousands of years ago. If Shuebei was here, he could even write an article based on the reaction of the Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor. Under the perspective of XX theory, the impact of the demise of the Wuhan Temple on the education of civilian Soul Masters. Thousands of years ago, Wuhan Palace cooperated with the two empires. Not only do the Wuhan Hall personnel awaken Wuhan to people in small villages, they even provide work-study students at the Soul Master Academy to rural children. Children can learn the basic knowledge of the Soul Master world in the Soul Master Academy. In any case, in a world dominated by aristocratic families, this can be regarded as a channel for class advancement. But after the defeat of the Wuhan Palace, the two empires did not take on the responsibility of awakening the Wuhan of the lower classes. If you are not even willing to awaken your martial soul, naturally there is no way for you to study at the Soul Master Academy. A stinking commoner still wants to study as a Soul Master, so the empires unanimously practiced the technique of fooling the people. Don't be a Soul Master, you can just be a consumable for us honestly. At that time, Shrek Academy was a veritable aristocratic academy with no real contacts. It was even more aristocratic than the royal academies of major empires. Still a common school beauty, all nobles. Then why can commoner soul masters like Zhang Nanan awaken their martial soul and read books? Because the Sun Moon Empire has come. Sad, the Douluo continent originally belonged to the Three Kingdoms, and elite soul masters from nobles and aristocratic families alone are not enough to bridge the gap in soul tools. Although the high-end combat power of Douluo, who originally belonged to the Three Kingdoms, was stronger than that of the Sun and Moon Empire, its cannon fodder was completely inferior to that of the Sun and Moon Empire. A unit of low-level soul masters who can use basic soul tools is completely different from a group of ordinary people who have not awakened martial souls. So the two empires resumed the policy of awakening martial spirits and receiving education for some civilians. Of course, when Shuebei said this, he might be a bit treacherous. As a person who originally belonged to the Three Kingdoms, how can I say that the Sun and Moon Empire is good? And history will not open up a new world line, if the Sun Moon Empire did not break the original Three Kingdoms. Can commoner soul masters be educated again? Thank you Xiu and Feng for the 200 rewards. Thank you for the 2 cute monthly tickets sent by Dabai. Thank you book friend 202305041722193335 for a monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Shuebe, GGG is the guardian of the Soul Palace. Chapter 12 Shuebe, GGG I am the protector of the Wu Soul Hall. No matter how Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor embodies the education of civilian soul masters 1 year later, at least for now, he has forgotten one very important thing. From just now the opponent he thought he had always been Baibei, the soul master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was weak but formidable. But Baibei is not the only soul master from Shrek Academy who is here at this moment. The blue grass spewed out, and the Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor suddenly felt his whole body tighten. The vines full of spikes had crazily wrapped around his body, whether it was his arms or his legs, they were all tightly wrapped around him. Obviously, this couldn't be the Poison Vine Evil Soul Emperor's own vines. Then, only spirit masters with the same plant spirit here can do this. Tangye controlled the blue-silver grass to tighten, and a large amount of paralyzing toxins were suddenly released. Simultaneously, the blue-silver grass vines that surged up wildly on the boat pushed the Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor's body upwards, causing his feet to leave the ground and lose his center of gravity. Tangye's first soul ring was the Mandala snake. Although the name of the soul skill was entanglement, it still contained a lot of Mandala snake's poison. This kind of toxin is negligible for the Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor who is also playing with poison. The blue-silver grass can only make his body stay for a moment, and then it melts into ice. But this little time is enough. Baibei's first and second yellow soul rings shone at the same time. Thick snake electricity burst out around Baibei's right arm in an instant, and then condensed into a thick thunder force and blasted towards Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor. Thunder Dragon Claw. Thunderous. It is the best soul skill of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. At this time, Baibei's originally elegant face turned into a ferocious one, with veins bulging on his forehead. With the addition of the fury of thunder, Baibei had already delivered the strongest blow he could do so far. The thunder seems to have turned into armor and spears on Baibei's body. The sound of the thunder is deafening. The blue-black shock wave destroys the boat. The bright blue color is mixed with thick black smoke. Black and blue merge together to form a wave. Gorgeous and cruel beauty. Fortunately, the boatman escaped a long time ago, the moment after Baibei and Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor fought. Otherwise, an ordinary person would definitely be wiped out under this level of soul skill confrontation. Babe. In the bursts of black mist, Tangye saw Baibei vomit blood and fly backwards, and Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor was also injured by this blow and flew out. The two parties stepped on the other boat, frightening the original boat passengers. Genius, a real genius. The Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor stabilized his figure, and he covered his left chest, where it was already scorched black, and a bright red beating heart could be vaguely seen. Pity. What's the use of genius? The gap between Soul Lord and Soul Emperor cannot be bridged by talent alone. The Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor just waved his hand slightly at the wound, and the thin black vines sutured the skin of the wound like the best surgeon. Baibei's pupils shrank in an instant. In his impression, no one could use the vine spirit like this, not even Tangye at level. Ordinary soul masters certainly can't. But this is an evil soul master. Tangye supported Baibei, watching in horror the Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor who had healed his wound in just a few breaths. You, don't come here. Tangye's voice trembled a little. Ha. Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor looked at Tangye's 2-century-old soul rings, with a perverted smile on his face. Even a 3-ringed soul master with a blue electric Tyrannosaur spirit can't stop him, let alone a 2-ringed soul master with a blue-silver grass spirit? I really thought that both the blue-silver grass and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex have a blue character, which means they are similar martial souls. Ha, you evil soul masters laugh so unorthodoxly I teach you to laugh. He laughed with a deeper voice, gradually overshadowing the voice of Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor. Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor couldn't help but shudder. He knows very well right now. The speaker was very close to him. Very close. Close enough to kill yourself. Who are you? Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor froze in place. He didn't even dare to turn his head, fearing that the moment he turned back he would be beheaded by the people behind him. Teacher Shuet! Bai Bei and Tangya shouted in surprise at the same time. There is another village where the willows are dark and the flowers are bright. With Shui Bei, the Soul Emperor powerhouse, they are not afraid of being killed by the Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor. GGG. I am the protector of the Soul Palace. Shui Bei showed his big white teeth and smiled harmlessly. Soul Palace. Before Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor could react, he saw Shui Bei raising his hand and punching him. To deal with this kind of evil soul master, don't talk about human rights, talk about putting down your weapons and surrendering, and beat them to death first. What is the Soul Palace? There was a bit of black energy rippling in front of the Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor. He thought that Shui Bei looked 20 years old and at most he was a soul sect, so he did not rush to defend. Soul Hall. As Shui Bei spoke, he released his angel sword Martial Soul, and 6 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, were released around the angel sword. That's it. The sacred angelic soul power was concentrated on Shui Bei's fist, and at the same time, a golden light shield grew out like a spider web centered on Shui Bei's fist. Angel Assault. The classic melee soul skill of the angel family, both offensive and defensive, uses holy energy to melt and suppress the soul power of the attacking target. But for evil soul masters, the effect is even stronger. When that punch hit the big net blocked by the vines of the Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor, it was like fire burning on butter, and the dense Poison Ivy net was melted in an instant. The Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor felt a strong light shining down in front of him, and then his eyes were so painful that tears flowed out, and the scalding and stinging pain of the burning face made him scream. Shui Bei was not surprised at all. If the enemy was an evil soul master, at the same level, almost every move of Shui Bei could cause huge damage to the opponent. Shui Evil Soul Master Damage Output Professional Bei. The Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor took a step back in pain, and then fled, with black poison ivy stretching out from his body towards the shore. What is a Shrek Academy teacher who becomes a Soul Emperor at the age of 20? You Shrek is your Lord Shrek after all. Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor finally saw the power of people from Shrek Academy this time, and was even psychologically affected by Shui Bei's angel soul power. Escape what? Shui Bei swung out the angel sword, and a golden sacred fire burned from the hilt of the angel sword to the tip of the sword. Afterwards, the sword chi hit Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor's body without breaking his limbs. Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor first felt that his soul power would be greatly melted, and then the fear and pain came from the depths of his soul. Snapped. Water splashed, and Poison Ivy fell straight into the Barak River. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Shui Bei jumped into the water and grabbed Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor in the rolled-up sand. Come out with me. The Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor was grabbed by Shui Bei and pulled to the shore like a drowned rat, and then trampled under his feet. Teacher Shuet. Bai Bei was supported by Tang Yue, and they also rode over at this time. You are so lucky. Shui Bei glanced at the seriously injured Bai Bei, and lost an angelic soul power to help him stabilize his injury. Bai Bei. Tang Yue. This kind of luck is not worth mentioning. After treating Bai Bei's injury, Shui Bei stepped on the face of Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor again, and rubbed his skin with the sole of his shoe. What grievances do you have with City Lord Zhao? Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor spat out a few fleshy teeth from his mouth, and his bloody lips moved. What? Shui Bei pierced Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor's palm again with the angel sword, and turned slowly. I advise you, think clearly and speak clearly. Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor let out a gurgling sound of blood bubbling from his throat. His throat and windpipe were blocked with his own blood. Shuebei. Shuebei grabbed Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor and slapped him on the back, causing the blood blocked by him to spit out. I just killed him. If I want to kill him, I will kill him. How can there be any grudges? Very good, very much in line with Shuebei's imagination of evil soul masters. There are two doubts. The first. If it's just that you suddenly have murderous intentions, then may I ask how did you break through the layers of barriers in the City Lord's mansion? Shuebei had investigated the City Lord's mansion in Wushan City on the spot. If there was no internal response or after a long investigation, it would be difficult to escape from it. Second, why did you run away? Escape. Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor's pupils shrank slightly. I didn't know where you were at first. Shuebei said. Wushan City is the economic hub of the Barak River. You can go upstream or downstream from here. How can I tell where you are? Unless someone provided my location. Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor suddenly realized this. Shuebei came out of Zhao's cemetery, and then started his journey to find the Evil Soul Master. Qianrongxiu floated next to Shuebei. Where do you think that Evil Soul Master will go? I'm afraid they are still in Wushan City. Shuebei went through the characteristics of the Evil Soul Master in his mind. An Evil Soul Master who has been lurking in the Barak River for more than 10 years. I am afraid that he has already established his own power and base here in Wushan City. Base? Forest. Qianrongxiu crossed her arms and said, Evil Soul Masters of Plant Spirits are also Spirit Masters of Plant Spirits. Generally speaking, they like to be in the forest. Is there any big forest around Wushan City? Shuebei asked. No. Shuebei. Qianrongxiu rolled her eyes. Are you the commissioner of the Shrek Inspection Team, or am I the commissioner of the Shrek Inspection Team? Think for yourself. Shuebei quickened his pace and went back to the City Lord's mansion in Wushan City to look for clues. However, what he did not expect was that Zhao Si had already been waiting for Shuebei at the City Lord's mansion. Why did you come to me directly? Young Master has already ordered me to wait for you here. Zhao Si smiled gently. Young Master, I want to remind Commissioner Shui of one thing. After our investigation, the Evil Soul Master is about to escape from Wushan City. Escape? A trace of doubt flashed in Shuebei's heart. If I were an Evil Soul Master and had been operating by the Barak River for more than 10 years, would I give up my base so easily and go to another strange city? Maybe it's the 3 caves of the Cunning Rabbit. Qianrongxiu reminded Shuebei in the Sea of Spirit. You think he only operates in Wushan City? Maybe he has a base in every city along the Barak River. That's true. Shuebei turned to look at Zhao Si, then where did he escape? On the boat. Zhao Si told Shuebei the characteristics of the boat where the Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor was sitting and the boatman. Also, according to our information. Zhao Si thought for a while and seemed to be embarrassed. It seems that 2 Shrek students are also on that boat. Shrek student. Shuebei's first reaction was Bei Bei and Tang Yi. Wouldn't it be so coincidental? I've actually always wanted to ask. It's okay if 2 Shrek students are found, after all, Shrek students won't hide their identities. But you, as an Evil Soul Master. An Evil Soul Master that everyone shouts to beat the sky and hate the gods, an Evil Soul Master who has been hiding by the Barak River for more than 10 years. How could your whereabouts be grasped by the City Lord's mansion so easily? Shuebei lowered his head slowly, looked at Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor, and asked, I said, you guy, you must be the white glove of the City Lord's mansion. As everyone knows, the officials and aristocrats of the 4 major empires of the Douluo continent, one counts as one, all have a dark side, and there is no possibility of being spared. Then, most of the local Evil Soul Masters or bandits were privately recruited by the nobles and became private armies or dead soldiers, helping the nobles to do some dirty work that was inconvenient and related to their noble status. Assassination, poisoning, assault and more. Among them, the most famous and most hidden in the industry is the Holy Spirit sect, which is highly valued by Su Tianran, the crown prince of the Sun Moon Empire. In this case, it's nothing for Mr. Zhao to raise an evil soul master. That bastard surnamed Zhao lied to me. Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor was furious when he heard Shuebei's description, and then looked at Shuebei viciously. You didn't kill me, but you kept my life, and you told me so much. It's not just a simple arrest. I'll go back to work. Of course not. Shuebei clapped his hands, and slapped Poison Ivy Zihun Emperor again, sealing his soul power and martial soul. It's abhorrent for an evil soul master to kill the city lord of the Heavenly Soul Empire, but it's even more abominable if the city lord's mansion raises an evil soul master secretly. Shuebei lifted the Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor, and walked to the shore with Bai Bei and Tang Yue. You'd better confront Mr. Zhao face to face. It's the city lord that Mr. Zhao asked me to kill. The Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor said suddenly. He was carried by Shuebei, knocked in the mud and dragged all the way. I had an encounter with City Lord Zhao more than 10 years ago. For the safety of his own city, he acquiesced in my behavior of sucking life force, and even prepared some vagrants for me every year. Good fellow, the Lord Zhao may not make an offering to the Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire once a year. Shuebei said sarcastically. But in the past few years, he has started to think carefully, probably because his cultivation base is almost reaching Soul Sage. Poison Ivy Zihun Emperor continued. So you decided to strike first? Shuebei asked. Yes. The expression on Poison Ivy's Evil Soul Emperor's face suddenly turned into a trace of relief. Who knows, his good son will also kill him. Shuebei. Where have you seen such filial behavior from father to son? Master Zhao provided the root in his father's daily habits, so that I understand that at that time of day, City Lord Zhao will have a party in his City Lord's mansion. At the same time, he also drew a big cake for me, saying that when he succeeded as the City Lord, he would provide me with blood food, so I went to kill the City Lord Zhao. Shuebei patted Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor's face. So, wait for you to testify well, and I will help you pull Mr. Zhao off the horse, and this will be regarded as revenge for you. Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor raised his head without any panic. Even if I testify, do you think you can touch him? Mr. Zhao wants to get off the crime, that is to punish himself with 2 cups. What? Shuebei's smile froze on his face. Could it be that you are laughing at Shrek's reputation? What you said is nothing more than pulling the tiger's skin to pull the banner. Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor coldly snorted. The status of Shrek Academy is supernatural, but Yu Danti, however, he is a small member of them, and his background is not comparable to others. Ha ha ha. Shuebeikin laughed twice. You'd better tell me who Mr. Zhao's background is? I don't believe his background is deeper than my students. Shuebei pointed at Bai Bei, and Bai Bei also cooperated with Shuebei to raise her head and chest up. He is. The Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor suddenly had an ominous premonition, thinking of Bai Bei's martial soul, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. The master of Shrek's Poseidon Pavilion, one of the black and white holy dragons, the great-great-grandson of dragon god Douluo Muen. Shuebei hadn't finished speaking when Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. The last sentence he left was, I hate people like you Shrek who play with the background the most. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Young Master Gu Greetings to you. Chapter 14 Eternal Young Master Greetings to you Barak River, on a cruise ship. Mr. Zhao gently tapped the mahogany table with his knuckles, and then asked Zhao Si to bring back a bottle of wine. Have you made contact? Zhao Si nodded. Lord Li will send someone to solve this matter soon. Mr. Zhao proudly took the wine, opened the bottle, took a deep breath, exuding a breath of intoxication, and stuck out his tongue to lick the mouth of the bottle. Right. There is no such thing as raising evil soul masters in captivity in the city lord's mansion. Only the evil soul master assassinated the city lord. My lord, Commissioner Xue from Shrek Academy seems to have captured Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor. Zhao Si reminded. Even the Soul Emperor can't kill him? I'm still expecting a dog to bite a dog. A false smile appeared on Mr. Zhao's face. Forget it, as long as he kills that evil soul master. Commissioner Xue, it seems that he did not choose to kill Poison Ivy. He wants to bring Poison Ivy to confront the young master. Confrontation? Confrontation of what? Mr. Zhao asked. Zhao Si was silent. Don't you know what kind of young master you're going to confront? He wants to use this matter to bring me down. Mr. Zhao came to his senses and yelled with the smell of alcohol, why did the surname Xue pull me down? Does it do him any good? Zhao Si. Guess what, do you take Commissioner Xue for a fool? Are people that good-tempered? Mr. Zhao panted heavily, and after blowing out a bottle of wine, he said to Zhao Si, book a banquet for me, please come over. Master Zhao invites me to dinner. On Xue Bei's left were Tangya and Bei Bei, and on his right was the imprisoned Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor. In front of Xue Bei was Mr. Zhao's tool man Zhao Si. Yes. Zhao Si said with a smile. Okay, I'll take them to dinner too. Do not. Zhao Si smiled and stretched out his hand to stop Xue Bei. My lord just said, I only hope Commissioner Xue can eat alone. He, what's the matter? Mr. Zhao still wants to kill me in Wushan City. Xue Bei also smiled. What Mr. Zhao did is almost writing Hungmen banquet on his face. Zhao Si shook his head and smiled gently, why does Commissioner Xue think so? Xue Bei couldn't help laughing and said, I don't want to gamble on the lower limit of a son who makes the evil soul master kill his father. Teacher Xue, don't worry, we will watch him. Tangya bravely stood up at this time, slapped her chest, I will definitely not let this evil soul master escape. Xue Bei. Do you know, now you, Tangya, are like an old general on the stage, the back is full of flags. Then, I choose not to go. Xue Bei replied to Zhao Si, does it mean we just go when he asks me to go? I have no face. Zhao Si. He never expected that Xue Bei's reason for rejection would be so childish. Or, in this situation of distrust between both parties, Xue Bei's childish refusal reason seemed to complement the situation. How about it? Xue Bei frowned, raised the corners of his eyes, and looked at Zhao Si with a smile on his face, either you can't make the job, or we all go together. Zhao Si. You are really giving me a hard time. At the banquet Mr. Zhao had already sat in the guest seat, waiting for Xue Bei's arrival. At this time, Mr. Zhao was dressed the same as when they first met, wearing a white dress, a red silk tie, and a ring with a huge ruby on his hand. Young master, Commissioner Xue is here. Zhao Si knocked on the door and reported. Mr. Zhao adjusted his clothes and put on a false smile. Commissioner Xue. Just like the first time, Mr. Zhao's smirk froze on his face again. He saw Tangya poking her head out from behind Xue Bei, Bei Bei indifferently controlling Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor, and Zhao Si standing there awkwardly. Mr. Zhao. Xue Bei also smiled at Mr. Zhao, but this smile was very real. Oh, what a coincidence. Finished. Xue Bei kindly pulled Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor, and dragged him to young Master Zhao. Come and see, is it your master? Mr. Zhao and Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor both looked at him angrily. How could I have an affair with an evil soul master? I have a cooperative relationship with him, why is he my master? The whole place was silent. Xue Bei nodded with satisfaction, then clapped his hands and applauded, look, doesn't the truth of this matter come out? You lied to me. Mr. Zhao couldn't hold back anymore, what the hell is his nobleman smirking, fuck him, now he just wants to vent his anger. Young Master Zhao released his martial soul in a panic, and shot directly at Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor. Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor. Damn it, it was the people from the Shrek supervisory group who made you angry. Why didn't you kill Shuebei instead of killing me, bullying me? Is your soul power sealed now? Because Mr. Zhao just has a bad temper, not a bad mind. Killing Shuebei directly is tantamount to going to war with Shrek Academy. Unless Mr. Zhao is thinking of defecting to the Sun Moon Empire, it is impossible to do such a thing. Of course, killing Shuebei by others is another matter. And killing the Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor can directly destroy the evidence of his personal cooperation with the Evil Soul Master. In other words, even if Shuebei testifies that Mr. Zhao secretly communicated with the Evil Soul Master. So what? Finding a relationship by myself is just a trip to Tiandu City. After the limelight, he is another city lord. What are you doing? Bai Bei turned pale in shock. Seeing young Master Zhao unleash his martial soul to violently kill people, she subconsciously pulled Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor to her side. Careful! Shuebei and Tangya came to their senses at the same time and stopped in front of Bai Bei. Bai Bei was already injured. If Mr. Zhao hurts her again, that would be a big deal. Let him come. The Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor broke free from Bai Bei, and rushed straight towards Mr. Zhao's palm. Then, just like a coincidence, Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor bumped into Mr. Zhao's soul skill, but Mr. Zhao fell first. You want to fight against the body of a Soul Emperor with just your soul skills? Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor sneered. Master. Zhao Si supported young Master Zhao, but when Shuebei came to check on young Master Zhao, he was found dead with a pale face. Died. Shuebei was speechless for a while. He really didn't expect that as a person who attacked and sneaked, he would be killed instead. This greenish color is exactly the same as the toxin of Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor. Mr. He's dead too. Shuebei. Qianrongxiu quietly climbed onto Shuebei's shoulder, and said to him, "Pay attention, that man. His name is Xiao Huai." Shuebeikin stood there, looking at the messy scene out of an unknown state of mind, and started playing tricks. I mean, Zhao Si has a problem. Qianrongxiu said. Shuebei followed Qianrongxiu's finger and looked over. Zhao Sichuan was supporting Mr. Zhao's body on his body, his face was full of tears. He also noticed that Shuebei was staring at him, so he got up and walked over. Commissioner Shuet. I hope you will give me time to clean up the son's body. Then Mr. Zhao's collusion with the Evil Soul Master. Commissioner Shuet. Zhao Si looked sad. Young Master is dead. What else do you want to judge? Judge what? I am not the Lord of Hades, the sins of the world must be counted and judged one by one. Even say if it wasn't for his unwillingness to be fooled and insisted on bringing Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor and Mr. Zhao face to face, maybe neither of them would die now. Shuebei was speechless, and then pointed at the body of the Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor. Then I'll take this to hand over. Zhao Si nodded. Bei Bei and Tangya helped Shuebei collect the body of Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor. Shuebei just wanted to leave, but was stopped by Zhao Si. What? It's okay, thank you Commissioner Shuet. Oh. And also. Okay. Young Master Qiang will handle this matter properly. Zhao Si raised his head gently, the smile on his face made Shuebei shudder. Wushan City. It will be taken over by us. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, How the Blue-Silver Grass Becomes Stronger. Chapter 15, How the Blue-Silver Grass Becomes Stronger ended. At dawn, the cruise ship that symbolized the power of the Zhao family also burned to the end. Wisps of black smoke rose from the ship, and the burning flames burned the bodies of Mr. Zhao and the Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor. Externally, Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor and Mr. Zhao died together. This is true, but not quite. For example, the conspiracy between Mr. Zhao and the Evil Soul Master to kill his father was completely covered up. From now on, this pearl by the Barak River will be taken over by Qianggu Kanglin, the young master of the Qianggu family. Let's go, let's help you hunt the soul. Shui Bei patted his butt and looked at Bei Bei and Tangya, who seemed to be scorched by the fire. In fact, these two people just didn't react. They were obviously seeking justice from Mr. Zhao before, so why did they end up with both of them dead now? Teacher Shui. Bai Bei looked at Shui Bei with a complicated expression. Then this matter. This is the end. The evil soul master and the young city master of Wushan City died together. Shui Bei ignored Bai Bei's dissatisfaction and just firmly pointed south with his right hand. Right now target. Stardo Great Forest. Stardo Great Forest. This is one of the most famous soul beast settlements in the Douluo continent. Its area is almost equal to half of the Heavenly Soul Empire. It is a huge primeval forest. According to Shrek Academy's years of research and division, the Stardo Great Forest area was divided into Marginal Zone, Outer Circle, Mixed Circle, Core Circle, and Place of Great Evil. This is also a recognized geographical division in mainland China. The closer to the center of the forest, the stronger the spirit beast. The most ferocious land at the core is home to 5 ferocious beasts. Among them, the most powerful ferocious beast, the beast god Dishan, has 89 years of cultivation and is the top being on the Douluo continent. After half a day's boat ride down the river, Shui Bei, Bei Bei, and Tangya finally arrived at the Stardo Forest from Wushan City. No one can tell how many years the Star Forest has existed in the Douluo continent, but after walking into the forest, the denseness that covers the sky and the sun is enough to tell people how long it is. What a wonderful forest! Every breath you take is fresh air. Shui Bei took a breath and felt happy. Really, I feel that my cultivation speed is about to speed up. Tangya also took a breath, indulging in the nature. Of course, a martial spirit mimicry environment suitable for soul masters will have a very good auxiliary effect on soul masters' cultivation. Bai Bei reached out to catch a falling leaf. The Wuhan mimicry environment is also known as the training ground for soul masters with various attributes to imitate themselves. This is a concept that existed 1 year ago. The so-called mimic training ground refers to allowing soul masters to cultivate their own martial souls in an environment that is most suitable for them. For example, in forests or places with many plants, plants like Tanjalanyanko are suitable for Wuhan cultivation. The specific auxiliary effect is closely related to the soul master's own martial soul. In general, the stronger the spirit itself is and the greater its potential, the more benefits it will gain from practicing in a mimicry environment. Shui Bei stretched and looked particularly relaxed. Although he dare not say that the Stardo Forest is his home and he can walk and play wherever he wants, but in the fringe areas and outer circles, his soul emperor cultivation is completely sufficient. Unless Shui Bei was like Tang San, who was unlucky enough to meet the little monkey looking for his sister's titan ape directly in the outer circle. Have you figured out what soul beast to find for the 3rd soul ring? Shui Bei took out the boiled water and sipped it. Let's continue to be a poison-attributed soul beast. Tangya said, if Lan Yinko wants to take the route of a control-type fighting soul master, it can only increase its poison and toughness. Shui Bei just nodded and said, yes. Tang San and his teacher Yu Xiaogang also thought this way. Tang San's early choice of spirit rings focused on 2 aspects, the first being tenacity and the other being poison, in order to achieve the goal of becoming a control spirit master. The control-type soul masters rely on their martial souls to restrict their opponents and achieve the purpose of assisting or attacking. Only. This is a concept from 1 year ago. Now that there is a soul guide, a soul master of the auxiliary system of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda can use a large caliber soul guide to blast people to death. The best way of thinking for the blue silver grass soul master should be to embark on the path of combining soul tools. It seems that Tang Ye's soul teacher thinking still hasn't turned around. By the way, Teacher Shui, Tang Ye suddenly asked, do you have any good ways to improve the strength of the blue silver grass martial soul? Shui Bei looked at Tang Ye, not understanding what she meant. That is to say, how can a blue-silver grass martial spirit like mine become stronger? Tanya kept looking at Bai Bei from the corner of her eye. During the incident of the Barak River Poison Ivy Evil Soul Emperor, Tanya felt guilty about her inability to fight against the enemy. How can such a weak blue-silver grass soul master be worthy of the titled Douluo's posture? Bai Bei in the future, Bai Bei also spoke at this time. Thousands of years ago, the Tang San ancestor of the Tang sect forged the glory of the Tang sect by virtue of the blue-silver grass martial spirit. Later, he became a god and passed away, but did not leave any descendants in the Tang sect. To commemorate him, the Tang sect, when the descendants chose the master of the sect, they persistently honored the blue-silver grass, and also focused on cultivating soul masters with the blue-silver grass martial soul. Ha 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 ha! Qian Rongxue burst into laughter in Shui Bei's sea of spirit. It was a complete ridicule. Tang San. In order to maintain your blue-silver grass cultivation to become a god, the low-level person counterattacks the human design. You didn't tell your sect that you are actually the blue-silver emperor martial soul, so much so that those filial sons and grandsons of the Tang sect have chosen the person with the blue-silver grass Wuhan to be their suzerain from generation to generation. Ha ha ha! No wonder the Tang sect disappeared. Of this generation, it turns out it was rotten from above. The demise of Tangmen. The reason is that those in power in the Tang sect didn't know how to keep pace with the development of soul guides, and instead kept on handicap. This is the root cause of their demise. A titled Douluo is powerless to stop the innovation brought about by technology, and the wheel of history rolls forward, and no one can stop it. Shui Bei also responded to Qian Rongxue in the Sea of Spirits. Qian Rongxue smiled disdainfully. She once became a god. She looked down on the technology of soul tools at all. Is there any 9th-level soul tool in the world that can kill gods? No matter how well the technology is developed, it is not as powerful as Wuhan becoming a god. You will laugh at me for not knowing soul tools, but I will laugh at you for not knowing soul masters. Qian Rongxue said, if the Tang sect has a titled Douluo sect leader, with the strength of the titled Douluo, how difficult is it to have a stable family business in the Tianhun Empire? As for losing even the sect's hometown in Tiandu City yet. Shui Bei. Although this topic could not be debated for several days, Shui Bei just wanted to summarize Tang San. You have done all kinds of bad things. Bai Bei didn't know that Shui Bei and Qian Rongxue had started private chat and continued to look at Tanya with a pity expression. Unfortunately, it turns out that not everyone in the blue-silver grass can exert its powerful power. Ever since the legendary power left in the Tang sect, there has been no strong man with the blue-silver grass martial spirit who can stand tall. It's at its peak in mainland China. But this tradition has continued and no one can change it. Tanya is not Bai Bei, a blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master. Although the first word is blue, the blue-silver grass martial spirit almost destined that Tanya will have a hard time reaching Soul Saint in the future. And no matter how enlightened dragon god Douluo Muan is, he will not let his great-great-grandson marry a blue-silver grass soul master. Bai Bei also liked Tanya very much, and she didn't want to be separated from Tanya because of such things as strength and talent. Xiao's blue-silver grass Wuhan talent is already very good, but it's still lagging behind her peers in the academy. At last Bai Bei could only say this sentence dryly. Tanya didn't know when she became less heartless. She quietly held Bai Bei's hand. Bai Bei looked at Tanya, but Tanya just looked at him and said nothing. Don't worry, I will work hard. No matter how much you practice, you can't change it. Shui Bei replied calmly. In a world of pure blood theory like Douluo continent, the difference between the blue-silver emperor martial soul and the blue-silver grass martial soul is greater than the difference between a human and a dog. Tanya. Bai Bei. But. Teacher Shui, you don't need to be so direct. But I have a way to change this. Although I can't say that you have the kind of talent that can turn you into Tang San, but there is still no problem in letting you enter the Contra realm. What? Tangya and Bei were shocked at the same time. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 The Serious Academic Shui. Chapter 16 The Serious Academic Shui. Do you know what the talent of a soul master is related to? Shui took out sheets of manuscript paper, on which words were densely written in beautiful lowercase letters. Do not know. Tangya suddenly felt dizzy, and a ridiculous idea came to her head. Mr. Shui is a well-known theoretical teacher of martial soul research. He probably wants to teach himself and Bei in the Stardo Forest, right? Don't be too ridiculous. Then Shui really started class. The most important talent of a soul master, I subdivide him into martial soul grade, root bone, and comprehension. The martial soul level determines the future of a soul master. Except for a very small number of people who can evolve their martial soul or awaken their martial soul for the second time, most people cannot actually change their martial soul level in their lifetime. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex has a blue character than the blue silver grass, but the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex is stronger than the blue silver grass. This is the truth. In a sense, the rank of martial soul is your cultivation aptitude. And the root bone determines the starting point of the soul master. Here is the data you can look at. Bei and Tangya took the manuscript paper, on which were the physical fitness and innate soul power data of children from a noble fief in the heavenly soul empire. Over a period of more than 3 years, the data of more than 1,000 children of the same age were recorded. This data. Babe speechless. Is the heavenly soul empire so kind-hearted now, also free for school-age children to record and awaken their martial arts? This is the data provided by the fief of your senior family. Shui explained, it is not the official data of the heavenly soul empire. Bei returned to normal. In other words, it is better to rely on the evil soul masters to uphold justice than to rely on the heavenly soul empire to collect data on school-age children. 1,000 children were divided into 3 groups, and they lived together in basically the same environment. They had basic farm work and were provided with mandatory reading and literacy. The only variable was the food provided. The food is different. 300 of them are provided with a small amount of soul beast meat in addition to basic meat every month, 300 are only provided with ordinary meat, and 300 are only responsible for food, and the last 100 are not responsible for anything but responsible for awakening the martial soul at the age of 6, Shui said. Soul beast meat can help in cultivation. Bei, the second generation, knew the efficacy of soul beast meat. Among other things, in the cafeteria of Shrek Academy, there are many dishes made of soul beast meat. Very expensive. But it is good for cultivation. The final data obtained are: of those who ate soul beast meat, only 3 had no soul power. Those who eat meat, only 50 people have soul power. There are a total of 400 people who care about their fullness and those who don't care about anything, and only 20 people have soul power to practice. Soul beast meat does have the effect of improving the physical fitness of a soul master. In a narrow sense, it can also refer to physical fitness. Then this is not just proof. Bei looked at Shui in shock. Right. This experiment officially proves that the root bone determines the starting point of the soul master. At least it determines the soul master's innate soul power. Shui put away the manuscript paper, quite complacent. Scholars proposed this concept 1 year ago. It was only 1 year later that I supported this theory with specific experiments. Shui raised his head proudly. The experiment he did will be recorded in the annals of martial arts research. It must be a metaphor, just like the eerie survey done by Lazarsfeld in communication studies, which must be mentioned in future communication studies textbooks. Haha. Bei laughed dryly. Leaving aside the awakening of the martial soul, just feeding 300 children with spirit beast meat for 3 years. This is a huge sum of money for the aristocratic family. Which fool would do such a thing? That nobleman seems to be surnamed Wu. Bei thought of the aristocratic fief where the experiment was conducted, and the aristocratic senior seemed to be surnamed Wu. Mr. That's life. Shuebei said flatly, the children who eat soul beast meat are randomly selected, which is very fair. If you are not selected, and you cannot cultivate without soul power, that is fate. But Teacher Shui, aren't you using them for experiments? Tangya suddenly asked a sharp question. This disgusted Shuebei. Without me doing this experiment, do you think they would have soul beast meat to eat? It's not even certain whether there is food to eat. How many of those 1,000 children do you expect to be able to practice? Shuebei couldn't hide the look in Tang Ye's eyes disappointment. Shuebei is not a saint, and he has never pursued fairness and justice pathologically. All he wants is achievements to prove his success, and what he believes in is also the law of the jungle. Do this experiment. Shuebei admitted that if he worked harder he has the ability to feed all the children soul beast meat, which may allow most of them to have soul power to cultivate. Then, Shuebei wanted to ask, where can you find your experimental control group? At least Teacher Shui gave most of the children a full meal. Bai Bei held Tanja back and shook her head. He has some difficult words to say. Teacher Xiaoa is a little too generous with other people's generosity. How much does it cost to feed 1,000 children for 3 years? How much is the soul beast meat for 3 years? Teacher Xiaoa, if you want fairness, you can spend your own money to provide the soul beast meat, but you should not ask Teacher Shui to provide it. Through this research experiment, I formally confirmed the conclusion that the root bone determines the soul master's innate soul power. Shuebei looked sideways at Tangya and said, the topic returns to your talent. Although I can't make your spirit level reach Tang San's level, I can make your talent go further. Any solution? Bai Bei pricked up his ears to listen, looking much more anxious than Tangya. Teacher Xiaoa is always careless, so she still has to keep an eye on this kind of human accident for her. There is no way to change the rank of the martial soul, and the understanding is too idealistic, so we can only start from the root. Shuebei said. But it's too late to eat soul beast meat now. Tangya said. I'm referring to using the 10-year-old blue-silver emperor's soul ring and soul bone, or the same level of heaven, material, and earth treasures to improve your current root bone level. Shuebei looked at Tangya like a fool, and before she could speak, he continued, don't question my source of information, and don't question whether I have the ability to help you obtain these cultivation resources. I told you so, and I can definitely do it. Tangya. The soul ring and soul bone of the 10-year-old blue-silver grass, does this kind of soul beast really exist on Douluo continent? Then what's the price? Bai Bei still sees clearly. How can there be help for no reason in this world, even if Shuebei is philanthropic, even if Shuebei is a teacher at Shrek Academy? Show me the Tang sect's unique skills. Shuebei said with a smile. Tangya. Bai Bei. Teacher Shui, you really dare to open your mouth. The Tang sect has been in decline for so long, and a single piece of unique knowledge has not been spread. Guess why, Mr. If you save people and lose land, all people and land will survive. If you save land and lose people, all people and land will be lost. Shuebei waved his hand casually. Anyway, that's all I said, you can just think it over yourself. Tangya was silent. Shuebei's words are not difficult to understand. The Tang sect is about to perish now, and there are only her and Bai Bei in the entire section. Bai Bei was recruited by her. The decline of the Tang clan, the soul guide, must be one of the reasons, but if my talent were better, can become a title. Do not, it even only needs to be a contra. Like that. The Iron Blood sect also had no ability to occupy the Tang clan's ancestral land. But, will the secrets of the Tang sect that Tang San's ancestors worked so hard to create be leaked to my generation? Tangya raised her head and looked at Shuebei firmly in her bright eyes. Teacher Shui, Be careful. Shuebei interrupted Tangya's words, and the angelic sword martial soul possessed him instantly, and with the sword in his right hand, he swung a sword energy towards the dense jungle. Bai Bei's expression changed, and she suddenly raised her right hand, making a false grasping motion towards Tang Yue. Tang Yue swallowed the rest of the words, tapped her toes lightly on the ground, her body floated up, as if she was weightless and was pulled by the suction force from Bai Bei's hand and flew over. Tang Sek's unique skill, control the crane and capture the dragon, a pitch-black shadow fell to the ground in an instant, and there was a light poof, and a strong sweet scent rushed towards the face. Datura snake, it suits you quite well. Shui Bei met the black shadow head-on. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Cut off Huo Yuhao and number 039, S Chance, Heavenly Dream Iceworm. Chapter 17 Cut off Huo Yuhao's Chance, Heavenly Dream Iceworm. It was a big peach-red snake 3 meters long, with a small bump on its forehead, like a flower. Millennium Mandala Snake. Quack. Amidst the strange cry, the mandala snake that fell on the ground bounced up instantly, and rushed straight to Shui Bei. There was a gleam of gold in Shui Bei's eyes, and the angel's soul power was running, and he was not afraid of the bite of the mandala snake. Instead of using the angel's sword, he went straight to Kakan with his hand to grab it. The mandala snake felt the strength of the six-ring man in front of him, and he also knew how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. The snake's head deflected in the air, and its tail slapped the ground. At the same time as it turned its direction again, a cloud of pink mist spewed out from the mandala snake's mouth. Humph! The moment Shui Bei's angelic soul power came into contact with the poisonous mist, it was like a flame igniting the alcohol. At this time Datura snake also came in front of Bai Bei. Bullying me weak. Bai Bei smiled helplessly. Amidst the roar of thunder, the mandala snake bounced back, and Bai Bei also staggered back 3 or 4 steps. It's a millennium-level mandala snake. Bai Bei judged the age of the mandala snake and said, it is a suitable soul ring for teacher's Iowa. After 2 consecutive defeats, the mandala snake didn't move anymore. After seeing the 3 humans, it cunningly turned the snake's head to Tang Yue, who had just reached level. Tang Yue. You mandala snake is planning to bully me, the weak, right? The 1,000-year-old soul beast was not inferior to the general 3-ring soul master, and it was more than enough to bully Tang Yue, a quasi-spirit master with 2 soul rings. The mandala snake jumped up suddenly, stood up, and leaped into the air, its long tail twitched in the air, and it immediately rushed towards Tang Yue like a pink light. 2 halos rose from Tang Yue's feet at the same time, the bright yellow danced up and down, and blue vines were also released from Tang Yue's body at this instant. At least give me some face. Shui Bei stepped in front of Tang Yue. As the angel's sword slashed down, streaks of golden light turned into a big net and swallowed the mandala snake, which was no less powerful than Soul Sek's blow. And Shui Bei didn't have any shining soul rings on his body, it was simply using the natural power of soul power. After all, the angel god Jian Rongxiu is in Shui Bei's spiritual sea. When it comes to the development and research of angel martial souls, there is really no one on the mainland better than Shui Bei. The body of the mandala snake suddenly stood up in the air, its tail swung, and the pink light at the tip of the tail shone brightly, hitting the golden net of the angel's soul power with all its strength. Flesh torn. Although Shui Bei never thought of cutting the mandala snake with the angel gold net, it still left deep and visible bone damage on the mandala snake. While tightening the snake's body, a strong pink light lit up from the head of the Datura snake, and screams of hiss were heard. The flower-like protrusion on the top of the head suddenly exploded, and a pink blood arrow went straight towards Shui Bei Fei. Go! Ah! Shui Bei clenched his fist with his right hand and struck the snake's head brazenly, causing the pink blood arrow to explode. Teacher Shui, it's poisonous! Bai Bei and Tang Yue broke out in a cold sweat. Shui Bei's bombarded right hand was assimilated into pink the moment it was stained with the pink blood. I know. Shui Bei circulated the angel soul power in his hand, and actually ignited a golden flame with the angel soul power, wrapped his palm in an instant, and made a crackling burning sound. The mandala snake no longer had any effective means of resistance, and Shui Bei's burning angel flame grasped it accurately at 7 inches. ended. Shui smiled. The Millennium Mandala snake is known for its tyrannical body and lightning speed, which is quite suitable for the blue-silver grass Wuhan. No, there is a scent peeking at you 500 meters directly to the right. Qian Rongxiu suddenly spoke in the sea of spirit. Hey? How strong? It won't be the same as Tang San's unlucky ghost, who will encounter a 10-year-old titan giant ape directly in the peripheral area. Shui asked in surprise. With his current mental strength not concentrating on purpose, it is impossible to find that there are people peeping 500 miles away. Fortunately, Qian Rongxiu's spiritual sense can open the clairvoyance. It's really a 10-year-old titan giant ape. Are you still alive? Qian Rongxiu rolled her eyes and said. I know. Shui thought, and at the same time looked at Tang Yi. Come here and absorb the soul ring. All right, Teacher Shui. Tang Yi took a flying knife about half a foot long and swiped it cleanly directly from the snake's mouth, ending the life of the 1,000-year-old mandala snake. A purple soul ring also slowly spread from the head of the mandala snake. Slow condensation molding. If you think about it carefully in the future, you can come to me. There is still a chance for the blue-silver grass spirit. Shui didn't wait for Tang Yi's answer, and said to Bei take good care of your teacher Xiaoa, and help her protect the law. I still have work to do. After all. Shui rushed into the dense forest in a few dodges. Teacher Shui. Bei stretched out her hand and opened her mouth, then looked at Shui who had lost her trace and put her hand down helplessly. Bei, help me protect the law. Tang Yi sat cross-legged next to the mandala snake. The blue light shone on her right hand. She raised her hand lightly and touched the purple soul ring above the mandala snake. The purple soul ring was instantly absorbed by her. Attracted by the blue light in her hand, it merged into her body. How long is 500 meters? In the playground of Shui student days in his previous life, a lap was basically 400 meters, and fast sports students could run it in 1 minute. The time Shui needed must be shorter, and he arrived at the place just now in a few breaths. The breath is gone. Shui glanced around. It's well hidden, but you still underestimate me. The means for soul masters to hide themselves are nothing more than physical evasion, or a concealment, or a combination of the two. But these are useless for Shui. Sister Qian, turn on the see-through hanger. Qian Rongxiu. Golden consciousness rippled out from Shui spiritual sea and instantly found the hidden soul beast. Puff. A large green net protruded from the grass, covered with mucus. 10,000 years faced demon spider. A strange big spider with a body diameter of more than 5 meters and 8 long spear-like legs sprang out. The black carapace was shiny all over, and the 8 long legs moved rapidly, even bringing a series of phantoms. Shui unleashed the sword of the angel, the martial soul, and 6 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, to fight against the 10,000-year-old man-faced spider. As a man-faced demon spider known as the Evil Slayer, Shui, the 6th ring soul emperor, had to take it seriously with his 10,000-year cultivation base. Sword of Angel. A sword of golden flames swept out, and the man-faced demon spider fell in response. Its 8 slender and powerful spider legs were beheaded without any counterattack. Shui. Is this a 10,000-year soul beast? 10 years of soul beasts is almost enough. It's fake. It's just an illusion constructed with mental power. Qian Rongxiu shouted coquettishly. She also couldn't believe that there was any soul beast in this world that could deceive herself with mental power. You know, her mental power is no longer something ordinary soul masters can imagine, it is divine consciousness. My God! What are you? After the Wanyan man-faced demon spider disappeared, a chubby silkworm baby appeared. The silkworm baby is more than 7 meters long, and its whole body is a crystal clear white jade color. There is no dirt on its smooth skin, and there are 10 golden lines from the beginning to the end. Tianmeng, the ice silkworm. Shuebei was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have traveled to Douluo for a long time, so long that he had forgotten the most important cheat of this era. How did you recognize me? Tianmeng Bing Silkworm dropped a word in panic, and then ran away. Stop it. Thank you Xiu and Feng for the 200 rewards. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Shuebei, Huo Gua, are you awake? You have become a girl. Chapter 18 Shuebei, Huo Gua, are you awake? You have become a girl. The mounds of soil were raised high, and the Tianmeng ice silkworms were impacting the land of the Star Do forest like a wandering dragon, tearing apart mountains and cracking the ground. Shuebei was chasing after him. He didn't know any superb agility, and he relied purely on his own soul power to accelerate. Who is that on you? While running, Tianmeng Binkan used mental power to forcibly transmit the information to Shuebei's mind. It's me. Qianrongxiu's gentle voice was also transmitted to Tianmeng Iceworm's mind through spiritual power. Okay. This powerful spirit. This holy breath. This bright quality. Tianmeng Binkan suddenly remembered a certain god 10,000 years ago. At the time when the human age was at its most prosperous, there were 3 gods in existence at the same time. I won't let you catch me. The Tianmeng ice silkworm screamed. Just by seeing Qianrongxiu's current state, it knew what Qianrongxiu was looking for. It's nothing more than taking it as a high-level nutritional product like the soul beasts in the fierce place of the Star Do forest, sucking it twice whenever there is nothing to do. And Qianrongxiu really thought so. Shuebei didn't explain why he was looking for Tianmeng Iceworm at first, so Qianrongxiu thought it was Shuebei's tribute for him. Don't run. Shuebei still remembers as Huo Yuhao's biggest cheat in the Peerless Tang sect era, Tianmeng Iceworm. If he could bear the wisdom soul ring of Tianmeng Iceworm, what he would bring to him would be 4 million-year soul rings with soul skills and an ice-type martial soul. If nothing else, it should be the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion martial soul. In this way Shuebei will become the unprecedented owner of the 3 lives martial soul. Even if Qianrongxiu is resurrected, Shuebei will still be able to maintain his own strength. Tianmeng Bingshen scanned behind him with his mental power. Seeing Shuebei getting closer and closer, his fleshy body trembled and he became anxious. Putting his mental power forward again, Tianmeng Binkan noticed that there seemed to be a human in front of him, and there was a dead baboon under his feet. You actually divided your troops into 2 groups to block me. Tianmeng Iceworm wailed, and then made up his mind to rush towards that person. At least this is a human being with a spiritual attribute, stronger than the person behind him. After I hide in, you can't do anything about me. Huo Yuhao had just completed his first soul hunt, using the white tiger dagger left to him by his mother. Mom, I'm about to absorb the first soul ring and become an official soul master. Don't worry about your spirit in the sky, I will definitely avenge you. At this time, the young Huo Yuhao was filled with excitement and joy. Suddenly, the ground beneath Huo Yuhao trembled without warning. Cracks began to appear on the ground 2 meters ahead, and the cracks gradually became larger and turned into cracks. A faint golden white light can be vaguely seen shining from the crack. What kind of soul beast is this? Huo Yuhao subconsciously clenched the white tiger dagger, nervously watching the gradually expanding crack. If it weren't for the fact that he had just killed a baboon before, his body was so weak, maybe he would have run away. You. The young Huo Yuhao stammered as he watched the big fleshy bug jump out of the ground. I'm coming in, bear with me. Huo Yuhao. What bad lines! Before Huo Yuhao could object, an extremely cold breath made him lose consciousness in an instant. Huo Yuhao only vaguely saw a white mass rushing towards his face. Bring me back. The second after Huo Yuhao was unconscious, Shuebei had rushed here, and Qianrongxiu didn't care about it anymore, and directly shot and forcibly dragged the Tianmeng Iceworm out again. What on earth do you want to do? Tianmeng Bingxi was aggrieved and was easily manipulated by Qianrongxiu. Instead of becoming his wisdom soul ring, how about becoming my wisdom soul ring and I will take you to become a god? Shui Bei calmed down his panting, and looked at Tianmeng Iceworm sincerely. Ah! 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 Tianmeng Iceworm was stunned for a long time before responding, didn't you catch me as a nourishment? Didn't you catch it as a nourishment? Qian Rongxiu was also stunned. No. Did I say something about nutritional supplements? Shui Bei was also stunned. After a long embarrassment, the thick-skinned Tianmeng Binkan broke the atmosphere. You, let me be your wisdom soul ring. Tianmeng Binkan looked at Shui Bei's 6 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, and asked. But you don't have a soul ring position anymore. No. Shui Bei smiled, I have. Shui Bei withdrew the spirit of the angel sword, and a small pure golden chisel emerged from his hand. 2 white, 1 purple, 1 black, 4 soul rings quietly appeared around the little chisel. Tianmeng Iceworm. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm has lived for 1,000,000 years. Although it has slept a lot, it has never seen such a weird combination of soul rings. You said that Shui Bei didn't choose the spirit ring well. The 4th spirit ring of his martial spirit is 10,000 years. You said that Shui Bei chose the spirit ring well. The first 2 spirit rings of his martial spirit were both 10 years old. How did you get this soul ring? Tianmeng Bingxi thought about it for a while, but still asked boldly. With this kind of soul ring configuration, it feels like Shui Bei has become useless. Do I really want to become his intelligent soul ring? After I awakened her martial soul, she fell into a deep sleep. Shui Bei glanced at Qian Rongxiu, so I could only hunt the soul on my own. Unlike other protagonists, Shui Bei doesn't know any martial arts skills, nor does he have his own system. When Qian Rongxiu helped Shui Bei awaken his martial spirit, Shui Bei was already 9 years old, and he could no longer delay his training time. So while Qian Rongxiu was sleeping, Shui Bei went to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt for souls alone. A child from the countryside is not even as good as Huo Yuhao back then. At least Huo Yuhao still has the soul guide left by his mother, while Shui Bei relies solely on hunting skills. Under these circumstances, Shui Bei was lucky enough to obtain a 10-year spirit ring and not be maimed or killed by a spirit beast. During the 2nd soul ring, I tried to hunt a 100-year-old soul beast, and suffered a big loss, so I settled for the next best thing. Shui Bei lifted up his clothes, revealing his 8-pack abdomen with an ugly, zigzag centipede-like scar. His intestines fell out at that time. If I hadn't been on him, he would have died. Qian Rongxiu gently stroked Shui Bei's scars. From then on, I have deeply realized the difficulty of ordinary soul masters. This world is too unfriendly to a soul master like me from the countryside. Shui Bei smiled, and covered his scars like a normal person, so I want to become stronger, so that I can challenge the original rules. I need you. Tianmeng Binkan was stunned, so, what does it matter if I am a soul beast? A human soul master born in the countryside is suffering, so what does Tianmeng Iceworm have to do with me? We are all different species. Challenging the rules requires strength. I have the power to become a god. Is this none of your business? Shui Bei looked at Qian Rongxiu, and Qian Rongxiu released her aura cooperatively. Tianmeng Iceworm. It's really that angel god from 10,000 years ago. I promise you, if I lead you to become a god, I will definitely lead you to become a god. A god is already in front of you, do you still hesitate? Besides, you can't run away either. Shui Bei and Qian Rongxiu played a red face and the other a bad face. I promise you to be your wisdom soul ring. Tianmeng Binkan looked at Huo Yuhao who was lying on the ground, and then at Qian Rongxiu who was standing next to Shui Bei. Although it is definitely more reassuring for a young man who has cultivated himself to become a god, but the risk is too great, it is better to find this angel god who has become a god. Bring it on. Shui Bei slowly raised his right hand. My own martial soul is a diamond chisel. I am best at identifying various ores and casting exquisite objects. It is indeed not suitable for you. Where's the sword of the angel god? That. Shuebei looked at Qianrongxiu, and Qianrongxiu also looked at Shuebei in embarrassment. Shuebei shook his head helplessly, and said calmly, "After the title Douluo, I have to return the property to the original owner. It is good." Although I don't know what Shuebei and Qianrongxiu are winking at, Tianmeng Binkan still decides to become the wisdom soul ring of Shuebei's diamond-chiseled martial soul. The 10 golden halos on Tianmeng Iceworm's body moved as if they were alive, and quickly enveloped Shuebei's body, while Tianmeng Iceworm itself turned into strands of white halos and continuously poured into Shuebei's body. Go! Huo Yuhao opened his eyes in a long coma, and then heard a man's voice saying, "You're awake? You have successfully turned into a girl. Huo Yuhao. I must have not woken up." End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Huo Hang, You and number 039, Re a good person. Chapter 19 Huo Hang, You're still weird so. I didn't become a girl. Huo Yuhao touched himself. Fortunately still. Shuebei nodded and smiled, "Well, because I have already taken care of that fleshy white soul beast." Tianmeng Binkan, who was near Shuebei's sea of spirit, silently gave a thumbs up. "Thank you, you are." Huo Yuhao looked at Shuebei worriedly. He still remembered his mother saying that he had to be more cautious outside so as not to be deceived by bad people. "My name is Shuebei, a teacher from Shrek Academy." Shuebei smiled. He knew that compared to his status as a friend of the young master of the Qianggu family, his status as a teacher at Shrek Academy was obviously more credible. At least, Shrek Academy is still very prestigious among ordinary civilians or down-and-out nobles. This kind of prestige is similar to when a student from a certain institution of higher learning says that he graduated from this university. Others will know that you are a top student and a pillar of the country. Respect comes naturally. Although a high degree of education cannot filter out scum, it is better than not filtering out people and letting you dig for gold in the sand. Shrek's teacher. My name is Huo Yuhao. As expected, Huo Yuhao exclaimed in surprise, I have always wanted to go to Shrek Academy to study. Go to Shrek Academy? Your current strength. Shuebei was not afraid of hurting Huo Yuhao's confidence, so he said simply. You don't have a soul ring. To be honest, even if you have a soul ring, you're probably not qualified. I have a spirit ring, and I even hunted down a spirit beast. After Huo Yuhao heard that Shuebei was a teacher at Shrek Academy, he seemed to regard this environment as an entrance exam, eager to prove himself. To be frank, Shuebei did not laugh. When I was weak, I wasn't so nervous about showing off my talents for a spot and an opportunity. At that time, Shuebei was the same as college students looking for a job in the past. He was afraid that the interviewer would look down on him, so he could only work hard to make his resume look good. Shuebei and Huo Yuhao looked at the wind baboon lying on the ground at the same time. At this time, the white soul ring had disappeared without anyone absorbing it. Although he is a 10-year-old baboon. Huo Yuhao said awkwardly. What is your martial spirit? Shuebei asked. Huo Yuhao was just starting out and had little social experience. He was like a silly young man who didn't know whether he should tell a stranger about his martial arts. But thinking of Shuebei's identity as a teacher at Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao decided to tell Shuebei about his martial spirit. Teacher Shuebei, I am the body spirit, the eyes. Body spirit. Shuebei was not surprised at all. Although he had forgotten most of the plot, he still remembered what the protagonist's martial spirit was. Why don't you go to Numenon sect? You can also learn. And revenge. Shuebei didn't say the second half of the sentence. He probably didn't know Huo Yuhao's life experience at this time. Ontology sect. Huo Yuhao is confused. He has not yet been educated and studied by a soul master, although he is the illegitimate son of Duke Beihu, he is not much better than Shuebei back then. At least Shuebei has seen Douluo and Douluo, and he still knows a little bit about the basics of Soul Masters. Shuebei even knows something that is a secret to the current Douluo mainlanders. For example, the Ice and Fire Lianji. The Numenon sect is a sect that specializes in cultivating the Numenon martial spirit. People are very enthusiastic and like to call other Numenon martial spirits brothers and sisters. Shuebei said. Although he is not the Numenon martial spirit, he still knows some people and things about the Numenon sect. This is all thanks to the help of young Master Qiangwu, otherwise Shuebei, a Shrek Academy teacher, would not be able to get in touch with this circle within the Numenon sect. If you are willing, I can help introduce you. It's just a matter of sending a message. Shuebei's heart trembled. He was trying to help Huo Yuhao escape from the clutches of the Tang God King. The first step was to prevent him from joining the Tang sect and not studying at Shrek Academy. I really don't know if Tang-san is still paying attention to Huo Yuhao. If he is really watching the live broadcast. Tang Shenhuang likes to watch his daughter's live broadcast. Well, Mr. Shuet, I still want to study at Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao didn't know what Numenon sect was at all. From the knowledge he received, he only knew that his mother said that Shrek Academy was a very good college. A soul ring cannot enter Shrek Academy. Teacher Shuet, I will work hard. Huo Yuhao looked at Shuebei firmly, with a kind of bravery and fearlessness like a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers, and there is a foolishness in his eyes, shining with a clear stupidity. Then let me help you hunt for souls. Shuebei hesitated for a moment and then said. Hey, let me say, have you maintained the good person's character design? Are you really a fool with a lot of money? Qianrongxiu said very dissatisfiedly in Shuebei's spiritual sea, while Tianmeng Bingxi was watching the show. Shuebei was silent for a while, but still told the truth to Qianrongxiu. I also took his chance. So what? Shuebei pointed to Tianmeng Bingkan. Tianmeng originally wanted to enter Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. Tianmeng Ice Worm. It really thought so at the time. Huo Yuhao was from the spiritual department, so he was more suitable than Shuebei. This opportunity is 4 million-year soul rings with soul skills, and 1 martial soul. And a mighty Electrolux. Shuebei looked around, and there seemed to be no trace of Electrolux. The world line has changed. I hope that the great necromancer god Yulao can find new opportunities and not become the scheme of Tang Shenhuang. Qianrongxiu shook her head disdainfully. I still said the same thing. So what? What? Opportunity, do you know what opportunity is? Capable people take over, seize. Did that tell you to take his chance? That's because you are more capable than him. Shuebei was silent for a long time, then suddenly smiled and said, then if one day I found a treasure land with many fairy grasses in it. In the case of the original owner, although I have obtained the permission of the owner. But they took all the grass jelly away, leaving none to the original owner. Finally lead to the original owner's inability to improve his strength affects his lifespan. But me. Because after eating the grass jelly, my strength increased greatly. Immortality. I also call it opportunity. Can the capable get it? Of course. Qianrongxiu answered with a decisive tone. Shuebei laughed heartily, but I want to tell you, is this story true? Both Qianrongxiu and Tianmeng Iceworm were stunned. In the story, my name is Tang San, and the original owner is Poison Douluo Dugubo. My name is Tang San, and I took possession of Dugubo's fairy grass without saying a word, leaving none of Dugubo's descendants to improve their strength. Does this mean that those who are capable can get it? Sister Qian, you can't use our attack on Tang San as a matter of yourself. This is called double standards. Shuebei suddenly became righteous. He used to be a gentle person, but now he was like a sharp sword. Even if Huo Yuhao doesn't know about this. But I took the opportunity to take it. Who should be compensated? Must be compensated. This is my justice. Qian Rongxiu sighed and held her forehead. She suddenly felt helpless. How many years? Shuebei is still like a second child, talking about his own justice, his own ideals. Must be achieved. Haven't you been hurt by the reality of Douluo continent, according to Shuebei's temperament? I'm afraid that if it hits the south wall or knock yourself to death under the south wall or break the south wall. I kind of admire this guy. Tianmeng Bingshen suddenly burst out. Ah! Qian Rongxiu said puzzledly, what do you appreciate? A fool. Tianmeng Bing Silkworm's tentacles moved. A person who has his own beliefs and finds more like-minded people, ha ha ha, is stronger than you. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 in Little Huogua and number 039, S Heart, Plant a Seed of a Soul Engineer. Chapter 20, Planting the Seed of a Soul Master in Little Huogua's Heart. In the Stardo Great Forest, Shuebei and Huo Yuhao were strolling under the shade. There are no tree-lined trails here, only forests that cover the sky and the sun, and it is difficult to walk on them. Spiritual martial souls are rare, and physical martial souls are also rare. You said you want to take the path of a control-type soul master. Shuebei asked. That's right, I'm probably not suitable for the path of an attack-type soul master. Huo Yuhao said shyly. In his mind, the soul masters of the attack system should be like the Duke of the White Tiger, who used their claws to catch people. It is impossible for him to hit people with his eyesight. At this time, Huo Yuhao didn't even know that there was such a thing as a mental attack. The control system, the development of soul guides has become very advanced now. Whether it is an attack system soul master or a control system soul master, the boundary is not so clear. The auxiliary system soul master holds a soul guide cannon. Dare to go ahead. Huo Yuhao suddenly had a picture of a delicate and soft auxiliary system soul master carrying a 2-meter-long soul guide cannon to the front line. What is this about a girl next door who has just grown up and is so powerful that she is so powerful? Shuebei asked with a smile. The eye martial arts should be quite suitable for making soul guides. What? Huo Yuhao crossed his fingers nervously and shrank his shoulders, but I don't know what a soul guide is. Although Huo Yuhao could imagine what a soul guide cannon looked like, and the Duke's mansion of the White Tiger also had a captured Sun Moon Empire's soul guide, Huo Yuhao knew nothing about the world of soul guides. It's like, you know what a refrigerator looks like, can you build a refrigeration unit? It's a truth. The description of the core circle of the soul guide is no easier than a refrigeration device. Soul guide. It is a weapon activated by the soul master with soul power, and any kind of soul tool is closely related to the soul master's soul power. Shuebei said slightly critically. This is the mainstream view in the soul master community of the Three Kingdoms in Douluo continent, but I don't agree with it. Ah! Huo Yuhao was confused. Shuebei simply mentioned, the soul guides of the Sun Moon Empire are not just weapons. How far the weapons can hit and what they can destroy are trivial matters. What's more important is the civilianization and industrialization of the soul guides. Greatly liberated productivity. Huo Yuhao was even more confused. I just mentioned these things, and you don't need to think too much. Shuebei said, you just need to memorize the concept in this book clearly. Soul masters whose main direction is to research, manufacture, and use soul guides, are collectively referred to as soul engineers. I remember. Huo Yuhao nodded violently. There are also levels of soul masters, ranging from level 1 to level 10. For example, if you can make and use soul guidance tools suitable for soul warriors below level 10, then you are a first-level soul master. If you can make and use the soul guides of 10th to 20 level soul masters, then you are a second-level soul master. As for the 9th level soul master, his own cultivation level needs to be a titled Douluo. Titled Douluo. Huo Yuhao's eyes were filled with admiration, and he asked again, then, Mr. Shuet, what level of soul engineer are you? Shuebei was silent for a moment, then smiled indifferently. A person's energy is limited, and the training of a soul master is even more difficult, not to mention the distraction of studying and researching the production of soul guides. If you go by the mainstream classification, I am only a 5th level soul engineer. Level is also very powerful. Huo Yuhao looked at Shuebei with admiration. At the same time, he was also worried that if he went to Shrek Academy, he would be killed by his teachers and classmates. Shuebei, a teacher who has always said that he worked hard to obtain the Shrek teacher establishment, is a 6th ring soul emperor and a 5th level soul master. The other teachers who graduated from Shrek Academy are even more terrible. The students must have learned soul tools and soul master training from the 1st grade, and they are all-round talents. Let's go back to the topic of soul guides. After thousands of years of development, soul guides have become more and more mature. They can be divided into 3 categories: melee soul guides, remote soul guides, and custom-installed soul guides. Shuebei told Huo Yuhao some stories about the soul master, hoping to leave some impression on Huo Yuhao. After all, it is unknown how far Huo Yuhao can go without the Tianmeng iceworm. Under such circumstances, Shuebei still hoped that he could help Huo Yuhao point out a few more paths. Soul engineer is a good profession, and Numenon sect is also a good place. The main body of the soul guide is divided into 3 parts: the outer shell, the inner shell and the core. The shell must be made of the hardest and high-temperature resistant metals so that it will not be easily damaged during long-term use. The inner shell needs to be made of very precious conductive metal, and the soul power can be amplified through the inner shell, so that we can consume as little soul power as possible when using the soul guide. The core is the key among the keys, and it needs to be made with the most precious metals and gems. The core can be said to be everything in a soul guide, and the inscription of the core circle is also the most important for a soul guide. Is that so? Huo Yuhao took out his white tiger dagger, and carefully examined the soul guide that his mother had left for him. In the future, when I become a 9th level soul engineer, I should be able to avenge my mother. For the first time, Huo Yuhao wanted to become a soul mentor and a powerful soul master, just like teacher Shuet. 3 days later, Shuebei brought Huo Yuhao out of the star forest. Thank you, teacher Shuet. Really. Huo Yuhao was so excited that he almost cried. He looked into his own eyes, and Wuhan finally got his 1st century-old soul ring. The soul ring comes from a spiritual soul beast, and the ability it brings to Huo Yuhao is mental detection. Shuebei prefers to call this soul skill humanoid radar. We're going to Shrek Academy soon. It's also very close to the Star Do Forest. Shuebei helped Huo Yuhao complete the soul ring requirement, feeling that he should have compensated for part of Huo Yuhao's opportunity, although this opportunity can almost never be replaced. Teacher Shuet. You will definitely meet me at Shrek Academy. After listening to Shuebei's stories these days, Huo Yuhao couldn't wait to enroll in Shrek Academy. He can also learn the knowledge of soul mentors in Shrek Academy. Although Shrek Academy is not as good as Numenon School in the research of Numenon martial soul, Huo Yuhao still remembers what his mother told him: Shrek Academy is just fine. Huo Yuhao secretly vowed that no matter how much effort he put in, he would definitely stay at Shrek Academy. He is not afraid of hardship. Ah! Shuebei nodded and thought of Huo Yuhao's century-old soul ring. He could only silently wish that he could enter Shrek Academy. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 End quote, Shrek Weekly End quote, and the Theory of Cultivation. Chapter 21 Shrek Weekly and the Theory of Cultivation. Walking out of a jungle along the avenue, the high city walls of the plain in the distance stretched to the left and right. This is Shrek Academy. Shuebei introduced the scenery and culture of Shrek Academy to Huo Yuhao. It's so big. Huo Yuhao, who had never been out of the White Tiger Duke's mansion since childhood, was suddenly in awe when he saw such a big city. No matter how big the Duke's mansion is, it is just a mansion. Huo Yuhao has never seen a city like this that caters for 2 million people, and Star Luo City is not as good as Shrek City. Come with me. Huo Yuhao was led by Shuebei to the east gate of Shrek City. At this time, the place was extremely lively, with at least more than 5,000 people gathered. A large number of vendors had already heard the news, and it was estimated that it was much more lively outside the city than in the city. Take a look, the Shrek Weekly recommended by the college teacher is a must-read for Shrek people. Many little newsboys carry a crossbody bag with newspapers inside, and rush around the streets to sell. What is this? Huo Yuhao has never read a newspaper. Of course, not only him, but the people in Shrek City don't know what a newspaper is. What are these newsboys shouting about? Come and have a look. Shrek people are still quite arrogant and confident. You have said that this is a must-read for Shrek people, so let me see what you are. 1 newspaper, 5 Gintama coins. The old man took the newspaper, smashed it, and started reading this new thing. Teacher Shuet? You. Huo Yuhao stared blankly at Shuebei, who also bought a newspaper, so he said rather distressedly, 5 silver soul coins are quite expensive. I did this. Shuebei said. I put Shrek Weekly on the right track at that time, and now it has finally been officially released. The City Lord's Palace also said hello. They are all from Shrek Academy, so they must be easy to talk to. This is also the reason why Shuebei worked hard to be admitted to the establishment of Shrek Academy. There are people in the court who are easy to handle. Huo Yuhao. It turned out that teacher Shui did it. How about taking a look? Shuebei handed the newspaper to Huo Yuhao. He wanted to see what Huo Gua said about his newspaper. Shrek Weekly mainly targets Shrek people. Most of the content of the report is about the Douluo continent originally belonging to the Three Kingdoms, and a small part is about the Sun Moon Empire. The entire page is printed in black and white. This kind of newspaper is more formal. Entertaining information comes later. Focus on reporting on the political, economic, cultural, social, and other developments and trends of the 3 countries that Douluo continent originally belonged to. There are columns such as international issues, development of soul guidance devices, newspaper abstracts, and reader's mailbox. After all, Shuebei's major is journalism, which is the major criticized by Mr. Zhang. This major is indeed like that. No matter how you say it, at least now that Shuebei has traversed, he still has experience in doing this. Simultaneously, Shuebei is also well aware of the influence of public opinion wars. So Shuebei didn't plan to rely on this Shrek Weekly to make money for the time being. Making money means entertainment. To seize the high ground of public opinion before the enemy, it is necessary to let Douluo originally belong to the Three Kingdoms recognize that Shrek Weekly is a newspaper read by middle and high-level soul masters, so as to cultivate the brand of Shrek Weekly. The high ground of public opinion is there. If you don't occupy it, the enemy will occupy it. In his previous life, Shuebei had encountered too many things where demons were involved. In the final analysis, he was still worse than others in terms of manipulation of public opinion. Huo Yuhao read newspapers very selectively. He didn't know much about the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Douling Empire, so he mostly just rummaged around. Huo Yuhao is still more interested in the things about Shrek City. He has read a lot of articles about Shrek Academy, hoping to imagine his dream Shrek Academy from them. Finally, Huo Yuhao read the Star Luo Empire's article carefully. Heroes of the Star Luo Empire, the White Tiger Duke protecting the West. Huo Yuhao's face was full of disbelief. This article wrote about the White Tiger Duke so well that it seemed that Huo Yuhao thought that he didn't grow up in the mansion of the bitter and mean White Tiger Duke. Teacher Shuet. Huo Yuhao subconsciously asked Shuebei. Is there anything wrong with Duke White Tiger's report? Shuebei's eyes stayed on the newspaper article, and then he wanted to hear what Huo Yuhao wanted to say. Although Duke White Tiger, he still has shortcomings, he is not perfect, and he cannot be called a hero. Huo Yuhao said in embarrassment. Huo Yuhao's emotions towards the Duke of White Tiger, his biological father, were very complicated. On the one hand, he admired the Duke who fought outside and defended his family and country, but at the same time, he complained that he was not good to his mother and allowed her to die. The position of our newspapers, news, and articles will always be that the Douluo continent originally belonged to the Three Kingdoms, and what we promote is Duke Beihu's fight against the Sun and Moon Empire. Maybe he is not a good husband and father in the family, but for the Star Luo Empire, he be a hero. Shuebei said. Newspapers, news, articles. Huo Yuhao scratched his head, wondering about these new words that he had never heard before, and then asked. But don't these newspaper articles put authenticity first? If they are all fake, you can deceive people for a while, but you can't deceive people for a lifetime. Who will watch it in the future? Shuebei chuckled. The authenticity of newspapers is indeed important, but after all, there is no complete fourth power here. Everything is for our publicity. Huo Yuhao looked at Shuebei suspiciously. Let's say it's Duke White Tiger. If in his daily life, he was greedy for money, lustful and abandoned his wife and children, but he was still a hero who fought against the invasion of the Sun and Moon Empire. Right? Yet. Huo Yuhao nodded in approval. As a newspaper news editor, if you only report on those shabby stories about Duke White Tiger abandoning his wife and son, excuse me. How do you let people from the Douluo continent who originally belonged to the Three Kingdoms think of this general who fought against the invasion of the Sun and Moon Empire? Shuebei asked back. This kind of shit is reported every day. 9 out of 10 things are like this. I'm afraid there is no need for the Sun Moon Empire to attack. We will fight first. Don't you want to report it? Huo Yuhao asked again. He felt sad when he thought of his mother. Of course not. Shuebei seriously refused. Because of Duke White Tiger's contribution, it is not enough to erase his flaws. This is a fact. Is it necessary to report, or not to report? Huo Yuhao was even more puzzled. Shuebei shook his head. Have you heard of the theory of cultivation? Ha 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 ha, you probably haven't heard of it either. Cultivation theory, also known as cultivation analysis, is a concept in communication science proposed by Gerbner. Shuebei explained if the White Tiger Duke is not only a hero who fought against the Sun Moon Empire, but also a bastard who abandoned his wife and son. Although you have reported all of them, you can choose the order in which they are arranged. For example, the White Tiger Duke's fight against the invasion of the Sun and Moon Empire can be put on the front page and made a big character poster. As for those trivial matters, just find a page at the back and write them with less content. This can not only ensure the truth, but also complete the propaganda task. Huo Yuhao. It's really, haha. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Huo Yuhao finally decided to stay at Shrek Academy and take the entrance exam. Shuebei didn't care anymore. He had already sent Huo Yuhao to Shrek Academy, and he also helped to hunt for the Soul Ring. If Huo Yuhao failed the exam, he would help Huo Yuhao one last time and let him go to Numenon sect. Since then, just go their separate ways. It can only be said that compared with Tang San, Shuebei is the most benevolent. As for the entrance test, Shuebei felt that there was a high probability that Huo Yuhao would not be able to pass it. In the future, I hope you, Xiao Huo, will study hard in the Numenon sect. Wang Dong, Wang Donger, Wang Chuer, and Tang Wutong and others. Stay away from the Tang family. When Shuebei walked to the white freshman teaching building, he suddenly sighed and felt a lot of emotions. Teacher Shuet, why are you sighing? Walking in front of her was an old woman with goose skin and grey hair coiled on the top of her head, wearing a white robe, and of medium build. What is very strange is that she has a pair of very bright eyes, and the black eyes are full of light, not quite like the eyes of the elderly. Teacher Zhou. Shuebei greeted him politely. I just thought of something and expressed my feelings. Oh. Zhou Yi was confused. I just walked in through the east gate. Shuebei pointed in the direction. I saw many students taking entrance exams, and I think it's really not easy for them. Shrek Academy doesn't accept trash, so it's not easy for them to get in. Zhou Yi said proudly. Shuebei. Shuebei said, Teacher Zhou, I think the people who come to apply for Shrek Academy should be relatively talented. Zhou Yi nodded calmly, the pride in her bones radiating from the inside out. So what? Shrek Academy has no shortage of geniuses. Shrek Academy doesn't lack talents, but talents shouldn't be wasted. It's the ability of the academy to teach a mediocre child to become a successful person. Mr. Shuai, are you talking about me? Zhou Yi heard Shuebei's meaning behind his words. Zhou Yi knew very well that she wasn't stupid either. Wasn't the phrase genius should not be wasted referring to herself? Ah! Shuebei readily admitted. Although they are all colleagues, the difference in educational philosophy cannot be persuaded by a sentence or two. I think Teacher Zhou's high-pressure education method is not suitable for some students. How do you say it? Zhou Yi crossed his arms and embraced his chest. If it wasn't for Shuebei's status as a teacher, she would have kicked Shuebei out of here. In her class, who would dare to question her? For example, let the child get out of the house because of a question, or throw him out of the window. Shuebei said slowly, we are not an army here. The military needs obedience. But Shrek Academy is not Castle Academy in the world next door, a paramilitary academy specially designed for dragon slaying. There is no need to be so strict with students, at least in teaching in external colleges, there is no need to be so strict with students. Moreover, even in the army, superiors will not tell subordinates to get out just because they question him. If the superior does this because of a trivial matter, it's not called liwei, it's called lack of brains. Then Teacher Shuai has so much experience in teaching, how should you teach? Zhou Yi said this very politely, but she actually meant to tell Shuebei, you can do what you want. Teacher Zhou will see you. Shuebei said, I am also the head teacher of the first class of freshmen. Freshmen start school soon. Shuebei arrived at the classroom very early, watched each student enter, and then said hello one by one. Now after a few days of running in, the students have basically formed small groups, most of them are a group of people in a dormitory, walking and talking and laughing. Is he our head teacher? Quite good looking. It feels very powerful. Listening to the whispers of the students below, Shuebei just smiled. Hi teacher. My name is Xiao Xiao. A young girl who looked rather arrogant greeted Shuebei first. Well, I'm Shuebei, your class teacher. Shuebei suddenly remembered the name Xiao Xiao, she seemed to be one of the 7 Shrek monsters of Huo Hang's generation. Xiao Xiao just wanted to say something to Shuebei, but his gaze quickly shifted to behind Shuebei, and his eyes lit up. Shuebei was very familiar with that kind of look, it was the look in the eyes of a little girl when she saw a handsome guy. Does anyone look better than yourself? It wasn't that Shuebei boasted. Since he cultivated the spirit power of an angel, he has grown from that malnourished young seedling to a tall, handsome guy in the general sense. Maybe I am not the best at fighting among the teachers of Shrek Academy, but I must be the most handsome among the teachers of Shrek Academy. So Shuebei followed Xiao Xiao's gaze. The young man has a delicate appearance, fair skin, and a pair of very special big eyes, which are actually a light pink-blue color. His neat short hair is also the same color, and his handsome appearance is impeccable. Shuebei was stunned. He might not know anything else, but this person seems, like, was Wang Dong. Xiao Xiao gave up on Shuebei and ran over to meet Wang Dong instead. Soon, all the classmates arrived, Shuebei observed it, and sure enough, Huo Yuhao really didn't come. I don't have enough talent. Shuebei sighed slightly. Huo Yuhao didn't know where to go in the future. As the class bell rang, Zhou Yi also strode in. She was still dressed as a fierce old woman. It seemed that Zhou Yi really liked this skin. Seeing a fierce old teacher come in, the previously chaotic class suddenly quieted down, and all eyes focused on the podium. It seems that Mr. G. Baba's character design is really easy to use. Zhou Yi, who wore the old woman's skin, glanced calmly from left to right, and every student felt an invisible pressure in their hearts. My name is Zhou Yi, and I'm your homeroom teacher. I'm not sure how many of you can follow me through the next year. But what I want to tell you is in my class it is impossible for all rubbish to pass the examination. I want to raise monsters rather than idiots. Zhou Yi's voice was also deliberately processed. It was an unpleasant hoarse sound, like a broken gong. After listening to Zhou Yi's words, many students had angry expressions on their faces. I have already been admitted to Shrek Academy, so I still have to be angry. Since Teacher Zhou has introduced himself, let me also introduce myself. My name is Shuebei, and I am your deputy head teacher. Shuebei stood up. First of all, he will not completely deny Zhou Yi's words, otherwise, it will not give Zhou Yi face, and at the same time, it will make students look down on their class teacher. The head teacher is not dignified, things will be difficult in the future. But for Zhou Yi's statement and tone, Shuebei must reorganize the language. Mr. Zhou's words just now may be a bit unclear. We hope that all students can study hard, and strive to ensure that no one will be left behind in the next year. Zhou Yi's brows twitched, and she said in her heart that I didn't mean that. Shuebei was still talking, and he beautified Zhou Yi's words again. Since the students are all outstanding talents in various places, I hope you are ready to face the test of Shrek Academy. The teacher will not give up on any student, but I hope you will also work hard yourself. We make an agreement that none of you outstanding geniuses will fail. Can it be done? The student was irritated by Zhou Yi's tone of voice and disdain just now, and the 11 or 12-year-old boy is prone to passion, so he immediately replied angrily, can. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Running for the First Lesson of School. Chapter 23, The First Lesson at the Beginning of School Running Exercises. You are very capable. Zhou Yi seemed to have a bad temper. Shuebei stood back and looked at Zhou Yi. After all, she was the head teacher, and she was in charge of the next teaching work. Zhou Yi folded her arms around her chest. Those who have fought in the past few days of registration stand up. Students. Is this teacher a little sick? We've all just been admitted. Who's going to fight in the academy? Besides, even if they fight, who will admit it? Not a single one. Zhou Yi raised her eyebrows and cursed directly. What a bunch of trash! Don't you know what it means to be mediocre if you don't dare to make trouble? Let me all go out and run 100 times around Shrek Square. Anyone who can't finish running will be fired immediately. After finishing speaking, Zhou Yi deliberately glanced at Shuebei, complacent, as if to say, you are still a little tender. Shuebei. The educational philosophy of Shrek Academy is to test everything in actual combat, which Shuebei agrees with. After all, no matter how fantasy sewers are in the Douluo continent, this is also a fantasy world where the weak eat the strong. But others, such as the teaching philosophy of not daring to cause trouble as a mediocrity, are not recognized at all. Don't be afraid. It doesn't mean you want to pick things up on purpose. Students who enroll in Shrek Academy have relatively good family conditions. They may look down on others, but they will never deliberately seek trouble to hurt others. Especially their classmates or people of the same class as them. The students probably thought so too, so when Zhou Yi said this, the whole class was in an uproar. Ji Laozi's, Niang Zipai, I'm only on the first day of school, and I haven't taken a class yet, and I'm going to be punished for not getting into a fight. These students' families are those who can handle things, unlike Shuebei's family who can't help things. They used to be afraid of troubles and then swallow their anger. Immediately, a student stood up. Teacher, I don't agree. Are we punished for not fighting? How can there be such a reason on the mainland? Zhou Yi said calmly. Because I said it. If you are not convinced, you can leave. As the head teacher, I have the right to expel any student. I'll give you 1 minute. If I don't see you start running around Shrek Square within 1 minute, all fired. As Zhou Yi spoke, he released his martial soul, and circles of soul rings rose from Zhou Yi's feet. 2 yellows, 2 purples, 2 blacks, 6 soul rings emanating an indescribably powerful aura. The student named Huan just now lost his momentum and dared not say anything more. Zhou Yi's pua succeeded, Shui Bei sighed, and prepared to release his martial soul to suppress Zhou Yi's arrogance first. You said that if you want students to run to exercise their physical fitness, they should exercise. Why do you do this? What's more, Mr. Zhou Yi, you are not training students by doing this, you are domesticating slaves. Ha! Teacher Zhou, expel us all if you have the guts. At this time, it was actually Wang Dong with pink-blue hair who stood up bravely. You think I dare not? Zhou Yi's soul power pressure was completely concentrated on Wang Dong alone. Stings happen every year, just subdue them. Humph! After Wang Dong let out a coquettish snort, a scene that astonished the audience appeared. A pair of blue butterfly wings spread instantly, and the color of both ends of the 4 wings changed from dark blue, azure blue, to light blue, and the entire wing surface was like a blue sky inlaid with a string of bright halos. What? The sudden appearance of such gorgeous wings was so shocking that almost all the students, regardless of gender, exclaimed. Bright goddess butterfly! Shui Bei looked at the pair of beautiful wings. The entire surface of the wings was like white waves surging on the blue sea. 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, also appeared on Wang Dong's body. Does Teacher Zhou want to force me? Zhou Yi became even more furious. It was the first time in so many years that he saw a student show off his martial soul in front of him. Normally, once his 6th ring soul emperor's cultivation was revealed, those students would leave in despair. How could they still resist? You still dare to oppose me? Why can't we do the opposite? Shui Bei stood in front of Wang Dong and helped him resist all the coercion of soul power. Although he knew that Wang Dong was Tang San's daughter, Shui Bei still stood in front of Wang Dong because he was now a teacher. As a teacher, in addition to teaching students knowledge, they should also help students improve their abilities. They should also teach students how to be a good person. Shui Bei said calmly, perhaps to Wang Dong, a great soul master, Zhou Yi is a strong soul emperor, but to Shui Bei, Zhou Yi's coercion is useless at all. Teacher Shui. Wang Dong looked at Shui Bei with emotion. Shui Bei approached Zhou Yi step by step against Zhou Yi's pressure, and then put his hand on Zhou Yi's shoulder. Students need to be physically active, but not in this way. Zhou Yi was still about to have an attack, but then she was horrified to find that the movement of her soul power had stagnated. Mr. Zhou, what do you think? Shui Bei smiled. The angelic soul power is not only powerful against evil soul masters, but also suppresses ordinary soul masters. Shui Bei, if you think you can teach well, then you can teach them later. Zhou Yi threatened. I have no problem. Shui Bei just replied calmly, just kidding, do you really think it's okay to do what you want? I will report to the teaching office. Me too. The 2 spoke in voices that could only be heard by both parties, looking tit for tat. Afterwards, Zhou Yi left class of freshmen, leaving only the stunned students behind. How is this going? Could it be that Teacher Zhou Yi doesn't teach us anymore? Your teacher Zhou Yi is not feeling well, go to rest first, then let me take the class. Please sit down first. Shui Bei still saved some face for Zhou Yi. The students all sat down obediently. Although they didn't know much about the situation just now, they saw that Zhou Yi had changed from being arrogant and domineering at the beginning to going out angrily. The doorway is naturally self-evident. Teacher Shui Bei looks kind and friendly, but in fact he is not without means. Seeing that the students were seated, Shui Bei also stepped onto the podium and wrote on the blackboard. The first lesson, I just want to tell you one fact, the world of soul masters has undergone major changes. Shui Bei wrote 2 large characters on the blackboard. Attack defend. After writing, Shui faced the students again and said, since ancient times, soul masters have been divided according to the abilities of their spirits into strong attack types, agility attack types, auxiliary types, food types, control types, defense types, etc. But now with the development of soul guides, the difference between offense and defense is not so big. Auxiliary type soul masters can also carry soul guides to beat people, and attack type soul masters plus soul guides are even more powerful. Soul masters with strong explosive power but insufficient stamina can bring a feeding bottle back to blue. A soul master with a balanced martial soul but lacking the ability to win in one hit can bring a soul tool with a large damage to determine his victory. So please, what are the prerequisites for a soul master to be able to control a soul tool? Its physical quality. Wang Dong displayed the excellent quality of an excellent soul master at this time. Right. So please improve your physical fitness in your daily life. With a kind smile on his face, Shui pointed to the Shrek Square outside. Run 100 laps around Shrek Square. Let's do some exercise first to see your foundation. Students. Damn. This seems to be no different from teacher Zhou Yi's request just now, although everyone may have thought so and felt a little unwilling in their hearts. No one raised any objections and all went out to run around obediently. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. Our opponent is the Sun Moon Empire. Chapter 24. Our opponent is the Sun Moon Empire. Shui had already come to the side of Shrek Square, standing there silently watching the running students, like a straight pine tree. Time passed quickly, and as the number of laps increased, the breathing of the running students gradually became heavier, and everyone began to recover their physical strength with soul power. Unexpectedly, you are still good at raising children. Qian Rongxiu said quietly to Shui. In Shrek Academy, she still didn't dare to float out for a walk. I have a doubt. Why is it the same 100 laps? Zhou Yi would resist if she wanted the students to run, but you would be fine if you let the students run. Tianmeng Iceworm doesn't understand the strangeness of human beings. It's the same as running. Why is there such a big difference when doing these twists and turns? Because Zhou Yi's attitude and tone are reprimanding and disciplinary, and I'm just a reasonable request from the teacher. Shui used to be a student at his age, so he should have a little rebellious spirit. Young people of this age. What I hate the most is when others are coercive, peddling, threatening, asking myself to do something. You're like this. Be careful to take your graduation certificate. Do you still want to do it like this? Shui had heard this kind of threat countless times. This kind of rhetoric is essentially a kind of discipline from the superior to the people below. Shui was also patient at that time, because he didn't have the capital to stand up, so he could only make a compromise. Later, Shui didn't have the capital to stand up, but Shui was a mess. When others said this to Shui again, Shui slapped him straight up. You fucking old bideng, who dared to hang on to you and threatened me. Simple mouth smell, ultimate enjoyment. So Shui knew very well how to get along with this group of students, who were all from this age group. Students are nothing, let alone a tool for the teacher to show his authority. They also have to be respected. Shui said earnestly. Then what if there are thorns on the head? Qian Rongxiu asked doubtfully. Doesn't this seem to be different from the way she learned in the Tiandu royal family? The thorn head needs to be analyzed in detail, not to mention that I am a teacher now. Shui touched the other small Shrek badges on his clothes. Teacher should behave like a teacher. How? Tianmeng Iceworm was curious. First try to persuade them with good words, and then take severe measures if it doesn't work. Shui smiled again. What's more, these students are not fools. I am a soul emperor here, how can he mess around? In the past, there were students who dared to mess around, just because the teacher did not dare to touch them, or if they really did, the teachers were not as strong as the students. But now that Shui is a soul emperor, Cleaning up their group of children is like cleaning up anything else, together they are not enough for Shuebei to beat with one hand. What if you are a ruler? Qianrongxiu asked again. Why keep the thorn head? Shuebei smiled gently, with a normal smile in his eyes. Different identities and different positions represent Shuebei's different handling methods. Just as Shuebei, Qianrongxiu, and Tianmeng Binkan were talking, Wang Dong passed by Shuebei with a whoosh and was the first to complete 100 laps. Don't stop immediately, and don't lie down, just walk around slowly before talking. Shuebei reminded immediately. Although the Soul Master's physical fitness is strong, it is not possible to completely avoid the possibility of sudden death. After strenuous exercise, lying down to rest suddenly is prone to accidents. Wang Dong's handsome face was ruddy. He slowed down his pace a little panting, and walked around the field before stopping. After Wang Dong, some students also completed 100 laps. Shuebei didn't set a time limit. The students ran so fast for 100 laps, which was purely due to the competitive spirit among the students. It didn't take long for most of the students to complete the task of running the circle. Cheng Cheng, Chu Jianluo, Tang Dao, Shang Guan Chen Tian, Lin Ziyu, Zhe Yun, Tai Long, Tang Ling, Yun Xiao Piao. At this time, Shuebei suddenly called out the names of several classmates. Don't let me remind you a second time, your laps have not been completed, don't mess around. The students whose names were called by Shuebei were shocked, as if they had been called by death. Then they stared wide-eyed and continued to run one by one. If this were Zhou Yi, he would probably just tell them to pack up their things and get out. Tianmeng Bingxi said in the Sea of Spirits. If you didn't tell the students in advance, the students cheated and cheated. Although it is wrong, it is not at all to the point of expulsion. Shuebei said. If you tell the students still make mistakes. Shuebei chuckled, tell the students the punishment of stealing, raping, and playing tricks clearly. If they still make mistakes, they will naturally be expelled in a reasonable and legal way. Seeing Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao resting after running over there, Shuebei said again, besides, a few of them have also been punished. How to say? It's embarrassing in front of classmates. Maybe they are thinking now that they might as well be expelled. Shuebei looked at Tai Long. Tai Long's face was flushed like a monkey's butt. He didn't know whether he was shy or tired. Shuebei didn't bring the students back to the classroom until all the students had finished running. Now that I have a basic understanding of your physical fitness, I have to say that your physical fitness is very poor. Shuebei wrote on the blackboard, the emergence of soul guides requires the physical fitness of soul masters to be better. Teacher Shuet. Wang Dong bravely raised his hand and asked, why do you keep talking about soul tools? Aren't we soul masters? Shuebei seemed to be prepared for this question. Where does the soul guide come from? Sun Moon Empire. Xiao Xiao said. What is the Sun Moon Empire to us? Enemy. Many of the students were originally from the aristocracy of the Three Kingdoms, so they naturally didn't have a good impression of the Sun Moon Empire. How can we not know our enemy? Shuebei asked back. The requirements for soul masters are always changing. Soul masters are not stubborn, they also need to keep pace with the times. 1 year ago, a soul master only needed to practice to become a title Douluo, but now a title Douluo needs a soul core. Why? Because the soul core is more refined to your own soul power. Everyone else has a soul core, but if you don't, you are inferior to others. We have collided with the Sun Moon Empire for more than 4,000 years, but what about the development of our soul tool technology? But in our last continental war, we relied on a large number of high-level soul masters to defeat the Sun Moon Empire. Doesn't this prove that soul masters are better than soul engineers? Asked a classmate. At the same level, soul masters are certainly better than soul mentors. Shuebei admitted this, but what if it's a large core fighting? The power of the soul guide that the soul masters can play together is stronger than a soul master army. Even more extreme, after falling into a tug-of-war, soul masters and soul engineers waste time with each other. How much does it cost to train a soul engineer? How much gold soul coins would it cost to train a soul master of the same strength? Moreover, this has been done for thousands of years. Do you know how far the soul tools of the Sun Moon Empire have developed? The whole class was silent. They really didn't know much about the Sun Moon Empire, and they were always intoxicated by the victory thousands of years ago. As Shrek's students, you are the future elites of Douluo continent, and as elites, you need not only the thinking of a soul master, but also the vision of a soul master. Shuebei started his lecture. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Guys from the Martial Soul Department come to our Soul Guidance Department to beg for food. Chapter 25. Guys from the Martial Soul Department come to our Soul Guidance Department to beg for food. Mr. Zhou, I'm not talking about you, you're a bit. Du Weilun, the Dean of the Martial Soul Department of the Outer Academy, looked at Zhou Yi, who was standing in front of him and complaining bitterly. How am I doing? I can guarantee the admission rate of the students to the inner courtyard. Can Shuebei guarantee it? He is irresponsible to the students. Zhou Yi said angrily. Shuebei used his soul power to subdue her in front of the students, which made Zhou Yi feel ashamed. What's more important is that what Zhou Yi said at that time, "You can teach students by doing what you do," was obviously an angry statement. Shuebei really took it seriously. Not only did he no longer need to attend classes by himself, Shuebei also arranged the courses on his own initiative. Although it is very easy to not work with a salary, Zhou Yi feels that this is an insult to her education career. Then what do you want? Du Weilun asked. At least, first stop those soul instructor courses that Shuebei insisted on. We are from the Wuhan department. Zhou Yi originally wanted to say that Shuebei should be kicked out of the first class of freshmen, so that he could not be the class teacher. But after thinking about it, Shuebei has a background in addition to his ability, and the Qianggu family is not easy to mess with. So he changed his mind and said that the soul teacher's courses should be stopped. Du Weilun looked at Zhou Yi strangely. You still have the nerve to talk about the martial arts system. How many talents have you sent to Fan Yu of the Soul Guidance Department over the years? Shrek Academy, Outer Courtyard, Martial Arts Department Teaching Building. The students in the freshman class lined up one by one and came out of the classroom. I really can't stand it anymore. Why do I have to do exercises every day? Tai Long reluctantly came out of the classroom with a bitter look on his face. Teacher Shui also wants to exercise our bodies. If you can't bear it, just leave and go to the second class of freshmen. Xiao Xiao walked over and heard that Tai Long's tone was not friendly to Shuebei, so he hurriedly defended his teacher Shui. No. I didn't mean that either. Tai Long stood there awkwardly. It's not that he really hates Shuebei, it's just a habitual complaint. Many students have this habit, and Shuebei used to be like this too. Not to mention complaining when running every day, he would complain even when it was his turn to clean the public area. This is not a run. We have already run with weights in the morning. This time, Teacher Shui will take us to the Soul Guide test area to have a look and gain some insights. Wang Dong said. He is the monitor now. Because he is the strongest in the first class, and when he confronted Zhou Yi last time, he was also in his early years, fearless and responsible. This group of children is only 11 or 12 years old, and they have no scheming or thoughts, so they naturally admit that Wang Dong is the boss. Now that Wang Dong has been recognized as the boss, Shuebei can't find trouble on his own, so he arranged for Wang Dong to be the monitor of the first class of freshmen. Let's line up. Run, go. The students assembled into 4 teams and jogged to the Soul Guidance Department with Wang Dong, attracting many people's attention along the way. Among them, the students from the Soul Guidance Department had the biggest reaction. As we all know, the Martial Soul Department and the Soul Guidance Device Department of Shrek Academy are both competitive, and the relationship between the deans of the two departments is also very delicate, which leads to most students not being particularly friendly to each other. Damn it, those from the martial soul department don't have the cultivation resources, so they come to us to beg for food, said a student from the soul guidance department. The first class of freshmen. Wang Dong stopped in front of a rectangular gray building in the soul guidance system area. The gray building looks very heavy. It is not only made of bricks and stones, but also has a metallic luster in many places on the surface. There are constant low roars in the building, which even cause slight vibrations under the students' feet. Belch. Tai Long burped. For some reason, he felt a little afraid of the soul guide. Shuebei was already waiting there. When he saw Wang Dong bringing the whole class over, he waved happily. Squad leader. Teacher Shuet. Wang Dong stood up and greeted. Come in together. Wang Dong glanced at the sign next to it, Soul Guidance Device Test Area. No, Mr. Shuet wants to experiment with us, right? Tai Long was even more unbearable and trembling. He had already imagined a big drama in his mind. Wait to enter the door next time. Our squad leader, Wang Dong, was arrested. The monitor said, I'm here for class, what are you going to do? You're so good at saying you should go in first. Wang Dong originally wanted to give Tai Long a slap in the face, but he felt that Tai Long smelled of sweat and his hair was greasy, so he was afraid of getting his hands dirty, so he rolled his eyes at him instead. Everyone lined up and walked in, and Tai Long was the first. Shuebei didn't catch him, Tai Long didn't roar and pounce on Shuebei, everything was normal. The students looked curiously at the experimental field of the Soul Guidance Department. The Soul Tool test area is all made of metal, and the metal that makes up here is also a dark brown color, which is not ordinary. After entering the door, there is a long horizontal corridor. There is only a door every 30 meters on one side, with words such as Test Area No and Test Area No written on it. Please come to door No. 12. Shuebei led the students to the end and stopped in front of a door named number 12 in the experimental area. Someone inside helped open the door. After a brief fluctuation of soul power, with the sound of zazza, the door of test area number 12 opened horizontally. All the doors were opened, Shuebei waved his hand, and the students filed in. Old Shuet, the place is ready for you, you go to class. A tall middle-aged man, the one who helped open the door, said. This teacher is also very strong. Xiao Xiao secretly approached Wang Dong and whispered. Well, I can see it. This middle-aged man is about 1.8 meters tall, with very broad shoulders, and his thick and strong arms are still exposed, revealing muscles like granite. A sense of standing like a mountain. Brother Fan, thank you. Shuebei nodded with a smile, and then asked Wang Dong to take the students in. A series of thick metal plates divided the test area number 12 into various areas, like metal boxes. After Wang Dong identified the direction, he quickly led the students to an empty field. Here, I mainly want to show you the strength of some soul tools. Shuebei picked up a knife-shaped melee soul tool and handed it to Wang Dong. Ah! Do I also want to experience it? Wang Dong raised his brows but did not take the soul guide. As someone who came from a relatively traditional and powerful family, referring to Haoshanzong, Wang Dong still insisted on the principle of supremacy of soul masters. Wang Dong despises soul engineers. No matter how powerful he is, can he be as strong as his big daddy and second daddy, therefore. Soul master cultivation is the right path. All right. Shuebei nodded, Tai Long come here. What? Tai Long was so big that he had no place to hide, so he had to stand up angrily. I really don't understand, I didn't do anything to you? Why are you so afraid of me? Shuebei patted the young man on the shoulder, and handed the melee soul guide in front of him. You use the soul guide to demonstrate with Wang Dong. Tai Long. The CO authors are persecuting me, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Soul Guidance Canon and K2. Chapter 26 Soul Guidance Canon and K2. Not used to it. Shuebei looked at the young man in front of him. Talon nodded apprehensively. Forget it, let your brothers and seniors do it. Shuebei turned and left, and found another big guy to come in after a while. Judging from his face, the big man should still be a teenager, but his body is extremely tall. He is more than 2 meters tall, his shoulders are wider than the middle-aged teacher, Fan Yu, just now, and his bare chest reveals dark muscles. The head is as reflective as Mr. Saitama, and it looks like a strong man at first glance. Why are soul engineers so strong? Xiao Xiao moved closer to Wang Dong again. Wang Dong didn't know why Xiao Xiao often leaned close to him, so he had to keep a little distance, saying, "Maybe their soul instructors just like to be strong, let's not talk about it, I'm going to play. K2, show them the strength of a soul mentor." Shuebei patted Hikato on the shoulder. "Okay." Hikato's dark face showed an honest smile. He looked at Wang Dong in front of him and said, "Just feel free to take action." Shuebei suddenly said again, "Hikato has 3 rings. Wang Dong may not be able to do it with 2 rings. Xiao Xiao Qian will also go up." Tai Long cried silently and finally stopped persecuting me. "Okay." For some reason, Xiao Xiao was very excited when she walked onto the stage. She stood next to Wang Dong and kept staring at Wang Dong's beautiful profile. To be able to fight side by side with Wang Dong. This is really spicy. Let's start. Hikato is a very straight man. After Shuebei finished speaking, he patted his belt, and with a flash of light, a black metal pipe about 1.5 meters long appeared in his hand. "Release the martial spirit." Wang Dong released the butterfly spirit, the goddess of light, and the dazzling blue wings spread out from behind in an instant, and Wang Dong's body was also covered with a layer of strange colors that changed between blue and purple. On those huge wings, golden light clusters lit up, forming a V. 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, rose up, attracting the attention of everyone present. And under Xiao Xiao's feet, 2 circles of yellow light rose instantly. At the same time, Xiao Xiao sent a message to Wang Dong. "My main martial spirit is the Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron, which integrates offense and defense. It has a certain effect in controlling the battlefield. It mainly hits the enemy and creates a shock. Once it collides with the enemy, it will stun the opponent and produce an attack effect at the same time." Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao have never cooperated before, so even if they are 2 people, they may not necessarily bring out the best of their abilities. It may even become the effect of 1 + 1 is not equal to 2. A mass of black light and shadow quickly condensed above Xiao Xiao's head, with a diameter of about 1 meter. It was a tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears. Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron. Hikato took out something from his waist with his left hand, and then put it into the metal tube. When he raised his right hand, the metal tube reached his broad shoulders. "Careful!" The dazzling blue wings of Wang Dong's butterfly goddess of light spread out from behind in an instant, and with a flash of his figure, Wang Dong rushed up at high speed. Soul power spurted backward from the golden light clusters on Wang Dong's wings, causing him to reach high speed in an instant. This is not a soul skill, but the instinct of his Dai Wuhun, the goddess of light. Wang Dong, who suddenly accelerated, rushed out of the distance of more than 10 meters almost instantly, and was about to reach Hikato. According to Wang Dong's vision, when he is a strong attack system soul master and gets close to a soul engineer, he can defeat the opponent, regardless of whether Xiao Xiao is there or not. And after seeing Hikato carried on his shoulder by the metal gun barrel, Wang Dong's keen perception made him feel a strong danger from Hikato. Dash! Butterfly's sickle struck the metal barrel of the soul cannon, making a deafening sound. But to Wang Dong's surprise, Hikato's soul tool was not destroyed by his soul attack. With the sharpness of the light goddess butterfly, can't she cut off this soul guide? Even deformation is impossible. Cutting iron like clay is not an adjective, it is a fact of the goddess of light. Hey, my cannon is so hard. Hikata chuckled. His soul guide was made of relatively good metals, how could it be destroyed by a two-ring Great Soul Master? Intense soul power fluctuations instantly erupted from Hikata's body at this moment. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, flashed at the same time. The metal tube on his shoulder seemed to be trembling slightly, and a thick black halo appeared. It circulated on the surface of the metal pipe and actually knocked Wang Dong out. At the same time, Hikata turned around and pointed the muzzle at Xiao Xiao, who was standing aside. You have too little actual combat experience, elementary school girl. Hikata showed his big white teeth on his dark face. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and a group of eye-catching black lights erupted from the metal tube instantly, and the huge airflow band that suddenly appeared even formed an air wave. Xiao Xiao didn't panic, she lightly raised her right hand and pointed at Hikata, and the light and shadow of the big cauldron with a diameter of 1 meter above her head rushed forward in an instant. Xiao Xiao firmly believes that his martial spirit can withstand a full blow from a soul master. Taking a 10,000 step back, Hikata can kill a 3-ring soul master. How strong is his attack power? This is typical soul master thinking. Under the influence of the soul guide, Hikata was able to unleash the full blow of a top soul master. Wang Dong is more vigilant than Xiao Xiao, but at this time, he has no way to cooperate with Xiao Xiao's soul skills in a suitable way. They are not familiar with each other's soul skills at all. So Wang Dong chose to play alone. Since I don't know Xiao Xiao's soul skills and I can't cooperate with Xiao Xiao's soul skills, then I will do it myself. The soul power in Wang Dong's body surged in an explosive manner, pouring it into a pair of front wings crazily, and the rear wings were completely open to maintain the balance of his body. Groups of golden light streaks on the azure blue front wing emanated golden light, and a sharp golden light edge about 3 inches wide was formed on the edge of the front wing in an instant. Regardless of Xiao Xiao, all he needs to do is defeat Hikata. Wang Dong completely gave up on rescuing Xiao Xiao, and let Xiao Xiao face the attack of the soul guide cannon all by himself. Xiao Xiao! Before Xiao Xiao was blown away, she didn't even see Wang Dong look back at herself. At this time, Wang Dong could only see the cabbage. Raising both hands at the same time, Wang Dong's butterfly front wings, the goddess of light, immediately spread out on both sides of his body, matching the golden light edges. Like 2 large guillotines. Then, slash! Wang Dong's best soul skill is this. But Hikata didn't play cards according to the routine, he didn't block directly, but stepped back 2 meters with his soul tool on his shoulder in an instant. This hunk looks big and clumsy, but is very nimble. At this time, the students watching the battle understood why Shuebei wanted them to exercise. Without exercising, can you, a little dog, withstand such a heavy soul guide cannon? Hikata nimbly and clumsily dodged Wang Dong's right wing slash, and then suddenly hit Wang Dong's wing with a thick soul guide cannon. Wang Dong suffered an old sin this time. He was knocked out of balance and fell to pieces. Teacher Shuet, I won. Hikata showed a winner's smile. I'm not convinced. Is he considered a soul master? Wang Dong said as he got up from the ground in embarrassment. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Advanced Research of Shrek Academy. Chapter 27 Advanced Research of Shrek Academy. Why not? A special smile appeared on Hikata's honest face, who stipulates that a soul engineer holding a soul guide can't hit someone with the soul guide barrel. You! Wang Dong was so angry that his teeth itched. Shuebei also helped Xiao Xiao up at this time. What Hikata loaded just now was not a powerful soul tool shell, but only a concussion effect, so Xiao Xiao was fine at this time. You have all seen the function of the soul guide. I hope you will remember our lesson today. Seeing that Xiao Xiao had no problems, Shuebei walked among the students and began to explain some things that should be paid attention to when fighting with the soul engineer. In the future, whether you are participating in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, or meeting the Sun Moon Empire on the battlefield in the future, you must use the thinking of a soul master instead of a soul master. Wang Dong stomped his feet dissatisfied, but are all the soul engineers in the Sun Moon Empire the same as senior brother? Just as unruly, the same big guy, Wang Dong did not say these words clearly. Shuebei glanced at Hiketu, thinking that the soul engineer of Sun Moon Empire should be the same as Hiketu. After all, Hiketu's real name is Suhi, and he was also a member of the Sun and Moon royal family back then. I don't know either. I haven't conducted an on-site investigation, so I can't draw a conclusion. Shuebei is quite rigorous. On the battlefield, no matter what the soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire are like, you should go all out. Suddenly, a sharp voice came over, which sounded very familiar, even a little disgusting. Could it be? Wang Dong suddenly turned his head. The first moment I caught my eye, I saw Zhou Yi, the homeroom teacher of an old woman with a chicken skin and white hair who likes to cosplay. You thought you were on the battlefield, wouldn't the soul engineers of the Sun Moon Empire defeat or even kill you in this way? You have become a prisoner of the Sun and Moon Empire, and you still tell them that there is something wrong with this way of fighting as a soul master. Zhou Yi walked over step by step, followed by the middle-aged and bulky Fan Yu. Teacher Zhou. Teacher Shuet. Shuebei looked at Zhou Yi calmly. No matter what she said about making things difficult for teaching, he would remain silent. Zhou Yi looked at the students around her. Wang Dong looked at her unkindly. Xiao Xiao hid behind Wang Dong. Tai Long had no place to hide and could only shrink back. Your teaching is not bad. Zhou Yi looked at Shuebei and said seriously. Thank you. Shuebei smiled sincerely. No matter how much Zhou Yi disliked Shuebei's attitude of not expelling students, or even saying that he was protecting students. But after she watched Shuebei's class on Soul Masters and Soul Mentors today, she felt that Shuebei still had some merits. Mr. Zhou Yi seems to think that Mr. Shuebei's teaching is also good. This time, Tai Long moved to Wang Dong's side, imitating Xiao Xiao's whispering. However, Wang Dong's reaction was so great this time that he almost knocked out Tai Long's overnight meal with an elbow. Who allowed you to be so close to me? Wang Dong patted his shoulder with a misophobia. But... Xiao Xiao. Tai Long looked at Wang Dong in a rather innocent and frightened manner. Wang Dong glanced at the cute and beautiful Xiao Xiao, and then at Tai Long, who didn't pay attention to hygiene. Can it be the same? One is a sweet-smelling and soft girl, and the other is a smelly boy with a greasy head and unshaven beard. After Xiao Xiao heard this, he made a face to Tai Long in embarrassment. Good guy, squad leader, you value sex over friends. Talon groaned. What are you talking about? Talon? It's class. Is it time to talk? Maybe Tai Long was born to be at odds with Zhou Yi. Obviously everyone had spoken, but Zhou Yi just found Tai Long and scolded him head and face. Okay. Shuebei sighed helplessly, thinking that Tai Long really didn't have a good relationship with Zhou Yi, so he wouldn't be fired by Zhou Yi accidentally one day. Teacher Shuet, I'll take these students back first. Zhou Yi told Wang Dong to form a team. Okay. Shuebei didn't know what this was for, and thought that Zhou Yi had directly seized power. Old Shuet, I have something to do with you. Fan Yu stood up with his hands on his hips. Caitou, the same goes for you, come with me. Then I'll trouble teacher Zhou Yi. Shuebei and Keita followed Fan Yu, and Tai Long's wailing could be heard behind them. No, teacher Shuet, come back soon. What the hell are you screaming about? You want to be fired, right? Woo 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 woo. After passing through several experimental areas, Fan Yu took Shuebei and Keita to a large construction site. Brother Fan, you. Shuebei took the helmet handed by Fan Yu. What are you building? Fan Yu chuckled and gave Shuebei an arrogant wink. It's the idea you told me about last time, old Shuet. The corner of Shuebei's mouth twitched. Brother Fan, did you just make it? Of course. Our Shrek Soul Guidance Department's hands-on ability is still very strong. Fan Yu lifted the door curtain in front and entered a room again. There is a big guy inside, and the whole structure is covered with steel bars. I think it can only rely on the steel bars to stand firm. At the same time, all kinds of bodies and parts are scattered around, making it look miscellaneous. There were also many soul masters, holding notebooks and pens, taking notes and pointing. What everyone who makes soul guidance devices seems to be like this. This is a mech. Shuebei finally recognized what this big guy was being built. It was a soul guide mecha. How about it? Lao Shuet, we Shrek may not be as good as the Sun and Moon Empire, but with the materials, we can still build a mecha. Fan Yu proudly climbed onto the frame of the mecha. Shuebei. Although this proves the resources and manufacturing capabilities of the Shrek Academy's Soul Guidance Department, but this mecha is a spectacle. Is it useful? Can it stand after leaving the steel bars? Can you still leave? Back then, Shuebei wanted to learn soul tool technology from a teacher for his own ideals, so he often came to the Soul Tool Department for academic exchanges. At first, Fan Yu ignored Shuebei. However, Shuebei's martial spirit diamond chisel is just an excellent tool for identifying metal materials and characteristics, and Fan Yu sometimes asks Shuebei for help. Shuebei also had some talent in making soul tools, so the two became familiar with each other day by day. Then Shuebei had something to do, and in order to show the superiority of the time traveler, he boasted to Fan Yu about the concept of soul guiding mecha. Shuebei thought very simply at the time, I may not be as good as you, Fan Yu, in the production of soul guidance devices, but I, Shuebei, am still relatively forward-looking in the future development of soul guidance technology. After all, doesn't Dowson also have a soul guide mecha? So, Shuebei's bullshit was blown away, but he didn't expect that Fan Yu actually realized the soul guide mecha. At least part of it was made. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, The Immature Soul Guide Mech Design. Chapter 28, The Immature Soul Guide Mech Design. Of course, what Fan Yu built was only a semi-finished soul guide mecha. It doesn't even matter whether it has passed the approval of the college. It is more likely that Fan Yu used the resources of the college to build it for himself. Brother Fan, although this thing looks good, it's not practical. Shuebei persuaded. Old Shuet, why did you say no to the goal you mentioned at the beginning? Fan Yu was very upset. Mr. Shuet, this soul guide mecha is my teacher's proud work. Hiketu also explained the soul guide equipped on it is the master of the existing soul guide technology. Shuebei. You all like to create spectacle together, right? Fan Yu's soul guide mech is more than 3 meters high, so big target. Sun Moon Empire's soul guide cannon can be fired in seconds, or just a soul master of agility attack system touches the leg of the mech and makes if there is a malfunction, the entire machine will lose its ability to move. The body of the mecha is divided into skeleton, joints, walking mechanism, magazine, energy chamber, engine, power source, cockpit. Shuebei said logically, wandering around the mecha, and finally brought out the topic. I want to test it. Of course. Fan Yu was very happy. Seeing that Shuebei divided the body of the mech so finely and explained it so clearly, he knew that Shuebei did not spend less time researching this in private. It was only built because he was able to mobilize the resources of the Shrek Soul Guidance Department. Shuebei couldn't mobilize so many resources, he could only dream about it. Old Shueyu. I want to see the mech I built, as I said at the beginning. Why not admit it? Shuebei ignored Fan Yu's weird smile, and began to inspect this era-crossing mecha step by step. At that time, I was just bragging, and I didn't know that the mecha that Fan Yu understood was the same thing as the mecha that I understood. A mecha first looks at the skeleton. The mecha skeleton is similar to the bones of an animal. It is used to support the basic shape of the mecha and drive the mecha to move. It usually needs the protection of the outer armor. Shuebei knocked on the shell of the Fan Yu mecha, What alloy is used? It's very strong, not bad. Hikato giggled. The shell of this mecha was built by himself. Teacher Shuet, I think so. The meaning of the outer armor is often to protect the entire body. If the outer armor is damaged or destroyed, relatively simple repairs are needed. Or it can be replaced to make the armor intact, which can reduce maintenance costs and improve repair speed. Good. Fan Yu is also proud of himself as a disciple, as expected of his Fan Yu's disciple. To think of this, is already very talented. You know, Shuebei just said at the time that this mecha was made by twisting screws one by one with their own hands. The design ideas were all thought up by the soul engineers of the Shrek Soul Guidance Department. Let's look at the joints again. Shuebei released the Vajra Chisel Martial Soul, ready to identify the metal used in this mech. I know, old Shueqian said that the movement of the mecha needs to be realized through joints. Fan Yu patted the shell of the mecha and it made a loud bang, so I chose malleable and plastic alloys for the joints of this mecha, and I designed it myself. The more open the joints are designed, the greater the range of movement, and the stronger the mecha's mobility, flexibility, versatility, and maneuverability. But relatively speaking, the mecha's reliability, service life, defense capabilities, and stability, the worse it is, the more difficult it is to manufacture and maintain, and the joints are precisely one of the Achilles heels of mechs. Shuebei rolled his eyes. Your mecha seems to have too many joints. Excluding the limbs, why do you have joints on your head? Why are there joints at the joint between the cockpit and the mecha in the abdominal cavity of the mecha? Ah! There are joints in the head because it looks like a human. Fan Yu said naturally. Shuebei. Then why the head of the mecha can only move up and down, but not left and right? Sure enough, it's still hard to make. What about the cockpit and airframe? It can turn. What if the enemy fights you in close quarters? Fan Yu said logically. The cockpit of the Fan Yu mecha is connected to the body by the upper and lower joints and the torso of the body. When an enemy sneaks up from behind, the cockpit can turn around to meet the enemy. Brother Fan, can't you turn on a radar on the mecha? A soul skill similar to spiritual detection? Or a soul master can also have this soul skill when driving by himself. Shuebei was speechless. This cockpit does not need to be rotated. Even if the enemy sneaks up from behind, it only needs one detection to find it. Hey, old Shuet, in order to prevent others from spying on the inside of our mecha, I specially installed a rare metal that shields the spirit detection. Fan Yu knocked on the mecha. If you don't believe me, come and try. Shuebei directly released his mental strength to touch it, and sure enough, there was nothing in the cockpit. So. Other people's mental detection can't get in, and our mental detection can't get out either. Then the observation is observation with the naked eye. Fearing that Shuebei would not know, Fan Yu entered the cockpit and pulled up an observation port, which was made of solid crystal glass. Shuebei. Others can't see it after muddying it up. Let's look at the walking mechanism again. In my impression, the walking mechanism commonly used by mechas is mechanical legs. You are a bipedal design of a humanoid mecha. Shuebei tapped the mecha's legs. Do you have any questions? Hikato humbly asked for advice, while other soul masters also gathered around. I have no opinion. Shuebei shook his head. The Fan Yu mecha is designed according to the human form, the head is designed, and there is no problem with the two-legged walking mechanism. It's just, in addition to the two-legged human form, there are also three-legged, four-legged, and multiple-legged designs. You can open your mind. How can a three-legged mecha walk? There are no three-legged people in reality. The spirit beast like the three-legged golden crow seems to be. People are flying. Shrek's soul mentor himself began to debate. Where's the magazine? Shuebei ignored the Shrek soul mentors who were arguing over a few legs, and instead asked Hikato. It's here. Hikato pointed to a soul cannon beside him, just carry it and use it when the time comes. Shuebei. I won't say these things, I just ask, such a big thing, such a big mecha, where is the energy it needs to drive? The energy storehouse is used to store energy. Without energy, the body cannot move by itself. In Shuebei's previous life, both batteries and fuel tanks could be counted as energy storage. It's just that the characteristic energy of Douluo continent should be soul power. Just look at the soul guide, provided by the soul master himself. Fan Yu said shyly. I was so excited when I made it, I didn't expect so many problems. Shuebei was dumbfounded. Brother Fan, do you mean, this big mech needs to be driven by the soul master's continuous output of soul power? Right. Shuebei. In any case, if he drives this soul guide mecha, Shuebei doesn't believe that he can fight for 10 minutes with the soul power reserve of the 6th ring Soul Emperor. Charging for 2 hours, fighting for 5 minutes. This is Shrek's secret weapon, don't tell anyone what epileptic soul guide mecha? In addition to admiring Fan Yu, Shuebei was also a little crazy. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Huo Hang, Yu Don End number 039, T sell grilled fish anymore? Chapter 29 Huo Hang, you don't sell grilled fish anymore. I'd better sort out the matter of the soul guiding mecha and give it to you, brother Fan. Shuebei was ashamed. Good. At this time, Fan Yu put his arm around Shuebei again. Actually, you don't have to worry about this mecha, old Shuet. What? Am I still not worried? You have designed it very well. Fan Yu saw Shuebei's worries and doubts. Throughout the ages, soul guides have also evolved from wrong to right. This is a process of continuous improvement. I know. You don't know. Fan Yu looked at Shuebei seriously. Old Shuet, you like to be hasty in doing things and hope that everything will be perfect right away. For example, this soul guide mech. As soon as you start making it, you want it to go into battle. Not only is it put into the battlefield, you even hope that it can play a good role in the battlefield. Is it possible? Shuebei fell silent. The development of soul guides naturally does not happen overnight. Even the soul guidance mecha that was so brilliant in Do Sanli has been developed in the real history of Douluo continent and has been perfected by countless soul guidance engineers. Shuebei really didn't know either. I see. Shuebei left the soul tool testing area. Zhou Yi is still training students. Around Shrek Square, more and more students fell down, and the sound of iron clothes hitting the ground could be heard from time to time. Your teacher Shuet is too kind to you. You can't stand this level of training. Zhou Yi yelled and cursed, and the students ran hard, just like a white farmer treating his black slaves. Damn it! It's because we ran past this morning. Tai Long was already struggling, and every step he took would even leave a watermark of sweat on the ground of the square. Save your energy. Wang Dong said something in a low voice before continuing to move forward. Squad leader. Xiao Xiao gritted his teeth and said, take us to charge again and drive away that guy Zhou Yi. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xiao fell down. Xiao Xiao's collapse was like knocking over dominoes, and several students fell down one after another. Teacher Shuet, come back quickly. Wang Dong saw that he was the only one who persisted in the square, and the idea of persistence in his heart collapsed at this moment. He staggered, his already sore legs couldn't hold on any longer, and he also sat down on the ground. Teacher Zhou Yi, is this how you treat my students? They just finished training this morning. Shuebei rushed to the classroom and found that his students were not there, so he knew that Zhou Yi must have taken them out for a run. Zhou Yi was still the same as before, using his military teachings to reason. On the battlefield, the people of the Sun and Moon Empire cannot finish chasing in the morning and stop chasing in the afternoon. Teacher Shuet. Tai Long's eyes went dark for a while. The soul power in his body was exhausted, and his physical strength was already exhausted, but when he saw Shuebei, it was as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. Circles of dazzling soul rings rose from Shuebei's feet, one yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. The first soul ring shines, and the angel is healed and released. This soul skill is to help people eliminate all bad conditions and heal them. I still have the same point of view. They are students, not soldiers. Even if they need to improve their physical fitness, they should do so according to their ability instead of squeezing them to their limit. Shuebei raised his hands, and the soft golden color began to seep out from his palms, as if warm sunshine was shining on the world. The students all felt an extremely comfortable warmth, like drinking a bowl of steaming chicken soup when their noses are runny from the cold in the winter. Whether it was the extremely sore muscles or the wounds worn out by the iron clothes, they were all recovering at an astonishing speed, and even their soul power was gradually recovering bit by bit. Zhou Yi said, "Disband. Everyone takes their iron clothes back." It seems that Zhou Yi exists only to torture students. Shuebei waited for Zhou Yi to leave before saying to the students, "After washing your body, I will treat you to dinner." "Okay." The student, who was half dead just now, burst into astonishing vitality when he heard that he could prostitute for free. After it got dark, the students gathered in the square after taking a shower. Although the training is ruthless, they are all soul masters, with rough skin and thick flesh, and now they basically have a little energy. Everyone followed Shuebei out of the academy. Shuebei took them to the east gate. After all, a group of more than 100 people really wanted to go to a high-end restaurant. Shuebei had to go bankrupt overnight, so they went to eat food stalls together. A large amount is full. On both sides of the avenue outside the east gate, many vendors gathered here, selling all kinds of things, all of them gathered here to do business with Shrek Academy students. Shuebei led more than 100 people into a street that was not too spacious. As soon as they arrived at the street entrance, the students smelled various aromas wafting out of the snack street, which made people excited. These are all licensed old shops, which are cleaner than the stalls outside. Shuebei explained to the students, "If you come out to eat, you can eat here." There are many students in Class 1 who are not locals of Shrek City at all. If they are allowed to find a place by themselves, they may be ripped off, or they may eat in some unclean restaurants. Shuebei still remembers. In his previous life, when he was in college, a classmate bought a street barbecue to treat guests from the same dormitory. As a result, the whole dormitory suffered from acute gastroenteritis and was admitted to the hospital. After this, Shuebei pays special attention to food hygiene. Does Teacher Shui have any recommendations? Xiao Xiao stood up and asked. Looking at the delicacies all over the street, she couldn't wait to kill everyone. It was Teacher Shui's treat anyway. Stuffy beef. Shuebei pointed to a shop. The beef stew in their house is very crispy. You don't need to add anything. It tastes delicious with some white rice. Really? Wang Dong looked at the unimpressive appearance of the store and was a little suspicious. Ah? Are you doubting my understanding of eating? Shuebei looked at him unkindly. You can question Shuebei's strength, but as a gourmet, you can't question Shuebei's understanding of eating. Wang Dong. Stuffy canned beef is easy to make. Wash the beef, add onion and ginger slices and stew it. After the beef changes color, add more than a dozen spices and stew it for a long time until the beef is completely crispy. The flavor of the spices has perfectly blended with the beef. To be frank, Shuebei can do it. So the secret recipe of this store lies in their earthenware pot. This special brown-yellow earthenware pot is very good at locking in the moisture and delicious taste of the beef. Of course, more than 100 people couldn't all enter the store, so Wang Dong and Tai Long were gloriously sent in by Shuebei to buy canned beef. At this time, Shuebei saw a young man running out of the shop, wearing work clothes and dripping with sweat. Huo Yuhao. Teacher Shui. Huo Yuhao turned around and saw Shuebei. He wiped his sweat and smiled sheepishly. Shuebei glanced up and down and asked. You don't sell grilled fish, but sell beef instead. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. Su Sanqi found Zhang Nanan again. Chapter 30 Su Sanchi found Zhang Nanan again. There is a reason why Huo Yuhao doesn't sell grilled fish. Although Shrek City does not charge money for setting up a stall, in theory, you can set up a stall to sell grilled fish when you prepare the ingredients, but Huo Yuhao didn't even have the money to prepare materials. It's not easy for Shrek to live. When Huo Yuhao came out, he only had 7 silver soul coins and 5 copper soul coins on him. In the wilderness, Huo Yuhao could find some mountain spring water to drink and eat some fish he caught himself, but since they came to Shrek City, it was impossible for him to dig up garbage to eat. Opening a grilled fish restaurant, even if it only has 1 stall, is a very simple one. Then Huo Yuhao still has to make some preparations. I want a metal oven. It also has an iron rack, various seasonings, and Herring. Shrek City also has urban management, so just set up a stall and wait to be chased like a dog. Except for the Shrek students who set up stalls, everyone else wanted to pay protection fees in private. So that's why Shuebei had to take the Shrek Academy's establishment test, so that his own Shrek Daily could be published smoothly. After all, the City Lord's Mansion and Shrek Academy are both members of the same family. Otherwise, the people in the City Lord's Mansion will say today that there is a problem with the content you publish, tomorrow they will say your newspaper's safety and health are not up to standard, and they will say you the day after tomorrow. There are people with such small powers in the local area, and they have 10,000 ways to kill them. It's not that Shuebei didn't work part-time before. Rural children were hanging out in the city. The city lord was not scary, but the kind of petty official was scary. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to meet, but the devil is difficult to deal with. Teacher Shuet, I'm going to get busy first. Huo Yuhao was very embarrassed. He wiped his sweat, picked up his things and entered the store again. It seems that Huo Yuhao has officially become a wage earner. Shuebei was silent. In fact, he could easily understand this embarrassment. For Huo Yuhao to be able to work here, he must have not been admitted to Shrek Academy. If Huo Yuhao is admitted to Shrek Academy, no matter whether it is the martial soul system or the soul guidance system, it will not be so embarrassing. Normally Huo Yuhao might be fine, but today Huo Yuhao met Shuebei. I remember that Huo Yuhao often said in front of Shuebei, I will definitely be admitted to Shrek Academy, but now that he is reduced to a wage earner, Huo Yuhao must be embarrassed. Shuebei ordered the students to move stools and tables, and waited for more than 100 people to share tables outside, and then entered the mango beef restaurant. As soon as you enter the store, you will be greeted by the warmth and the aroma of beef, which will immediately make you feel comfortable all over your body. The mango beef shop is not big. There are only 5 small rectangular tables in the shop, which can only seat more than 20 people. At this time, half of them are already seated. Wang Dong and Tai Long were waiting for the boss to prepare beef stew, and the boss chatted politely with them. Of course you are welcome, there are more than 100 stuffed canned beef, the boss has encountered a big order, okay? Shuebei went up and paid. A crock pot of stewed beef is placed on the small fire hole on the stove. The steaming beef aroma makes the lid of the crock pot buzz from time to time, and the aroma also slips out to tempt people. Xiao Huo, help me cook a few. The boss ordered while wiping sweat with a white towel around his neck. It is good. Huo Yuhao came out in a hurry, began to chop the beef, put in spices, and then controlled the heat. I want to eat your stew. Shuebei walked over, looked at Huo Yuhao and said, okay. Wang Dong looked at the wage earner Huo Yuhao with a puzzled expression on his face. Isn't he just a wage earner? The fluctuating soul power on his body may be a soul master, so teacher Shui wants to eat what he made? Shouldn't the boss craft be better? Old Shuet, old Shuet. You are really like this. The boss gave Shuebei a thumbs up. Xiao Huo is very good at craftsmanship, you really have a vision. Shuebei smiled implicitly. He just wanted to eat the dishes made by Huo Gu. Why did Huo Yuhao's culinary skills be magnified in the novels back then? As a gourmet, isn't it normal to pursue delicious food? Then I want to eat what you cook too. Wang Dong proudly ordered. Huo Yuhao nodded silently, indicating that he understood. Not long after, more than 100 stuffy canned beef were ready. There must be no room in the store, so Shuebei and the students ate outside. Shuebei opened the lid of the earthenware jar in front of him. The rich aroma of beef suddenly emitted from the earthenware jar. The soup was dark golden, and he could see the beef cut into small pieces one by one. It's really true that I can eat the food cooked by Huo Gua. Shuebei touched the crispy beef with his chopsticks, picked out a piece and put it on the rice, and ate it with the rice, his face full of enjoyment. Good to eat. Shuebei sighed in admiration, quite satisfied. The beef is rich and fragrant, with soup, and the salty aroma is neutralized by the rice, which is perfect. After taking a bite, Wang Dong couldn't help being moved. Teacher Shui, now I believe you are a gourmet. Wang Dong admired Shuebei. He hadn't eaten it before, and Teacher Shui knew that the waitman's food was delicious. Of course, the boss is not bad. I said, why don't you save some money to open a restaurant in the future, and I will go there every day to eat. Wang Dong looked at Huo Yuhao who served them side dishes and said. From Wang Dong's point of view, if Huo Yuhao's cooking ability makes money by opening a restaurant, he can support himself, and even save a house from Shrek City, it will be a very good life. As for soul masters? Haha, with such a weak strength, how high will your achievements be in the future? Do not. Huo Yuhao kindly rejected Wang Dong's proposal, but looked at Shuebei with sincere and sad eyes. Mr. Shui, I'm sorry for you. Ah? What are you sorry for? Shuebei put down the stuffy pot, the beef in it had been eaten up, and he was filling it with white rice to absorb the remaining soup. Shuebei is not a wasteful person. If you mean that you didn't get into Shrek Academy, then I will only tell you that I already knew that was the result. Shuebei said bluntly, Shrek Academy's requirements are very strict, I told you long ago. Ah! Huo Yuhao lowered his head deeply. Are you going to Numenon's sect? Shuebei asked after finishing the meal. Huo Yuhao looked up at Shuebei in surprise. How embarrassing, Teacher Shui, you have already helped me a lot. Shuebei waved his hand indifferently, and handed the stuffed jar to Huo Yuhao, one more bowl first. Huo Yuhao went in, his footsteps were a little hasty, and he was a little light, not as dejected as before. I want a bowl too. Since Shuebei and Huo Yuhao were chatting privately, Wang Dong didn't hear it just now. He only heard the last sentence one more bowl first, so he shouted hurriedly. Teacher Shui, are you here too? That's great. Just when Huo Yuhao went to get the jar, a figure hurried over. Student Xiao Zhang. Shuebei looked up and saw Zhang Nanan anxiously running to sit next to him. You. Wang Dong also looked at Zhang Nanan's face in surprise. The female student in purple in front of her is not only not inferior to her in appearance, but also has a gentle temperament. Is there anyone as good-looking as me? Nan, what's the matter? Shuebei asked calmly. It's him again, it really annoys me. Zhang Nanan raised her hand resentfully, pointing to a man in black who was chasing after him from the shop. This person was dressed in a black school uniform, tall, with thick eyebrows and tiger eyes, a straight nose and a square mouth, and a dignified appearance. Su Sanchi. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Stand Up, No Kneeling. Chapter 31 Stand Up, No Kneeling. Teacher Shui. Su Sanchi naturally also knew Shuebei. Seeing Shuebei here, he didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore, so he could only say. I'm here to see Nan. Who allowed you to be called Nan? Zhang Nanan cut off relations with Su Sanchi mercilessly, and said coldly, Su Sanchi, I told you that I hate your behavior, please don't bother me in the future. Nan. Shuebei spoke simply, classmate Su, I hope you can maintain a good relationship as classmates, but the premise is to respect the reasonable requirements of others. But, Zhang Nanan said impatiently, is it interesting for you to pester me like this? Well. Su Sanqi turned around and left helplessly, and then said unwillingly, Nanan, no matter why you hate me, I will correct it. Go away. Okay, I'm leaving now, I'm leaving now. Su Sanqi looked like a defeated dog when he left. Teacher Shuet, who is this? Xiao Xiao asked, watching the farce. Shuebei briefly introduced, Su Sanqi is a member of the Xianming family. His martial spirit is the Xianming turtle shield with dual attributes of water and earth. It has very strong defense. There is a nickname in the outer courtyard called invulnerable as gold. It's too dog-licking. Wang Dong drank another can of stuffy beef, but Wang Dong looked at Zhang Nanan, and felt that if she was such a beautiful senior, it might be normal to lick her like this. I wish he wasn't so licky. Zhang Nanan said angrily. There were many people chasing her in the outer courtyard, and most of them would not stalk her, except Su Sanqi. Classmate Xiao Zhang, come with me. Shuebei took advantage of the fact that his pot of beef had not yet been cooked, so he stood up and planned to chat with Zhang Nanan. The two of them got into the alley together, leaving only the gossipy students behind. Do you think Mr. Shui will be with Senior Zhang and her? Tai Long could imagine the scene, and he could eat 3 bowls of rice just thinking about it. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao condemned together. Really down. Tyrone. Actually, Shuebei didn't do anything, he just took Zhang Nanan to a quiet place with few people. Did Su Sanqi come to you because he knew about the Suanmu God pill last time, or because he was just interested in it? Shuebei asked. If it's for sex, that's okay, all boys are like this. If Su Sanqi knew that last time, Zhang Nanan almost sold himself to him if Shuebei hadn't stopped him, then it would be over. This is equivalent to Shuebei ruining Su Sanqi's good deeds. He could have had a romantic relationship with Zhang Nanan, but in the end, nothing happened. Zhang Nanan blushed when she heard Shuebei's hint. She didn't have a good look on Su Sanqi. Apart from the Xianming sect matter, she just knew that she almost sold herself to Su Sanqi, which made her a little embarrassed and ashamed. This should be purely for sex. That's fine. Shuebei patted Zhang Nanan on the shoulder, young guys are always like this, just reject him next time. It stands to reason that he shouldn't be looking for you. Zhang Nanan looked at Shuebei suspiciously, shouldn't he come to me? Although you didn't go to the Xianming family, others should go too. I told you how to awaken their family's martial soul. Shuebei was a little hard to say, more of a kind of sadness about his own incompetence. If I were stronger, or if I could find other ways to solve the evolution of the Xianming turtle armor shield spirit, I could completely stop girls from selling themselves to the Xianming sect. Shuebei's values are to believe that the matter is illegal. Regardless of whether the girl is voluntary or not, such matters should be resolved instead of left to chance. Or, improve medical insurance to help seriously ill people solve their illnesses. Or, help Suanmingzong solve the problem of Wuhan and cut off this way. I helped you, but if I don't solve the defect of Suanmingzong's martial soul, Suanmingzong still needs other girls to complete the evolution of their own martial soul. So Su Sanqi shouldn't be looking for me, but that girl from back then. Zhang Nanan suddenly realized it at this time, and then said, but, what if Su Sanqi doesn't like that girl? Don't like it. Shuebei didn't expect this at all. Zhang Nanan lowered her head, not all girls can be liked by the Xianming sect. Although they can live well in the Xianming sect, if they don't like it, they can stay, but they can only be concubines. When Zhang Nanan decided to devote herself, she could get a lot of information. So Su Sanqi chased you because he wanted you to be the wife of young Master Xianming? And he didn't care about the girl who helped him awaken his martial soul. Shuebei remembered that many people in his previous life had said that Su Sanqi had done a good job, that he was an infatuated person and was quite good to Zhang Nanan. It's all your wish you, Zhang Nanan, volunteered first, and now you're still pretending to be reserved, shameless. Whoever said so? They never thought about it. If Zhang Nanan was just a little bit pretty, if Zhang Nanan's talent is average, so will Su Sanqi still treat Zhang Nanan like in the original work? For example, the Su Sanqi family hoped that he would combine with Ning Tian of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and that the two families would join forces to become bigger and stronger, and create greater glories. Then Ning Tian couldn't bear the sand in his eyes, knowing that Su Sanqi had rolled over the sheets with someone else, hoping that that person would never show up. For the sake of the union of the two families, you can see if Xian Mingzong will kill him. Zhang Nanan is just a commoner. Anyway, he looks like that, and the young master doesn't like him much. So what? Anyway, my talent is average. What about our Xianming sect and Kaibao glazed tile sect? How did we get her to volunteer in the first place? Today we will let her disappear voluntarily. Really? You can say that both parties are voluntary. You can also say that Shuebei is a bitch and a clown. This is like some female college student selling herself to save her father. Climb to a tall, rich, and handsome college. Girls feel good. My father has recovered from his illness. Gaofu Shui also felt very good. Only Shuebei felt bad. Others will ask, how old are you, Shuebei? Everyone involved said yes. Are you jumping up and down in a hurry? Shuebei just wanted to say the Suanmingzong generation can guarantee fair and voluntary transactions. What about their next generation? When young Master Xianming was so anxious that he had to wake up one day, girls of that era had a higher sense of shame and were unwilling to voluntarily devote themselves to Xianming sect's great cause. Wouldn't that be voluntary? It's just like you volunteer to work overtime and volunteer to make up classes are the same. Are you voluntary? Are you voluntary? You said. Are you not voluntary? Can you say, do you dare to say it? Do you have no parents or relatives anymore? You don't have a weakness for children anymore? Xianming sect can tell everyone in the mainland. Look. You are voluntary. By the time the privileged class of Douluo continent, represented by the Xianming sect, can even keep some soul master girls in captivity. With this special for training. Look, they do it voluntarily. Our Xianming sect provides them with food, drink, and training, but we just need them to give up their chastity. This is for the purpose of perfecting our Xianming sect's martial soul. How much is the chastity of you assholes worth? How many people want to kneel down and beg to be our family's dog? There is no doorway yet. You shouldn't we be grateful? We as a family. As the ruler of Douluo continent, he actually gave you assholes a way to rise. You shouldn't this be a blessing? Please beg me quickly. I hope she is doing well. Zhang Nanan could only give the girl a helpless blessing. It was like a common man seeing his companion enter the mansion of a noble family. Look. Entering the family mansion, be a slave, although it's a bit cheap, at least it's a way out. Shuebei looked at the starlight in the sky, and made a silent promise in his heart. I'll take you. Stand up, no kneeling. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. Rongxiu, Shuebei, you are still a scholar. Chapter 32. Jian Rongxiu, Shuebei, you are still a scholar. After Shuebei treated the students to dinner, he returned to his faculty dormitory. Qian Rongxiu and Tianmeng Bingxi also took a rare opportunity to get some air and enjoy their free time every day. By the way, why do you think you can fight against the great families on Douluo continent? Qian Rongxiu looked at Shuebei jokingly, without any malice, but her tone was unavoidably teasing. The family is deeply rooted, and they already had great influence during the existence of Wuhan Palace. Even if it is the Angel family, they only dare to be the nominal leader of an aristocratic family. It seems that Wuhandian is the only one, but in fact they rule the world together with the noble families. What would you do, or are you just talking? Shuebei finished packing his things and just entered the bathroom when he heard Jian Rongxiu teasing him. Of course I didn't just talk. Shuebei took off his clothes in front of Jian Rongxiu, walked into the bathroom and began to take a shower. Aristocratic families have monopolized the mainland's cultivation resources and wealth. Why? They have powerful martial spirits, and this martial spirit can be passed down from generation to generation. Whether the martial spirit is strong or not determines whether you have innate spirit power. This leads to the people at the bottom have no way to rise up and resist, and complete the redistribution of material wealth and cultivation resources. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang's model is simply impossible to realize in Douluo continent. Without mastering the power to match the family, all this is empty talk. Tianmeng Binkan also spoke, but it's not realistic for you to let every human being have a powerful martial spirit, isn't it? Even if Tianmeng Iceworm is a soul beast, it knows that there are strengths and weaknesses. This is the natural law. Just like the ice jade scorpion and the ice silkworm, the ice jade scorpion was born to feed on ice silkworms. Even if it has been practicing for millions of years, it cannot change this theorem. Qian Rongxiu floated directly in and watched Shui Bei make soap. Do you have anything else to say? What is martial soul? Is martial soul hereditary? Is it a concept of genes or soul? Most ordinary people should belong to the concept of genes. Shui Bei asked a question, as if he was asking and answering himself and thinking. The mother of the blue-silver grass Wuhan will give birth to a child of the blue-silver grass Wuhan. So is the upper limit of the number of children of the blue-silver grass Wuhan limited. You can get him a 10-year-old blue-silver emperor soul ring soul bone to see if his martial soul can evolve. Qian Rongxiu said sarcastically. This is exactly the method Shui Bei proposed to Tang Yi. No, let's not say that the cost is too high and there is no universality. Maybe the person with the blue-silver grass martial spirit has no soul power at all and can't absorb the soul ring. Shui Bei replied seriously. You still want universality? Qian Rongxiu almost cursed. People without soul power can't cultivate their martial soul even after awakening, so I'm sorry. But we can unite soul masters who are capable of cultivation but not very talented. Shui Bei knew his fundamentals long ago. Is there a cheaper cost? Can their martial souls evolve? Shui Bei washed the foam off his body and shook his head. For example, can the methods of those evil soul masters be improved? Evil soul masters can mutate ordinary people's martial souls with evil attributes. Then, in the same way, can I induce mutations in martial souls? Qian Rongxiu was silent for a moment, and then she became angry. Have you set your sights on evil soul masters? You clearly know how dangerous evil soul masters are, but you still touch them. I caught a few young people before, but I couldn't ask anything. Shui Bei wiped his body, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bathroom. But I have some ideas. What idea? Qian Rongxiu asked. As the last god of the angel family, she really wanted to know what good solution Shui Bei had to solve the martial soul problem. For a person with a weak martial soul, we can give him a strong stimulus to make his martial soul mutate. Shui Bei walked into the kitchen and started heating up the dishes. What stimulus does the evil soul master use? Shui Bei thought that the evil soul masters he had interrogated before seemed to use mental stimulation. This seems to have something to do with the soul again. But don't martial souls generally mutate to become weaker? Benign mutations are not so easy to produce. Tianmeng Iceworm slowly squirmed into the kitchen. Yup. Forgot you Xiao Gang? Back then, he mutated into a useless martial soul, and my father looked down on him at all. Just look at how long it took his descendants to produce a bright holy dragon, Moon. Qian Rongxiu also floated to the kitchen and settled on Shui Bei's head. So what, anyway, their martial souls are useless, so instead of waiting to die, it's better to fight. Congratulations on success. Unsuccessful. Even if his martial soul is even more useless, at least he provided valuable experimental data. To abolish the martial souls of tens of thousands of people, and to explore a path of benign mutations of universal martial souls for future generations. From a grand narrative perspective. Well worth it. Shui Bei seemed to have no sympathy at all at this time, and seemed to be a completely different person from before. Tianmeng Binkan turned to look at Qian Rongxiu. Is he often schizophrenic like this? It doesn't conflict. Qian Rongxiu replied. She knows Shuebei best. She and him coexisted for 11 years. The reason why Shuebei wants everyone to be like a dragon is because he was born at the bottom. When he saw every poor person being bullied by the aristocrats, he recalled the grievances he had suffered. He felt resentment and revenge in his heart. He just wanted to make everyone stand up again, and it would be best to send the wealthy family to their graves. This is determined by Shuebei's bottom position. To achieve this purpose, Shuebei will use all means. For example, you can ask an evil soul master to find out how martial souls mutate, conduct experiments on a large number of residents, and complete data statistics. If it can really be achieved, Shuebei certainly doesn't mind sacrificing some people, even himself, to realize this ideal. Qian Rongxiu only hoped that she would have been resurrected by then and would not be dragged into Shuebei's death. Shuebei would definitely do such a thing. People like him believe in the fact that human beings are inherently mortal, either heavier than Mount Tai, or lighter than a feather. Mental stimulation should be of some use, such as stimulating the brain with lightning like Professor Yang. Shuebei said, of course it needs to be moderate. You can't really become the king of thunder and lightning. Qian Rongxiu didn't understand King Thunder and Lightning, but she didn't believe Shuebei's conclusion and asked, where did you get the news that thunder and lightning can stimulate the mutation of martial souls? Shuebei just looked at Qian Rongxiu awkwardly, saying nothing. Shuebei, you haven't experimented with people, have you? Qian Rongxiu looked at Shuebei like some perverted scientist. Why don't I know? It's not like you can read my memory at will. While you were away, I had Qiang Gukanglin conduct many experiments on the evil soul master. Shuebei said that there was nothing strange at all at the end, and he admitted his experiment generously. Anyway, the experimental product is an evil soul master, and that kind of disaster should contribute to the majority of soul master groups. Qian Rongxiu. Even if you really succeed, the problem caused by this is that with the large increase in the number of soul masters, the soul rings produced by the soul beasts are not enough. Qian Rongxiu said. Shuebei quickly replied, artificial soul rings or captive soul beasts can solve the problem. Artificial soul ring. Tianmeng Binkan was stunned. Can the soul ring be artificial? Shuebei saw Qian Rongxiu. How did you make your God-given spirit ring back then? Qian Rongxiu felt that Shuebei was more like a scholar than a powerful soul master. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Flame Maniac Ma Xiao Tao. Chapter 33 Flame Maniac Ma Xiao Tao. I'm drunk and drinking in the cold mountains. Tai Long hummed a song and walked out of Crayon Xiaoru's pose. I can't appreciate it. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao both turned away and synchronized. Tai Long's face turned dark. He felt that he was often persecuted. No, you have to control whatever songs I sing. You can sing, but don't affect us. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao left Tai Long and walked eastward along the south side of Shrek Square to the lakeside path. A soft stream of water vapor mixed with fresh air hit their faces. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao walked through the woods beside the path, and the sparkling Poseidon Lake appeared in front of them. Squad leader, why do you think Mr. Shui has lost his mind recently? Xiao Xiao walked to the sea god lake, wanting to stretch his hand in to explore the water. He broke up with senior sister Nan Nan. Wang Dong answered seriously. Ah! Xiao Xiao exclaimed. I lied to you. Wang Dong is the kind of person who talks nonsense to you in a serious manner, but if you look at his appearance and tone, you have to believe him even if what he says is outrageous. Xiao Xiao lamented, ah, what a pity. Wang Dong. Xiao Xiao, what are you usually thinking about? Xiao Xiao gave up exploring the water. I still expect teacher Shui and senior sister Zhang to be together. Don't you think they are really a good match? The age difference is too big. Of course, Wang Dong can't play in the water like Xiao Xiao. He has always played the role of the cold and handsome squad leader. Don't you think Teacher Shui is at least 1 round older than senior sister Nan Nan? Xiao Xiao tilted her head when she heard what Wang Dong said. It's true, although Mr. Shui is 20 years old, he looks the same as someone in his 40s or s, but he doesn't look too anxious. You should act like a 40-year-old. Wang Dong pulled up Xiao Xiao, and the two of them walked around Poseidon Lake together. Although Poseidon Lake is only a man-made lake, its area is extremely large. If converted, it must be larger than Kunming Lake in the Summer Palace. The lake water nearby is clear, like blue brocade with slight ripples, while there is a layer of mist on the water in the distance. Is the place where the fog is deepest in the inner courtyard. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao pointed to the inside of Poseidon Lake and said, if she is a senior from the inner courtyard, she should be a good match for Teacher Shui, right? Why? I heard that the seniors in the inner courtyard focus on cultivation, and they don't know how to fall in love when they are old. Teacher Shui doesn't seem like a person who can fall in love. Wang Dong didn't answer, he didn't pay attention to Shui Bei's love life at all, unlike this classmate Xiao Xiao, who was heavily facial controlled, not only liked to be by his side, but also liked to go to Shui Bei. Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong seemed to see a red dot appearing in the mist of the lake. Hey? What's wrong? Wang Dong pointed to the direction he saw. There seems to be a red dot over there. It's a person. It's a person. The next moment, the red dot turned into a red figure, galloping on the water at an astonishing speed, rushing in his direction. Is she the senior sister from the inner courtyard? Xiao Xiao didn't realize the danger at all. From her point of view, how could she encounter danger when she was in Shrek Academy or walking inside the academy? In just such a short time, the red figure had already rushed to the center of the lake, floating forward rapidly like a red cloud. This senior looks very strong. Xiao Xiao pointed at the red figure excitedly. Wang Dong analyzed carefully, being able to run on the lake without releasing his martial soul is probably a strong soul king. The red shadow was getting closer, and Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao could see it more clearly. This senior, not only the clothes on his body are red, but even his hair is blood red, but his whole body exudes a kind of menacing power. Wang Dong has only one understanding of this state. Senior, are you a humanoid soul beast? Squad leader, I feel something is wrong. Xiao Xiao suddenly felt a little scared. The senior who likes to wear red even twists the air around his body slightly, and the lake under his feet is steaming and rippling, and a terrifying high temperature is approaching. Damn it! This is a cultivation obsession. There was a look of horror in Wang Dong's eyes. He felt an indescribable aura of madness burst out from that senior who liked to wear red. That is definitely not what normal people should do. This circumstance occurs. Either the evil soul master has gone crazy and wants to kill someone. Either the soul master has gone too far in his training and is going to self-destruct. In either case, for Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, two great soul masters, all disasters. Run! With a swipe sound, the blue wings spread out behind Wang Dong. He grabbed Xiao Xiao's waist and wanted to fly into the air. But the ferocious red figure was already close in front of his eyes. Wang Dong's reaction was slow, but he had never been in contact with a fire attribute soul master, so he didn't know how to deal with it. The key is, Wang Dong is still holding Xiao Xiao. If he hadn't hugged Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong would have struck him with a butterfly guillotine. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, at least Wang Dong can still deal damage. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao doesn't eat dry food. Although she is a little gossip, she is still a girl who looks weak, but she is an orthodox soul master after all. A soul master is a profession, but he is also a person who possesses extraordinary power. This kind of person, even without training, is better than the average person. Xiao Xiao's Sansheng soul-suppressing cauldron was released instantly, and then suddenly gathered around her body, and the three big cauldrons protected her and Wang Dong's body like horns. The defense of Sanshung soul-suppressing cauldron is not weak, but of course, it is still a bit underwhelming in front of the Soul Emperor. Behind the red figure, a huge fire phoenix floated up, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 6 soul rings also rose up. Soul Emperor powerhouse, the terrifying high temperature erupted instantly, and Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao felt as if they were covered by a sea of flames. This senior must be very popular when he goes to the far north. Xiao Xiao is fine, the Sanshung soul-suppressing cauldron and Wuhan basically don't have any attribute restraints, and they are relatively balanced in all aspects. Wang Dong is in great trouble. His light goddess butterfly spirit, no matter how much it is boasted, is the most beautiful spirit in the mainland. In the final analysis, it is just an insect spirit. Insects like to attract light, but they are afraid of fire, this is their nature. Light attribute insects are resistant but not much. With a scream, the butterfly wings spread out behind Wang Dong curled instantly, and he and Xiao Xiao fell to the ground at the same time. Xiao Xiao stabilized his balance in mid-air, and then took out his strongest method. Facing the unprecedented powerful enemy of the Soul Emperor, Xiao Xiao's fighting qualities and mentality were actually adjusted to normal. This little girl is usually soft and frail, but she has really good foundation. The 2 soul rings lighted up at the same time, and the 3 cauldrons beside Xiao Xiao radiated black light at the same time, colliding with themselves instantly. The heavy weapon of the country, the shock of the tripod. The 3 tripods merged into one, and there was a violent roar, and a giant tripod twice the size of any previous tripod was born out of nowhere. On the giant cauldron, strange runes appeared faintly, and an indescribable majesty burst out with that loud noise. Thank you book friend 202209251609454003 for a monthly ticket. Thank you Ziyu and Feng for the 100 rewards. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Steamed Bun, You Are Not Convinced? Chapter 34 Steamed Bun, You Are Not Convinced, Maybe I Felt the Crisis Coming. The senior of the Fire Phoenix martial soul started to fight back, and a loud and clear phoenix cry suddenly sounded. Among the 6 soul rings, the second, third, and 6th, 3 soul rings flashed at the same time. The flames of the phoenix shadow instantly changed from orange-red to dark red, as if some viscous oil was mixed in it, becoming more fierce. But the strange thing is that for such a large formation, there is only a line of fire as thin as a finger ejected from the mouth of the fire phoenix. Wang Dong knows. The soul skills of some soul masters are very sinister. They may look huge but may not be very powerful. Soul skills that look thin can actually kill people. The senior of Fire Phoenix Wuhan obviously belongs to the latter. The flame hit Xiao Xiao's giant cauldron. Fortunately, the phoenix flame was actually stuck by the giant cauldron, and circles of black light continued to attack the body of the senior with the Fire Phoenix martial spirit along the flame. It has been fully proved that Xiao Xiao's Sanshung soul-suppressing cauldron is of good quality. Unfortunately, the gap in cultivation between Xiao Xiao and the senior of the Fire Phoenix martial soul is really too big. This way it was equivalent to Xiao Xiao completely resisting the impact of that terrifying heat by himself. So Xiao Xiao was honored. She groaned and fell into coma. This weather. Xiao Xiao, she has heat stroke. Wang Dong doesn't have Huaxiangzhenqi water, not to mention that as long as the seniors of Fire Phoenix martial spirit are here, the temperature will never go down. It's like taking a sauna in the summer without drinking water. So Wang Dong launched an attack, hitting the senior of the Fire Phoenix martial spirit directly on the head. Hitting the head is a dangerous move, students will not use it for fear of life. But Wang Dong still did it. First of all, Wang Dong felt that he might not be able to seriously injure a soul emperor. Secondly, Wang Dong felt that he was attacked first, even if he was seriously injured, it was a legitimate defense. At last Wang Dong himself also has background. Don't be afraid, you know. Wang Dong swept out with his left wing and hit the head of the Flame Phoenix Senior. Immediately the mask on the senior's face shattered. Xiao Xiao's soul skills just now are still useful. Although the high temperature is still there, the body of the Fire Phoenix Martial Souls Senior is as if fixed, and the soul power in his body is rapidly evaporating. It was only now that Wang Dong was dealt this blow. Wang Dong also saw clearly the true face of this senior. Of course, poor Wang Dong only remembered a pair of eyes. Pale pink eyes, a feeling of ecstasy, but very cold. Next second the high temperature and flames engulfed Wang Dong. Wang Dong felt that his hair and eyebrows were scorched, so he fainted from the lack of oxygen caused by the flames. Xiao Tao is here. In the depths of Sea God Lake, dozens of figures approached at an astonishing speed, and within a few blinks, they arrived at the shore and stopped Ma Xiao Tao, who was killing him in pain. Not good, it hurt the students of the outer court. Yan Shaiji, wearing white clothes, suddenly stepped out in midair and came to Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong. They can't die, Teacher Li, please give them some treatment. Yes. Teacher Li took over Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong. His martial soul was the tree of life and his cultivation was soul saint. Circles of green halos surrounded Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, and the large-scale vegetation by the Sea God Lake emitted a faint green light, rushing towards Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao's bodies, slowly soaking into their bodies. Mr. Li, how are the two students from the outer academy? Yan Shaiji turned his head and asked Teacher Li who was treating him. Teacher Li was very confident in his martial arts and said, "There is no problem, I will wake up soon." Yan Shaiji breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Li, send these two students back. Tell them to forget what they saw before. If it gets out, they will be expelled and give them senior compensation. Finished. Yan Shaiji picked up Ma Xiao Tao and turned into a white light and headed towards the depths of Poseidon Lake. Of course, Teacher Li couldn't wait for Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao to wake up naturally, so he increased the output of soul power. Under the influence of the Tree of Life martial soul skill, Wang Dong let out a muffled grunt, and slowly opened his eyes. Turning around, Xiao Xiao hadn't woken up yet. Teacher Li was standing in front of them, and when he saw Wang Dong woke up, he said calmly, "You are all fine now. Please forget about what you saw just now, otherwise you will be expelled from the academy. These two things are given to you as compensation. I believe you are all smart people." Finished. Teacher Li threw two green objects to Wang Dong. Wang Dong subconsciously raised his hand to catch it. Teacher Li had already got up and headed towards Sea God Lake. Go to class. Remember, forget everything you saw before. Wang Dong was stunned for a while, and suddenly his heart burned, and he yelled at Teacher Li's leaving back, "Fucking, I almost died at the hands of that monster, you told me to forget." Teacher Li returned quickly, even faster than when he left. "What did you say?" Teacher Li's words were semi-threatening. I almost died in her hands. Is the academy ready to suppress this matter now?" Wang Dong also has the temperament of a young lady, especially when he touched his head and found that his hair was burnt, he was even more furious. The Tree of Life can heal wounds, but it cannot make burnt bald hair grow back quickly. If he didn't have baldness, Wang Dong might not be so angry. "Steam, are you not convinced?" Teacher Li asked a classic answer. Obviously, Wang Dong had never received severe beatings from the society, so he threw back two green round particles. "I'm not convinced." Teacher Li was a little angry when he caught the green round particles. The kids nowadays are shameless, right? Do you know what this is? Soul Ascension Pill, no one will be the same. Wang Dong snorted disdainfully. "Don't look at who am I, the Clear Sky School is a bit poor, not comparable to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but it has not been reduced to the point where it has not even seen the Soul Ascension Pill." Teacher Li picked up the Soul Ascension Pill and showed it to Wang Dong. It was the size of a walnut and exuded a faint fragrance. There seemed to be a faint halo flowing inside, it was crystal clear and full of the breath of life. The main function of the soul-raising pill is to increase soul power. Each soul master can only take one pill in his life. The increased soul power is approximately equivalent to what a soul master needs when he upgrades from level 31 to level. It will increase your soul power by one level at once. The medicinal properties are also relatively mild, so you can all take it. Wang Dong pushed Teacher Li back on the spot. Who do you look down on? Who doesn't have this, and the quality is not the best? I haven't seen it before. Xiao Xiao quietly raised her hand. Wang Dong. When Xiao Xiao woke up, the first thing he did besides disrupting the fight was to pull Wang Dong aside and said, "Squad leader, why don't we forget it? We can't beat the academy. Anyway, we weren't seriously hurt." Wang Dong touched his hair angrily, Xiao Xiao followed suit, and then fell silent. "I'm bald." Wang Dong gritted his teeth, his face was distorted due to anger. "I don't care about Shengun pill, I just want that female senior from the inner courtyard to apologize to me in person. Are you trying to mess around?" Teacher Li also became serious and said righteously. "Do you still want to study at Shrek Academy? You don't want your diploma, do you still dare to oppose?" End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Yan Shaiji, I feel funny when you say you apologize. Chapter 35 Yan Shaiji, I find it funny even when you say you apologize, that's how it is. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were describing Ma Xiao Tao to Shuebei in the office. Looking at Wang Dong, who was bald with pink hair, although Shuebei really wanted to be a person of quality, he still couldn't hide his weird eyes. This look infuriated Wang Dong even more. "Teacher Shuet, I must ask Senior Ma Xiao Tao to apologize publicly." "I don't support it," Shuebei said. "What?" Wang Dong has always felt that Shuebei is a person who pursues fairness and justice, so he told Shuebei about this matter, but he did not expect to get such an answer. "You can't apologize publicly, it's best to apologize privately. Let me tell you about Ma Xiao Tao's situation first." Seeing that Wang Dong was about to get angry, Shuebei quickly explained, "If we apologize publicly, then everyone in the school will know that Ma Xiao Tao went crazy and led to the attack. So what? Are you afraid of affecting the reputation of the students in the inner court? The students in the inner court, the elites of Shrek, can't even control their cultivation." Wang Dong reacted fiercely. "Do you know why Ma Xiao Tao can't control it?" Shuebei raised his hand and arranged a barrier to isolate the sound of their conversation. "Why?" Shuebei said, "Ma Xiao Tao is a direct descendant of Ma Hongjun, who fought with the Phoenix thousands of years ago. You all know Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, evil fire phoenix." Xiao Xiao was shocked, he opened his mouth and said nothing for a long time. Wang Dong recalled the fire phoenix that day, and basically confirmed that Shuebei was not talking nonsense. He is actually a descendant of Phoenix Douluo. Xiao Xiao felt very frightened. In this era, when the Shrek 7 monsters still maintain their authority over the Douluo continent, seeing the descendants of Phoenix Douluo is no less than meeting the royal relatives in the feudal dynasty. Wang Dong's eyes were cold, and he crossed his arms. "So? Does this Senior Ma want to find a man to vent her evil fire from time to time?" Although most of the dark history of the Shrek 7 monsters has been concealed by history, Wang Dong, as a direct descendant of the Haoshan school, still knows a lot of secrets. For example, Ma Hongjun went to be a ladybug at a young age. That's not so. Naturally, Shuebei would not joke about Ma Xiao Tao's innocence, even if they were strangers to each other. It's just that this evil fire will increasingly affect people's sanity as their cultivation level increases. The attacks you encountered were due to the influence of Ma Xiao Tao's evil fire, which made you unable to control your mind. Evil fire affects sanity. Attack classmates. What did you think of? Wang Dong, who was in a rage, couldn't calm down to analyze at all. On the contrary, Xiao Xiao, who had been silent all this time, gave the answer: Evil Soul Master. After finishing speaking, Xiao Xiao covered her mouth. She just guessed casually, but she didn't mean to frame her intentionally. Wang Dong was also taken aback by Xiao Xiao's answer. Right, that is it. Shui Bei admitted this fact. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao looked at each other in blank dismay. If you follow the routine of those novels, I should stand up for you at this time, take you directly to the inner court, and force Ma Xiaotao to apologize publicly. Shui Bei picked up the wolfberry water in a leisurely manner. But as a teacher, while I seek justice for my own students, I should also pay attention to the safety of other students. Safety. Shui Bei took a sip and put down the cup. Your senior sister Ma Xiaotao is actually at risk of becoming an evil soul master because of the evil fire problem. So this is why the academy teacher wants you to keep the secret in your stomach. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were both silent. The possibility that the senior sister might become an evil soul master was such a big problem, and they didn't know how to deal with it. When Shui Bei told Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao these things, he also felt that as victims, they had the right to know. Your sister Ma Xiaotao may become an evil soul master. The impact of this incident on the reputation of the college is minor, but if it attracts prying eyes, it will be troublesome. Shui Bei patiently worked for Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. The Douluo continent is not so peaceful, and the evil soul masters have formed a strong force in recent decades. An evil fire phoenix martial soul is a perfect companion in the eyes of evil soul masters. If things get serious when they learned that Xiaotao could no longer control her sanity, they would definitely use various means to lure senior sister Ma Xiaotao into the path of an evil soul master. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao couldn't help but shudder when they thought that one day Ma Xiaotao would truly transform into an evil soul master and start killing people. Shui Bei sighed. I know that I did this, and you must be thinking that I'm a loser, and that my students don't dare to stand out when they are bullied. But Ma Xiaotao has not committed murder now. It was a disaster brought to her by her martial spirit. She subjectively does not want to attack her junior schoolmates. We should give her protection instead of judgment and help her solve the evil fire problem. Of course, an attack is an attack. Ma Xiaotao should also apologize to you and compensate you. But I want you to think about it. It's best to apologize in private and not let too many people know. Teacher Shui. I can understand. Wang Dong is just a little spoiled and has a spoiled temper, not a real overbearing and unreasonable princess. Xiao Xiao's background is not as tough as Wang Dong's, and he originally wanted to make a big deal into a small one, but after getting this over with, he was also very satisfied with the solution. Okay. Then you wait and go to class first. I will report it to Director Du and I will give you a satisfactory answer. Shui Bei saw that Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao could take the initiative to compare their feelings and understand the difficulties of others, and he was very proud of these two students. Seeing that his students can learn to be considerate of the difficulties of others, Shui Bei felt that this was a more rare educational gain than their improvement in strength. Between people, there will be less sorrow and more understanding, and there will not be so many tragedies in this world. Teacher Shui, I have a request. Wang Dong said when Shui Bei was about to leave. You said. Shui Bei has always been gentle to his students. Although Senior Ma Xiaotao didn't mean to attack us subjectively, she managed to escape from the inner courtyard without anyone watching her when the evil fire broke out. I think this is a dereliction of duty by the college. Shui Bei thought for a while, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. So, I hope the academy will also apologize to us. Wang Dong looked at Shui Bei seriously. Xiao Xiao quickly grabbed Wang Dong's sleeve, whispered in Wang Dong's ear. You're crazy. How could the academy apologize to the two of us for such a thing? Aren't you embarrassing Mr. Shui? Xiao Xiao's family background is very good, and he is used to the affairs of the middle and upper classes of the imperial ruling class. When something goes wrong locally, have you ever seen an imperial ruler apologize to the lower class people? In Shrek Academy, students like them are the ruled, and the academy is the ruler. How could the college apologize to the students? Shui Bei obviously understood this truth, but when he looked at Wang Dong's serious eyes, he suddenly felt that the student put a kind of trust in him, and he couldn't help but straighten his spine even more. "Okay, I promise you. Teacher Xue, I believe in you too." "Xuebe, let me tell you, this is absolutely impossible." After reporting it to Director Du Weilun and hearing that it was related to Ma Xiaotao, Du Weilun reported it to Yan Shaiji. Yan Shaiji's answer was also very clear. The college apologizes to the students. "Xuebe, what exactly are you thinking?" Xuebe's spine was always so straight. He met Yan Shaiji's eyes without fear. But it was indeed the college's lack of supervision that allowed Ma Xiaotao to come out and attack the students, wasn't it? "Dean Yan. As your personal disciple, Ma Xiaotao, why don't you take good care of her when her evil fire breaks out? You should take the main responsibility." Yan Shaiji's old face turned red. Ma Xiaotao was his direct disciple. It was indeed his responsibility for not thinking highly of her. But is this something that a little teacher like you can say? The college's apology is an explanation to those two students. Xuebe said calmly. Xuebe recalled Wang Dong's trusting look towards him, so even though he knew that the academy would not apologize, he still said it. "Apologize? I think it's funny when you say sorry." Yan Shaiji smiled. He suppressed the shred of shame in his heart, and instead changed the tone of an old bureaucrat. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Wang Dong, Grandma, I'm going to call someone. Chapter 36 Wang Dong, Grandma, I'm going to call someone. Freshman class. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were waiting for class. One day had passed since the last attack, and Xuebe still had not brought them the news. According to Xuebe's eager attitude, it stands to reason that the news of the Academy's apology should have come out long ago. Now there is no news at all. It can only show that Xuebe's affairs are not going well. While waiting for class, Zhou Yi walked in. She still liked cosplaying the old woman so much. How could it be this old witch? Almost all the students in class had this sentence in their minds. Today's class should be taught by Mr. Xue. Different from other students, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. They all felt an inexplicable panic. Your teacher Xue has been suspended for self-reflection, so I will be in charge of the future classes. Zhou Yi briefly explained, then glanced at Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao who were wearing hats. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, you two have violated school rules and disciplines and have been expelled. Pack your things and leave quickly. This sentence caused a big wave of exaggeration, and the reaction of the students was even greater than that of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao himself. Why? What school rules and disciplines did he violate, monitor? Could it be that the squad leader and Xiao Xiao stayed out all night and went to a room? You don't need to fire if you open a house. Tai Long successfully changed the topic. If Wang Dong didn't have something to deal with, he would have beaten Tai Long. Teacher Zhou Yi, why did you fire us? Wang Dong stood up with a fearless face, and the students gradually became quiet when they heard the voice of their monitor. I didn't expel him, it was arranged by the college. Zhou Yi sighed with a headache. I'm also very puzzled about what you guys did. I also pleaded with Director Du, and he said that this order came directly from the dean. Although Zhou Yi is usually strict and likes to manage students with militaristic requirements, he will not expel a student without reason. When Zhou Yi heard that Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were going to be expelled, his first reaction was that Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao would join forces to blow up Shrek City. But no matter what, Zhou Yi was the head teacher of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, and both children were talented, so she hurried to Director Du to plead for mercy. Zhou Yi thought to herself, even if Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao really blow up Shrek City, it is normal for children to be unable to control their soul skills. Just give them a punishment, not necessarily expulsion. Du Weilun directly stated that this order came from Dean Yan Shaiji, and there was nothing he could do. Zhou Yi almost passed out, and the incident has reached the level of the headmaster. What the hell did Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao do? If Zhou Yi can still speak well at the director level, then at the dean level, Zhou Yi is really not up to it. So Zhou Yi went to find Fan Yu overnight, and asked Fan Yu to go and ask Dean Duo for news. After all, Fan Yu is the future successor of the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy, and he is also an 8th level Soul Master, which is a high enough level. Although Dean Duo is the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department, he is at least at the Dean level. This is also the only Dean level relationship Zhou Yi can find. Fan Yu asked Duo, but Yan Shaiju was tight-lipped and didn't reveal anything. At the end of the night, Zhou Yi got the news that Xue Bei had been suspended for not being strict with the students, and Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao had been expelled for leaking the secrets of the college. Zhou Yi was helpless. "You guys better go, leak the secrets of the academy is just expelled and it's already settled." Wang Dong rushed out of the classroom with Xiao Xiao. Leak secrets? He had only told teacher Xue Bei about Ma Xiao Tao's evil fire. Was this considered a leak of secrets? Teacher Xue has also been suspended, and what awaits him is probably expulsion. Wang Dong was thinking about something when he suddenly heard the sound of sobbing. When he turned around, he saw the pear blossoms crying with rain. "We are fired, what will we do next?" Wang Dong frowned and said disdainfully, "Shrek doesn't want us, so let's go to other colleges. Go to other Tianhun Royal Academy. Can other academies compare with Shrek Academy?" Xiao Xiao squatted down and cried louder and louder. After all, she was still a 12-year-old girl. In Xue Bei's previous life, this was equivalent to you studying hard for 10 years and finally getting admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University, only to be expelled because of such a thing. Young men in their 20s may not be able to resist, let alone a little girl like Xiao Xiao. And in Shrek Academy, the girls don't have the legal resistance of Xue Bei's previous life, saying expulsion is expulsion, and there is no such thing as probation. I should have not said it if I knew it earlier. What kind of justice and apology do you want? We can't beat the academy at all. The words Xiao Xiao Yuxin said hit Wang Dong like thunder, even more shocking than when Wang Dong was expelled. He was the one who threw the ascending soul pill to teacher Li. It was he who asked the academy to apologize to him. It was he who said Mr. Xue wanted to help us get justice. It's all him. Now he's going to be fired. Xiao Xiao, who was also harmed, was fired along with her. Xue Bei was suspended and subsequently fired. Not everyone is as tough as him and can't be afraid of other people's authority. Xiao Xiao belongs to the nobility, but Shrek Academy will not be afraid of a small nobleman. Xue Bei was born into a poor family, and it was because of his own reasons that he failed to get into the position that he finally got. This is my problem, and I will bear it. Wang Dong's eyes were red, he pouted stubbornly, but tears flowed. Sky Soul Empire, near Heaven Do City. The mountains are rolling and rolling, and the sea of clouds is misty. On the top of the mountain, suspended above the sea of clouds, there is a towering castle. The grey castle is full of quaint atmosphere, and it has the potential to be the best. On the top of the mountain wind was bitter and heavy with humidity, but no matter how the mountain wind blew, the castle standing proudly in the middle of the top of the mountain stood firm. On the arched gates of the castle, there are 3 characters. Haoshan Castle. A man in grey climbed up the rock, entered the castle, and reported to the people inside. There are no luxurious decorations in the castle. The overall layout is mainly grey and black, with occasional traces of cyan in some places. There are stairs on both sides to climb to higher places. There are 3 floors in total, but the area is quite large. 2 big men were sitting on the 3rd floor of Haoshan Castle, happily drinking and eating meat. One is a majestic middle-aged man with short hair and a resolute face, but his eyes are brown and have a faint golden light. A grey robe cannot completely hide his strong tattooed muscles. The middle-aged man sitting in the front seat has long blue hair hanging on his broad shoulders. His eyes are blue. When he opens and closes them, his seemingly simple eyes have an indescribable specialness. The texture seems to be faintly suppressing the strong aura in the body. "Boss," Xiaodong was bullied at Shrek Academy. The short-haired middle-aged man with brown eyes fell in love with the green-haired man in the main seat. Where did they have the courage? The green-haired man was so angry that he smashed the wooden table into powder with one palm. "Boss, let me go." The short-haired middle-aged man with brown eyes was eager to try. "Ah." The green-haired man nodded. "Let Shrek's people realize clearly that we, Xiaodong, are not commoners and should be bullied by them." "Okay. I'm almost sick from staying up there." The middle-aged man with short hair and brown eyes showed his canine teeth and smiled honestly. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Titan shows its power. Chapter 37 Titan shows its power. Shrek City, East Gate. Wang Dong took Xiao Xiao's hand and stood in front of the East Gate, as if waiting for something. "Don't cry, I said you won't be fired or you won't be fired." Wang Dong was still comforting Xiao Xiao at this time. Xiao Xiao stared at Wang Dong with wide-eyed eyes, and said to herself, "Monitor, what kind of background do you have, and you are not afraid of messing with Shrek Academy?" Soon Xiao Xiao knew what kind of background Wang Dong was. Principal of the Shrek Martial Soul Department. "Get the hell out of here." There was a rumbling sound in the sky, as if thunderstorms appeared in the sea of clouds. This voice enveloped the entire Shrek Academy. A few simple words actually made Shrek Academy feel like the earth was ringing. Yan Shaiji, who was still practicing in Sea God Island, changed his expression greatly when he heard that such a strong man approached him by name. "Hey, did you mess with someone?" A greasy old man, with messy hair, gnawed on a chicken leg and looked at Yan Shaiji with a smile. "Old Xian, I'll deal with it." Yan Shaiji swayed, and electricity shot out of his body. "Old Mew, is he all right?" Seeing Yan Shaiji leave, Elder Xian put down the chicken legs, wiped his hands, and asked the old man half lying in the wheelchair behind him. "Follow him," Elder Mew said flatly. When Elder Xian heard this, he couldn't help but look a little more cautious. "Is Yan Shaiji still not sure? Do you want him, a level 98 Super Douluo, to follow you?" "Old Mew. If I'm here, Shrek won't be able to change the sky." Elder Mew's voice was very soft, but it sounded extremely calm to Elder Xian. This is the self-confidence of a top powerhouse. As the ultimate Douluo in the world, Elder Mew is definitely the pinnacle of the Soul Master world in this era. "I'll follow and have a look." Elder Xian picked up the drumstick and ran out. At this time, Yan Shaiji also came to heaven. "Who is coming?" Yan Shaiji's voice sounded in the sky above Shrek Academy. Tai Tan didn't give his name at all, but just shouted, "Justice for my child." Yan Shaiji's eyes were full of coldness, and he locked onto Tai Tan's position in an instant. A layer of faint golden light emanated from Yan Shaiji's body, and with his body as the center, water-like ripples appeared in the air within a radius of tens of meters, as if being baked by a raging fire. Title: Ming Feng. According to the rules of the world of human soul masters, both sides are strong at the level of titled Douluo, and they should be named to be qualified. But it's a pity that Tai Tan was born in the form of a soul beast and was an old otaku in the Haoshan sect. He didn't know this rule at all and came here without any moral ethics. Tai Tan walked through the air, striding forward, looking like his whole body was full of flaws. Many people on the ground put their eyes on the two people in the sky. As the people of Shrek City, this is the first time they have seen such a situation. And the students of Shrek Academy were even more excited. They didn't have class, looked at the sky, and clamored for Dean Yan to teach the intruder a lesson. If Yan Shaiji heard the students shouting, he would definitely teach these boys a lesson. Ever since Tai Tan revealed his true face, Yan Shaiji's pressure has been increasing. At first I thought it was some stupid young titled Douluo who broke into Shrek Academy. Later, I found out that this guy was at the same level as myself, both at level 95. And then damn, this guy is actually at Xian Lao's level. Right now, Yan Shaiji felt that he was facing a fierce beast. The terrifying pressure on Titan suddenly made it difficult for him to breathe. Field? Gravity. Yan Shaoji frowned, his figure flickered, and he thought that this guy was no ordinary titled Douluo. Titan was also very surprised. The fighting spirit he released fell on Yan Shaoji, but he couldn't find his body, and could only permeate the air. Forget it, I didn't hit people with breath. Circles of pitch-black soul rings rose from under Titan's feet, black, black, black. It was not until the 9th soul ring rose that it turned red. 8 black and 1 red, the weakest is also the 10,000-year soul ring. Seeing this kind of soul ring, not only Yan Shaoji's scalp became numb, but even Xian Lao, who was watching the battle while eating chicken legs in the corner, was also scalp numb. I recognize the 9th soul ring after 10 years. I am a strong person, and so do everyone. How did you do your first soul ring 10,000 years, twin martial soul? You Shrek Academy bullies people too much. Behind Titan, a black airflow surged out, and gradually took shape behind him, turning into a gigantic ape with a height of meters. The terrifying oppressive force caused the clouds and mist above Shrek Academy to flee for 1,000 meters in an instant. Too much deception? A joke. Yan Shaoji's voice sounded, followed by a phoenix cry that shook the sky. Yan Shaoji's aura suddenly expanded and exploded, colliding with Titan's fighting spirit. This is the first trial. Then Yan Shaoji was repelled by the powerful gravity and strength of the Titan. Titan's aura is too heavy, and his level is higher than Yan Shaoji's, and he is definitely a strong man of earth attribute. This feeling is very similar to Xian Lao. Yan Shaoji stopped retreating, his eyes became serious, he took half a step forward, and then, his whole body turned golden. A golden phoenix spread its wings behind Yan Shaoji, fluttering and flying high. The next second, Yan Shaoji appeared in front of Titan, and the golden rush concentrated on Yan Shaoji's fist. One punch. When Yan Shaoji threw this punch, all the space around Titan seemed to collapse, and a strong sense of restraint came from all directions. Yan Shaoji's self-created skills were born out of Dragon God Douluo's dominion of the world. Unfortunately, what Yan Shaoji met was Titan. The black breath ignited, Titan suddenly exerted force, and the explosive force caused the surrounding air to twist violently, completely cancelling the effect of Yan Shaoji's self-created skills. Yan Shaoji's fist collapsed in front of Titan's majestic body. For the first time after Yan Shaoji became a titled Douluo, he felt as if he had bumped into an insurmountable mountain. I am proud of my self-created soul skills, and I do my best to bombard, but after hitting the huge mountain of Titan, it can only collapse. Titan smiled horribly, showing his canine teeth, and he also punched Yan Shaoji in the chest. You dare! A bright yellow light soared into the sky, the dazzling brilliance instantly enveloped Yan Shaoji, taking the blow for Yan Shaoji. Dowdy! Titan solemnly looked at the gluttonous divine bull with dragon pattern and double horns supporting the sky in front of him. I really thought there was no one in Shrek Academy, did you? Seeing an opponent with the same attributes, the same root, and even the same cultivation level as himself, Elder Xian was actually happy in his heart. Finally, we can have a good competition. What a coincidence! Titan thought so too. Titan has been an old otaku for a long time, and the blood of fighting in his heart has long since had nowhere to rest, and today he happened to be able to have a good fight with Xian Lao. Thank you Ruan Shang for a monthly ticket. Thank you Ziu and Feng for the 1,500 rewards. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 at and number 039, S All Misunderstandings. Chapter 38 It's All Misunderstanding. In mid-air, Xian Lao's doughty divine bull charged forward boldly, with the yellow light behind him like a huge wave in the sky. Titan opened his arms and suddenly let out a deafening roar in the direction of Xian Lao. A giant ape's big head of light and shadow seemed to be sprayed out by a Titan, and it bravely faced the doughty divine ox of Xian Lao. Amidst the loud noise, the two collided in mid-air. The terrifying pressure fell from the sky in an instant, and it lasted until it was 100 meters closer to the ground before dissipating. But the air waves generated in it also shook Shrek City, but luckily both sides put in their strength and deliberately controlled it so that Shrek City was not turned into ruins. After all, Tai Tan just wanted justice for Wang Dong, and had no intention of fighting to the death with Mr. Xian. Even so, the three of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao who were on the ground also felt that they were about to fall, and their faces were pale. The terrifying coercion of the two powerful men is like the sky is falling. Monitor, is this the top powerhouse in your family? Xiao Xiao's eyes were filled with shock. Most of the people who can study in Shrek Academy are either rich or noble, and the common school beauty like Zhang Nanan is still a minority after all. But Xiao Xiao Yuan thought that Wang Dong was just a nobleman, who might be better off than his family. I didn't expect that our squad leader's family would actually have a powerful person at the title Douluo level. In this peerless age when the title Douluo has not depreciated in value, it is something to be proud of to have a title Douluo in the family. A titled Douluo is at least equivalent to a family's evergreen tree that lasts for 200 years. The resulting rise in the class circle, the annexation of other cultivation resources, and the acquisition of greater wealth. It can even ensure that the next generation or the next generation of the family will produce another strong titled Douluo. This is another 200-year-old evergreen tree. Do you now know how the aristocratic families in the Douluo continent were formed? This is a powerful family forged from generation to generation by countless titled Douluo families. And if a super Douluo powerhouse like a titan can come out of the family, it will be smoke from the ancestral grave. Is that the monkey in the Star Do forest? Qian Rongxiu and Tian Meng Iceworm accompanied Shui Bei to watch the fierce battle in the sky. Qian Rongxiu immediately recognized Tai Tan's identity as the 10-year-old Titan Great Ape. She once felt the same aura on Tang San's Haoshan Hammer Soul Ring. This kind of strong human being is actually a soul beast. Tian Meng Iceworm was not very familiar with the Titan Giant Ape. Yes. The Titan Giant Ape resurrected by Sea God Tang San is probably at the level of Ultimate Douluo, and can also directly contact the God Realm. Shui Bei eagerly watched the battle in the sky. The battle he was observing now would be of great benefit to his future soul master. Shui Bei is not the kind of time traveler who becomes a titled Douluo after awakening his martial soul, and even his martial soul talent is worse than previous generations of time travelers. With the help of Qian Rongxiu's power, he became a soul emperor in just 11 years, and immediately broke through to a soul sage. It is rare for Shui Bei to feel the level of title Douluo. It turns out that the power of human beings can reach such a terrifying level, that a soul master can develop his own martial soul to such a degree, this kind of strong. What kind of soul tool is needed to fight against it? Mid-air Elder Xian and Tai Tan were still fighting, and the blatant collision of the two powerhouses made the sky seem to explode like a burst of soul power fireworks. The Titan Giant Ape transformed into a titan tightly grasped the huge horns of Sun Lao Daodi's bull. The two sides seemed to be competing with each other, but neither could do anything to the other. The gluttonous cow masters the earth element, and the Titan Giant Ape is the son of the earth. The Daodi Divine Ox is a high-level dragon bloodline, but the Titan Giant Ape does not rely on the dragon bloodline to suppress it. Elder Xian was even inferior to Titan in terms of cultivation. You, Shrek Academy, have this little ability. What else can you do except bully the students? With his left hand, Tai Tan pulled the head of the gluttonous bull to the side, and punched down with his right hand, hitting Old Man Xian with golden stars. Who are you? Elder Xian's voice sounded in the air. At this time, Elder Xian was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. It stands to reason that Tai Tan's cultivation level cannot be someone unknown. Especially the Titan Giant Ape martial soul, it is absolutely impossible not to recognize this kind of martial soul when you meet it. But I don't know where the powerful titans came from. In the literature and classics of Shrek Academy, it has never been recorded that there is a powerful Titan Giant Ape martial soul family. I am the student's parent. Your Shrek Academy expelled our child indiscriminately. Today I will seek justice. Tai Tan and Elder Xian separated, and shouted loudly towards the sea god lake in Shrek's inner courtyard. If you have any other tricks at Shrek Academy, just use them. Tai Tan also knows that there must be strong people in Shrek Academy. Although he is an old otaku, it does not mean that Hao Shenzong will not collect information about Shrek Academy. Since it is the student's parent, there must be a misunderstanding about this matter. A gentle voice sounded quietly, followed by a soft halo suddenly released from the Shrek Academy Sea God Pavilion below. The soft golden light spread slowly and quickly, and it rushed into the sky in the blink of an eye. The aura of the Titan disappeared under the golden light, and the coercion also collapsed. This kind of strength. Tai Tan's brown-yellow eyes narrowed slightly. He looked naive and silly, and he wasn't really short-hearted. The strength displayed by the strong man in the Poseidon Pavilion has already overpowered him. Maybe he can only fight with his eldest brother Tianqing Niu Python Nyushan by calling him. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's come down and talk. Inside the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Mu's voice was still so gentle and calm, as if everything was under control. It is good. Now that Titan has stepped up, he will naturally not fight like a fool to the end. It's not that he wants to destroy Shrek Academy. Wang Dong will have to study here in the future, and it's not good if the relationship is too tense. Quickly. The Poseidon Pavilion in Shrek's inner courtyard welcomed 3 guests, Tai Tai, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. If you exclude Dean Yan Shaiji of the Wuhan department who was almost beaten to death, this was actually a very successful parent-teacher meeting. That's how it is. Wang Dong recounted Ma Xiaotao's story without any embellishment, and also said that the academy decided to expel them. I think Xiao Xiao and I didn't do anything wrong, and teacher Shui didn't do anything wrong either. We just need the college to give us an attitude. With the support of his second father, Wang Dong was very confident at this time. He criticized the college's handling methods with reason and evidence, which made Xiao Xiao stunned. When Yan Shaiji saw Tai Tan sitting there with swords and golden horses, he not only had to nod his head from time to time to approve what Wang Dong said, but also had to admit that the academy was indeed lacking in things. Elder Mu sat there without saying a word, so Elder Xian had no choice but to come out to be a peacemaker. Then the academy is willing to apologize to you in private. As for the previous expulsion, it is naturally a misunderstanding. Wang Dong took Xiao Xiao's hand, not only me, but also Xiao Xiao, and teacher Shui. Elder Xian glanced at Tai Tan, as if he was thinking that if the academy didn't apologize to Xiao Xiao, what are the chances of Tai Tan making a move, regardless of whether they are relatives or friends? Would Tai Tan really go to such an extent for Xiao Xiao, an outsider? Even if Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao have a good relationship. Every academy teacher, I hope to continue studying in the academy. My talent should only be taught by Shrek Academy. Xiao Xiao stepped forward at this time. She is not Wang Dong who has a great family and a great career with the support of her second father. She has to rely on herself for everything. Oh. Neither Mr. Xian nor Yan Shaiji answered. They were waiting to see Xiao Xiao show off his talent, as if they were waiting for a prize. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, Ancient King Forest. Chapter 39, Eternal Green Forest. Hehe, everything has calmed down there now, and your student named Wang Dong is probably fine. Qian Rongxiu looked in the direction of Poseidon Lake. Tai Tan had already entered the inner courtyard with Mr. Xian to discuss matters. Have you thought about what to do for yourself? If you are unhappy, even if Wang Dong begs for mercy, that Titan probably won't help you. Even if he wants to help, I will refuse. At this time, Shui Bei was still drinking tea calmly, as if he was learning the style of ancient celebrities. Oh! Qian Rongxiu narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly. Sister Qian, stop testing me. Shui Bei smiled helplessly and made a cup of tea for Qian Rongxiu. The relationship between Tang San and us is sworn enemy. The Titan Giant Ape and Sky Blue Bull Python will definitely stand on Tang San's side in the future. In most cases, we will fight. How can I owe him a favor at this time? Only then did Jianrongxiu lose her temper a bit, but her words were still full of guns and sticks. I saw that you were so nice to that Wang Dong who disguised himself as a man. I thought you wanted to be the son-in-law of the Tang family. Jianrongxiu didn't know the relationship between Wang Dong and Tang San at first, but through Wang Dong's Wuhan, the goddess of light, Dai confirmed that she was a girl disguised as a man. To this day, Xuebei explained to Jianrongxiu that the Titan Giant Ape is Wang Dong's second father. Thinking of how kind Xuebei was to Wang Dong before, Jianrongxiu was naturally a little dissatisfied. Or called. Girls are jealous. Xuebei seemed to have heard some joke, and laughed until tears came out. Forget it. Instead of being the son-in-law of the Tang family and having to face the shackles of his wife's chastity after marriage, it is better for me to be the son-in-law of the Angel family. To be Tang San's son-in-law, let's leave this opportunity to our dear Huo Yuhao. Anyway, whether Xuebei was in his previous life or in this life of crossing the Douluo continent, he would never find a girl with an old man like Tang San when he got married or fell in love. Xuebei may have suffered from secondary disease, and may have made the mistake of being utopian, but he will never seek fault for himself. Tang San's son-in-law? Dogs are wrong. Hearing that the son-in-law of the Angel family, even Jianrongxiu, who is a soul body, was a little overwhelmed, and asked with a blush. Do you really want to? After living with Xuebei for so many years, Jianrongxiu believes that the two of them understand each other best in the world. Jianrongxiu herself has a bit of a love brain, so she will fall faster than Xuebei. Xuebei. You are a soul body, you blush a bubble teapot. I like soft food but hard food. Xuebei did not directly answer whether he was willing or not, but avoided the question. Jianrongxiu snorted softly. She still doesn't know what Xuebei is thinking. I just don't want to be inferior to others. It is impossible for a proud person like Xuebei to do such a thing as becoming a son-in-law. So please don't worry, Sister Qian. Wang Dong is now my student. As a teacher, I have to fulfill my obligations as a teacher first. When she stands with Tang San, no matter whether she is an adult or not, she is our enemy. I will also show no mercy. Under Xuebei's gentle and polite smile, there was a calm murderous intention hidden. As a rational brain, Xuebei never let Wang Dong's identity affect him. Wang Dong, Wang Donger, Tang Wutong. No matter who she is, as long as Tang San's blood flows on her body, as long as she is Tang San's descendant, as long as she chooses to stand with Tang San, she is Xuebei's enemy. Then since you don't need Tai Tan's help, you have no choice but to ask Qiang Gukanglin. The only student named Xiao Xiao who is unlucky is the only one who has no background. Jianrongxiu said as she held up her tea. After listening to Xuebei's military order, Jianrongxiu is now in a good mood. What Jianrongxiu cares about is not that Xuebei immediately went to Luo with a sword to kill Wang Dong. What she cares about is whether Xuebei has wavered in his determination to stand on the same side as her. Girls look at attitude. Xuebei shook his head confidently. Xiao Xiao will be fine too. Maybe Shrek Academy will have to put on a show of being arrogant in front and respectful in back. This kind of thing has not happened before. In the original work, Mr. Xian initially looked down on Huo Yuhao, who had a white soul ring, and did not even want to give it to his core disciples. Later, when Huo Yuhao had the Ice Emperor martial soul, he hurriedly put his face on it. This is the reality of Douluo continent. And Xiao Xiao, it just so happens that there is such a capital. Yan Shaiji and Suan Lao looked at Xiao Xiao, like a white American picking a black slave, ready to move his lips to see if his teeth are healthy. Xiao Xiao was also born in a noble family. She had never suffered such humiliation before, but she endured it. Xiao Xiao suppressed tears, and released his two martial spirits like a slave showing his teeth. Twin martial souls. Yan Shaiji and Elder Xian were taken aback, and even Elder Mu's angry eyes brightened a little. Xiao Xiao nodded. My main martial spirit is Sans Hung Soul Suppressing Cauldron, which integrates offense and defense. My second martial spirit is Jifen Glai Yuxiao, which mainly assists in control. At this time, it was not yet an era when twin martial souls were everywhere, but the gold content of twin martial souls was still quite high. Yan Shaiji and Xian Lao were obviously eager after Xiao Xiao finished showing. Shrek Academy has no shortage of geniuses, but it can't afford to waste a genius with twin martial souls. If the twin martial souls can stay in the academy, they will definitely receive the best education. Yan Shaiji only felt that he had picked up a treasure and had completely forgotten that he almost fired this treasure a few days ago. Xiao Xiao also had a smile on his face, talking about his hope that he would continue to study at Shrek Academy. Of course, it is unknown what Xiao Xiao is thinking in his heart. Then you go back to class. After a few words of politeness, Yan Shaiji revoked all the punishments imposed on Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, and let Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao go back to class. Seeing that the matter was settled, Tai Tan also planned to leave. Only Wang Dong was anxious here. What about Teacher Shuet? What will happen to Teacher Shuet? If Shuebei knew that Wang Dong still missed him so much, how would he feel? Shuebei, the least is a suspension. Yan Shaiji was still unwilling to let Shuebei go. Wang Dong relies on a strong background, and Xiao Xiao relies on strong talent. Shuebei has both, but neither is as strong as Wang Dong or Xiao Xiao. Teacher Shui didn't do anything wrong, did he? Now that our punishment has been cancelled, Teacher Shui did nothing wrong. Wang Dong looked at Tai Tan, hoping that his second father could save face again. Tai Tan shook his head. He only cares about Wang Dong, he doesn't care about other people. But Wang Dong's good mood just now is gone now. He was responsible for the two people, now Xiao Xiao saved himself, but he can't help Shuebei. Xiao Dong, don't worry about it. Tai Tan persuaded. Let go of helping others and respect the fate of others. Wang Dong. That's right. You should control your own destiny. It's not worthwhile to do stupid things for others. I will definitely teach this stupid brother of mine a lesson when I go back. The young man dressed in white came riding the waves on the sea god lake, and the next time he stepped forward, he arrived at the sea god pavilion. You are. Tai Tan's pupils shrunk slightly, and this young man's aura returned to its innocence. It was not because he had a strong manipulation of his own soul power that he couldn't do this. Because he couldn't perceive the fluctuation of soul power, Tai Tan couldn't deduce the specific strength of the young man in white. Eternal Family, Eternal Kanglin, Title, Bound Heaven. Qianggu Kanglin glanced at the Shrek crowd, put his hands behind his back and said. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Ancient Kanglin, Dragon God Douluo please advise. Chapter 40 Eternal Blue Forest, Dragon God Douluo please give me some advice. It turns out to be the young master of the Qianggu family. After seeing Qianggu Kanglin's family and title in the newspaper, Yan Shaiji also showed a lot of enthusiasm on his face. They are all from this high-end circle, so they will definitely sell some face. Shuebei, I don't want anything to happen to him. Qianggu Kanglin made a simple request. While Yan Shaiji was assessing in his mind how close the relationship between Shuebei and Qianggu Kanglin was, he promised not to hold Shuebei responsible. Qianggu Kanglin directly interrupted Yan Shaiji's ghostly thoughts, and said, Besides, I'm here at Shrek Academy, and I also hope to consult with you famous and powerful people. This. Yan Shaiji was stunned for a moment, unable to follow Qianggu Kanglin's train of thought, and then he realized that Qianggu Kanglin was standing up for Shuebei. Qianggu Kanglin said that he hoped that he and Shrek's strong men would ask for advice. But in this case, isn't this Qianggu Kanglin showing his strength and hoping that Shrek Academy will not do anything to Shuebei? What Qianggu Kanglin wants to do now cannot be said to be exactly the same as what Titan did just now, it can only be said to be exactly the same. Thinking of this, Yan Shaoji couldn't help feeling angry. What do you think Shrek Academy is? Even a titled Douluo wants to step on it. We all belong to aristocratic families. If I give you face, you have to give me face. Do you know the rules? Does Dean Yan Shaoji have anything to say? Qiang Gukanglin calmly faced Yan Shaoji, who was glaring with anger. If Tianfu Douluo wants to ask for advice, I, Mingfeng Douluo, will accompany me to the end. Yan Shaoji called Qiang Gukanglin Tianfu Douluo and himself Mingfeng Douluo. This is a very serious usage of address, deliberately leaving aside closeness, it looks like a stranger instead. Usually, only when two unfamiliar titled Douluo meet, would they say this politely. Qiang Gukanglin smiled coldly, not caring about Yan Shaoji at all, and looked directly at Mr. Mu who was sitting on the throne. I hope that I can ask His Majesty the Dragon God Douluo for advice. My Angxia is an honorific title, which is generally used by ordinary soul masters to address titled Douluo, and titled Douluo generally do not call each other as my Angxia. Qiang Gukanglin meant to express his respect for Mr. Mu, but when Yan Shaoji heard these words, he found them harsh. Qiang Gukanglin was only 40 years old, and he was not a titled Douluo a few years ago, so he was a head lower than Yan Shaoji in terms of age and cultivation. Qiang Gukanglin is more than 50 years younger than Yan Shaoji, not to mention Dragon God Douluo Muan, who is a junior among juniors. Then, Qiang Gukanglin broke through the titled Douluo, ignored his disciple Yan Shaoji, and went directly to consult his teacher Mu En. This was no longer a faux pas, it was pure provocation. Don't Fuxian Douluo think it's too much to deceive people. Suan Lao Yulao Mei Lao said. It's a pity that Qiang Gukanglin is not a person who respects the old and loves the young. He is even quite sharp-tongued. Rode with Dean Yan Shaoji's jewels in front of me, I don't think I'm deceiving too much at all. This is to satirize Yan Shaoji for not talking about martial arts ethics, and indiscriminately suspending Shuebei who made legitimate demands. Qiang Gukanglin doesn't like to speak, and when he speaks, he will definitely be thorny. Yan Shaoji let out a cold snort, and shot directly, with a false grab, even the soul power around Qiang Gukanglin was imprisoned. Yan Shaoji has long been a level 95 super Douluo. In his opinion, it is not easy for him to deal with an ordinary titled Douluo who just broke through a few years ago, but Qiang Gukanglin fully proved what is meant by the quality of the heirs that the Qiang Gu family devoted all their efforts to cultivating. Qiang Gukanglin just moved his footsteps slightly, and the surrounding soul power imprisonment was broken. He also dodged Yan Shaoji's grasp by the way, and continued to stand there with his hands behind his back. Let me see the strength of Tian Bin Douluo. Yan Shaoji turned his claws into palms, and went straight to meet him, as if he wanted to compete for soul power. This is where the little talkers come into play. Qiang Gukanglin had just broken through to the title Douluo. No matter how hard he practiced, his total soul power could not exceed Yan Shaoji, a level 95 super Douluo. As long as he confronts Yan Shaoji head-on and exhausts his soul power, Qiang Gukanglin will never be able to fight. But Qiang Gukanglin can no longer hide. It was justifiable to hide for the first time, but it would be a loss of momentum for you to hide for the second time. Qiang Gukanglin is here to help Shuebei stand up, not to smash Shuebei's place. Can you hide? Don't hide. If you don't hide, just wait for your soul power to be consumed. Qiang Gukanglin's cold eyes raised slightly, and he naturally saw through Yan Shaoji's intention, but he calmly stretched out his palm to face Yan Shaoji. Do you really want to fight for soul power? Elder Xian gnawed on the drumstick, and a sinister smile appeared on his greasy mouth. Although Tai Tan feels that Qiang Gukanglin's strength is somewhat hidden, he is not particularly optimistic about it. In leapfrogging battles, you can achieve victory through powerful martial arts, special soul skills, and the increase of soul bones. But this is not a battle, this is to consume your soul power head-on. Your Eternal Kanglin's total soul power is not as good as Yan Shaoji, so you can only make a fuss about the purity of your soul power. The purer the soul power, even if the total amount is not so high, but the quality improves, there is still a chance of winning. But the problem is, Yan Shaiji is also a direct disciple of the serious dragon god Douluo. How can the purity of his soul power be worse than that of your Kanglin? Bam! The two palms hit each other, and the two soul powers began to attack each other crazily, and even formed a small storm of soul power at the intersection of the two palms. I also hope to see Dean Yan's self-created soul skills, don't you? Kanglin didn't panic at all, as if he wasn't the one competing for soul power there. No need. Yan Shaiji also said calmly. If it hadn't been for the soul power storm of the two people that had already begun to rage in front of the Poseidon Pavilion, everyone would have thought they were chatting. Then let Dean Yan experience my self-created soul skills. The hand Kanglin had always carried behind his back turned into a fist, and the whole arm was swung down like a steel rod. Yan Shaiji suddenly felt that the entire arm of Kanglin had turned into a coiled dragon stick, and the air and space where it passed were distorted, turning an arm into a stick. Mr. Xian was amazed at Kanglin's talent and understanding of his own martial spirit. This stick is absolutely remarkable. Its spirit, energy, and spirit are completely integrated. It is clearly a stick that has understood the soul of the stick and is no longer rigidly attached to its physical form. Even Mr. Mew's cloudy eyes regained some clarity and he was quite appreciative. Throughout the ages, the family has always had a saying about martial arts idiots, and unyielding will is the true meaning of the coiling dragon stick. It's rare. Elder Mew actually commented. Faced with this attack, Yan Shaiji was not in such a good mood to comment. After realizing that he was completely suppressed by the aura of the Kanglin, he could only use the Wuhan Bright Soul Ring to resist. That means losing. Because Kanglin hadn't opened Wuhan so far, Yan Shaiji opened it first. The phantom of a huge bright phoenix appeared behind Yan Shaiji, and almost at the same time, bursts of dragon chant appeared in Kanglin's hands. Collision broke out. In an instant, the entire sea god lake seemed to vibrate violently. And many students roaming around the sea god lake felt the tremors. Yan Shaiji took a step back, looking in shock at the Kanglin who was still standing there calmly. Kanglin's expression was still so cold. To him, repelling Yan Shaiji was like repelling a soul lord, which was as insignificant. This kind of expression hurt Yan Shaiji even more than being repelled. Kanglin completely ignored Yan Shaiji's expression and once again set his sights on Mun. Your Majesty, Dragon God Douluo, please advise. Yan Shaiji's defense was broken. End of this chapter. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Come on then. Muen's actions and tone were like those of an old man who was dying. But he was lying in a wheelchair. But it's like the emperor is sitting on his throne and is indestructible. It is good. Kanglin finally showed excitement in his eyes. Being able to fight against a strong man like Dragon God Douluo was not worth his visit. The coiling dragon stick appeared in Kanglin's hand, with a white dragon entrenched on it, and 9 soul rings, 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red, appeared on the coiling dragon stick. Compared with Titan's 8 black and 1 red soul rings, the configuration of the Kanglin's soul rings is obviously inferior. But compared with most titled Douluo, Kanglin seemed to come from another world. The secret technique of the Numenon school even has the shadow of an evil soul master. The moment Mun released the strange spirit ring in the eternal blue forest, he guessed the origin of this spirit ring. That's it. Moon thought that the most that could be achieved by making this kind of soul ring was to kill soul beasts. Shrek Academy also relied on killing soul beasts to make secret soul bones. At the moment when the coiling dragon stick Wuhan possessed his body, Kanglin had an eternal and powerful will, as if it wanted to pierce the entire sky. Won't your majesty release the martial soul? Kanglin asked Muen, who was still sitting in the wheelchair with his eyes closed and rested. No need. Mun naturally has the qualifications of a ultimate Douluo. The dragon coiling stick in Kanglin's hand rose in the storm, reaching over meters in an instant, and the giant stick swung down towards Mun in the air. Fight the world. What Kanglin used was one of the most powerful attack abilities of his dragon cudgel, and it was also a classic and powerful soul skill of the Kyanggu family. Only then did Mu-En appear behind him with a huge white dragon. The dragon's head was facing the eternal green forest without any fear. The coiling dragon stick in the sky swung out a large stick shadow, shaking out large cracks. Then these cracks swallowed up a large amount of surrounding heaven and earth energy in an instant, and then completely injected it into the coiling dragon stick. At this time, no one dared to underestimate Kanglin, a level 93 titled Douluo. Just one trick, any level 95 super Douluo will be killed or injured. Only then did Yan Shaiji understand that Kanglin had reserved his hand just now. You are the strongest person in the Kyanggu family in 1,000 years. Facing the coiling dragon staff that came down fiercely, Moon quietly felt the momentum of the coiling dragon staff splitting the heaven and the earth, and expressed his evaluation. This groundbreaking, this is the pinnacle of the Panlong cudgel. Just this simple thing, Mu-En has been able to confirm that Kanglin will not be inferior to him when he breaks through the limit Douluo in the future. The bright sacred dragon martial soul on Mu-En's body was released, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, 3 black, and 3 red, were released. This kind of soul ring was even more powerful than Kanglin. But being able to force Mu-En out of his martial spirit, Kanglin, a level 93 titled Douluo, could already be proud of himself. The extreme light brought Beilong back to life, and as soon as the fighting stick shadow collided with Beilong, the entire Shrek Academy was almost instantly disturbed by its soul power. Kanglin was directly sent flying, and he didn't even recognize which spirit ring on Mu-En's body was shining, so he smashed heavily into Sea God Lake, splashing water. Not long after, there was no wind and waves on the Sea God Lake in the inner courtyard. Kanglin broke through the water, and the coiling dragon stick in his hand came out, throwing it straight at Mu-En. It's already been hit. Elder Xian said silently, seeing Yan Shaiji's puzzled eyes. Elder Xian added. When you were level 93, could you catch Mu Lao's move? Yan Shaiji was silent and broke through the defense again. At the same level, he couldn't be as good as Kanglin. The future is terrifying. Mr. Xian put his hands behind his back and said. The coiling dragon stick from Kanglin went straight to Mun and quickly grew in size in the air. The dragon relief on the coiling dragon stick seemed to come alive, turning into a giant white dragon circling around the coiling dragon stick. The power of the law. Mu-En's body lying on the wheelchair straightened up, his eyes became more solemn. At Mun's level, he can already clearly see that the surrounding laws are changing and distorting drastically with the coiling dragon stick at the center. This is not soul power, nor spiritual power, nor elemental attributes, this is the law. Mu-En only felt that a large number of laws were broken again, and then they were swallowed by the giant dragon on the coiling dragon stick in the eternal green forest and then fed back the coiling dragon stick. Can't bear it hard. A strong sense of crisis that had not occurred in at least 100 years was instantly felt. Moon was so flexible that he did not look like a disabled person at this time, and he rushed out with a wheelchair in an instant. But Kanglin seems to be unreasonable. There was a strong pulling force from the coiling dragon stick, as if an invisible shackle had trapped Moon, making it difficult for him to move a single step. Good boy, are you bullying me, a disabled person? Moon paused, a loud dragon roar sounded in his body, and his right arm instantly turned into bright gold and shot out. Boom! Mu-En's palm hit the coiling dragon stick, and the Kanglin that threw the coiling dragon stick in the Sea God Lake fell into the Sea God Lake again. Kanglin didn't feel well this time, he just felt as if his whole body was going to be broken, and the laws around the coiling dragon stick were directly shattered by Mu-En's palm. Qiang Gukanglin was thinking only that Mun had definitely mastered the power of a law. However, being able to consult with dragon god Douluo is very beneficial to Qiang Gukanglin's future cultivation. Boom! It was as if a dragon had walked out of Poseidon Lake, and amid the turmoil, the ancient forest rushed out of Poseidon Lake again. This is the second move. Although it all failed in old Mu's hands, the achievements in the future are limitless. Elder Xian sees it deeper than Yan Shaiji. After all, level 98 cultivation is here. Not to mention Titan, he even felt that Qiang Gukanglin had become a god. Why don't you let the god surnamed Dai pass on the title of god of war to him? And Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao also looked at it strangely. Their level was too low, they couldn't understand it at all. Of course, it is also a valuable experience for them to be able to observe this kind of battle. Maybe after Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao reached the title Douluo level in the future, recalling today's battle would give them new insights. Qiang Gukanglin held the coiling dragon stick high above his head. At this time, the surface of the coiling dragon stick was already covered with fine and dense platinum dragon scales, and the sound of dragon chant was loud. Do you want to come again? Mun seemed a little tired. It didn't matter that Qiang Gukanglin was young, but he couldn't hold on any longer. Mu-en was originally a person who was about to die. He was tortured by the dragon pill and was hanging on by his own cultivation. Every time Mun takes action is actually equivalent to shortening his lifespan once, especially since Qiang Gukanglin doesn't hold back at all. The essence of the coiling dragon cudgel lies in unyielding. Take the meaning of the unyielding soul to look down on the heaven and the earth, and fight against the heaven and the earth with one's own strength. If I don't come again, wouldn't that be going backwards? Qiang Gukanglin saw that Mu-en was risking his life, but he had no idea of respecting the elderly and caring for the young. At this time, Lingdian's fighting spirit did not want to stop at all. Forget it, I will give you a chance. Moon closed his eyes tiredly, but when he opened them again, his eyes were already bright. This technique is dominate the world. Thank you for the 2 monthly tickets of Zhongzhou Avenue. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Shuebei, Big Brother, do you want some fairy grass? Chapter 42 Shuebei, Big Brother, do you want some fairy grass? The Qiang Gukanglin moved. He suddenly took a step forward with his left foot, turned his body halfway, and swung out the coiling dragon stick without releasing or attaching any soul skills, just a pure stick. Mu-en's half-collapsed body actually sat upright, and his right fist turned completely golden, solid, and heavy, and filled with the aura of being the only one in the world. When the dragon stick swept across, Mu-en's golden right fist collided with it suddenly. The moment the fists and sticks met, everything became distorted and unreal. The moment Qiang Gukanglin and Mu-en came into contact, he felt as if he had been crushed by something. Although the two lasted only for a moment, it seemed that they still left trauma on his soul. Mun's King of the World is a skill that combines soul power and mental power, which is equivalent to self-created soul skills. For ordinary soul masters, it is only possible to practice this skill if they have reached the 7-ring Contra level or above, because only then will their spiritual power be sufficient to match their own soul power. Qiang Gukanglin was already a titled Douluo, and Mu-en was able to keep this trick in front of him. In fact, he was planning to give Qiang Gukanglin a reference. In the next second, Qiang Gukanglin backed away in a daze. By the time the Qiang Gukanglin returned to normal again, he had already retreated into Poseidon Lake, and the lake water even soaked up to his neck. Qiang Gukanglin stepped onto the shore, but in an instant he used his soul power to evaporate the water stains on his body, and he respectfully saluted Dragon God Douluo Mu-en. So that's the case, thank you for your advice. Ah! Mu-en nodded. When the old man who was sitting upright collapsed on his wheelchair again, he seemed to be a little older. Big Brother is here. Shuebei looked in the direction of Poseidon Lake, where a shadow quickly flew towards the staff dormitory. The crisis is over. Qian Rongxiu asked, you won't be fired, right? Of course I won't be fired. Shuebei smiled and stretched. With Qiang Gukanglin taking action, Shuebei would not be expelled from Shrek Academy. Shuebei still knew this. What's next? Qianrongxiu asked, do you have any plans? Shuebei shook his head, let's not talk about other plans. If you have time to come to Shrek Academy, it proves that Big Brother has broken through the title Douluo. I have already prepared gifts. What gift? The map of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Shuebei smiled mysteriously at Qianrongxiu. The next second, Qiang Gukanglin had arrived at the balcony of Shuebei's dormitory, and Qianrongxiu also disappeared. Big Brother, I'm sorry to bother you. Shuebei's first sentence was very embarrassing. Qiang Gukanglin was not polite either, and said in a pleasant voice, next time, don't stand up for others, and end up getting yourself into trouble. Next time definitely. Shuebei handed Qiang Gukanglin some tea. Congratulations, Big Brother, for breaking through the title Douluo. Do you have any plans for the future? Qiang Gukanglin took the tea and took a sip. I can't control the affairs of the family for the time being, but it's easy to use the family's resources to control several cities. Haha, I'm not talking about the construction of Wudi's fiefdom. Although the land is scattered together, there is no need to rush to connect it together. After seeing Qiang Gukanglin, Shuebei felt like he had found some kind of backbone and confidence, and truly felt that he was no longer alone. What I'm talking about is, when will Big Brother make further progress in title Douluo's cultivation? Qiang Gukanglin knew that Shuebei was well informed and even knew that Shuebei had many secrets, so he had already guessed. Have you discovered the miracles left over from 1 year ago? Qiang Gukanglin had a strange expression when he said this. It won't be like the killing capital again. How could it be that? Shuebei was a little anxious. He and Qiang Gukanglin have very different identities, and it was thanks to Shuebei's secrets that he was able to seize the opportunity to make friends. Not long after their first encounter, Shuebei took Qiang Gukanglin to the ruins of the killing capital to gain insights. Shuebei knew that the approximate location of the slaughter city was near Tiandu City, but he didn't know the exact location. So Qianrongxiu relied on her memory to remember the location of the killing capital recorded in the classics of Wuhundian, and helped Shuebei lock the target. Qiang Gukanglin didn't believe it at first when Shuebei said to go to see the miracle, but later, he thought that Tiandu City was not too far away, so he went. Then, they started digging mountains and tunnels in a deserted valley. After a day of work, they finally saw the entire underground city of the killing city. To be honest, the Qiang Gukanglin was shocked by the ruins of the killing capital 1 year ago. The problem is, there's nothing there. Except for some traces of construction thousands of years ago, there are no treasures that can help improve strength. You can't even see the bones of the dead. After 1 year, they are all ashes. The slaughter capital no longer has any deity inheritance, but this place does. Shuebei put the map on the coffee table in the living room very reassuringly, Bing Huolianjian. I haven't heard of it, and the family has never recorded it. Qiang Gukanglin replied honestly. Of course it's impossible to have heard of it. Even the original owner, Tang clan, might have forgotten it. Shuebei pointed out several directions. It's possible here. Qiang Gukanglin looked at it for a long time and said, with all due respect, this seems to be a map of Sunset Forest. Yes. These directions are probably near the poisonous miasma in Sunset Forest. After traveling all over the Blue Forest for thousands of years, he has naturally entered the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts, and he has also heard about the poisonous miasma deep in the Sunset Forest. Why are you touching that thing? Is your martial soul poisonous? Or is mine poisonous? Qiang Gukanglin didn't understand. He himself had encountered the overwhelming poisonous miasma in the depths of the setting sun forest. To be honest, it's very troublesome to get infected. Even soul masters with poison attributes would not take the initiative to encounter poisonous miasma. There were also some curious daredevils who wanted to find out what was going on, but they went in and never came back. It's not like there are no soul beasts in the depths of the forest. Who would want to go into the poisonous miasma to find out what's going on? When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Big brother, have you ever thought about putting such a large poisonous miasma there? Is there any treasure in it? Shuebei was still playing riddles. I thought about it. Qiang Gukanglin said naturally, the biggest possibility in the poisonous miasma is the lairs of several 10-year-old poisonous soul beasts. I don't need their soul rings and soul bones. Shuebei. It's not like this. Shuebei finally couldn't hold back anymore. Qiang Gukanglin is a rather stubborn person. If you don't speak clearly and play charades here, Qiang Gukanglin will not change his judgment until he dies. Shuebei said. It's good to have 10-year-old soul beasts inside, but there are also fairy grass around them. For title Douluo. Herbal jelly is helpful. That's why I waited until Big Brother broke through to titled Douluo, otherwise I would die if I entered. Thanks for Ziokan Zifeng's monthly ticket. Thank you for being a cute monthly ticket sent by Dabai. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Huo Yuhao and number 039. S Newspaper Reading Habit. Chapter 43 Huo Yuhao's Newspaper Reading Habit. Fairy Grass. Qiang Gukanglin thought of the overwhelming poisonous miasma, and the more he thought about it, the more likely there was a treasure hidden inside. It seems that Shuebei's judgment is really correct, and his information is still as accurate as ever. Then you have to go quickly. Shuebei found that Qiang Gukanglin was still calm. Qiang Gukanglin was not in a hurry. That poisonous miasma may be just a little troublesome for the titled Douluo, but it is not impossible if he insists on entering. Now it was Shuebei's turn not to understand. Big brother, don't you want jelly grass? Shuebei told Qiang Gukanglin the news and had no intention of hiding anything. Shuebei asked Qiang Gukanglin to go to the ice and fire eyes first to conquer the fairy grass and then pack it up. Shuebei believed in the character of Qiang Gukanglin. Qiang Gukanglin is definitely not the kind of person who takes the fairy grass and swallows it all by himself, and will definitely give Shuebei a share. Shuebei also saved himself from being beaten up by those 10-year-old fairy grass soul beasts. Isn't it delicious to take the grass jelly while lying down? Whether it's a fairy grass or a elixir, they are foreign things after all. As a teacher of the Martial Soul Department of Shrek Academy, it's impossible for you to be unaware of this. Qiang Gukanglin changed into a serious tone. It is said to be natural and free of impurities, but it is 3-point poisonous. No means can compare to the right way of self-cultivation. Shuebei. I almost forgot that Big Brother Qiang Gukanglin belongs to the strangest group of orthodox people in the world of soul masters. Other soul masters, who adhere to the orthodox soul master way, at most look down on the soul master's soul guidance device, thinking that the soul guidance device is a foreign object. For example, those from Numenon sects simply look down on soul tools and focus on developing their own martial souls. Many people in the Numenon sect even thought wickedly that one day they would take away the soul guides from the soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire while they were sleeping, and see what they would use to beat them. But the people of the Numenon sect do not dislike eating treasures like fairy grass. The evidence is that the Numenon sect used a lot of medicinal baths in order to absorb soul rings to leapfrog levels. But Qiang Gukanglin is completely the opposite. He did not object to the use of soul guidance devices. Even when Shuebei was bragging about his battle armor, Qiang Gukanglin was very interested in the kind of soul guidance devices that could be integrated into flesh and blood. In Qiang Gukanglin's view, absorbing a set of soul tools into flesh and blood is the same as absorbing soul bones. What he absorbs becomes his own. Even Qiang Gukanglin and Shuebei secretly experimented with the evil soul master, sewing the limbs of the soul beast on the evil soul master to see if they could achieve the effect of the soul bone. But such an advanced person was extremely resistant to taking elixirs and using medicated baths. Especially pills. The main thing is that one is 3-point poison. It's so strange that Big Brother is orthodox. Shui speculated that it might be because of his childhood experience that he left his big brother with psychological trauma. For example, when he was a child and had physical defects, Kanglin was forced by his family members to feed him a lot of elixirs, which led to the release of PSTD elixirs. Big Brother, the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters have eaten this fairy grass. It is a stepping stone to becoming a god. Kanglin still disagreed, nodded, and told Shui when he would be free. At that time, if you need me to take you into the poisonous miasma, just tell me and I will come. Shui. This feeling. It's like a child taking out his lottery ticket and telling an adult that the lottery ticket won million. Then the adult touched the child's dog head and coaxed him to take the child to claim the prize when he was free. Helpless Shui could only bid farewell to Kanglin. After Kanglin left, Qianrongxiu and Tianmeng Iceworm floated out. Tang San and the others have also been to the Binghuoliangi and eaten the fairy grass in it. Qianrongxiu really didn't remember Tang San having such a thing 10,000 years ago. Shui turned into dead fish eyes. How else do you think Tang San won the championship in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition that year? At that time, Tang San was almost a round younger than the other contestants. If it weren't for the upgrade of the fairy grass and its effectiveness, it is estimated that only the eldest daimyo could enter the soul sect, and the others were all soul lords. Qianrongxiu recalled the game she watched thousands of years ago when she was still Crown Prince Shui Qinghe of the Tiandu Empire, My Blue-Silver Grass, Fire Avoidance. That's it. Qianrongxiu's pupils dilated. By the way, Lao Shui, it's that fairy grass, can I eat it? Tianmeng Ice Silkworm also crawled over at this time. As the only soul beast in the Douluo continent that has cultivated for millions of years by eating and sleeping, Tianmeng Iceworm has great interest in any edible treasure. It should be possible. The days passed by in vain. It has been almost 3 months since Huo Yuhao came to Shrek City to work and live. I ate working meals, slept in a dormitory in the basement, and the salary was not high. Compared with his classmates who were admitted to Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao is a pure bull and horse life. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao was born with the ability to endure hardships. With his own efforts, he finally raised his soul power to level. Yes, in just over 3 months, it has been upgraded by 1 level. You know, in the White Tiger Duke's mansion, it took Huo Yuhao 6 years to reach level 10. Huo Yuhao's eyes filled with excitement, and he thanked teacher Shui repeatedly in his heart. If it weren't for the century-old soul beast that teacher Shui caught for him, his physical condition would not have improved. A 100-year soul ring and a 10-year soul ring have completely different effects on improving the physical fitness of a soul master. Having lived in Shrek City for so long, Huo Yuhao often went to the East Gate of Shrek Academy to read Shrek Weekly. Of course, it was a second-hand Shrek Weekly, or borrowed it from someone else. It's not that Huo Yuhao can't afford newspapers, but for him, a working man in Shrek City, a new Shrek Weekly is already considered a luxury. After all, Shui's positioning of Shrek Weekly is to target the group of soul masters with medium and high social wealth status. As a group of soul masters with middle to high social status and material wealth, they are very interested in this kind of newspaper that can not only see the political affairs of the 3 kingdoms of Douluo continent, but also learn some news about the Sun and Moon Empire. In their view, as the backbone of Douluo continent, Shrek Weekly is the best tool for them to open their eyes to the world. To put it simply, if you read the Shrek Weekly, you have aristocratic fan, and if you haven't read Shrek Weekly, you are a bumpkin from the countryside. For example, a group of wealthy noble soul masters set up a small salon in Shrek City. Everyone pretended to be chatting about the progress of the soul tool technology in the Minged Hall of the Sun Moon Empire, some teaching concepts of Shrek Academy, whether the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Douling Empire could be reunited, the economic situation of the entire continent. Although many of them don't even know what the Sun Moon Empire Minged Hall is, but This does not prevent them from using the new words they learned from newspapers to set a threshold for others. The aristocrats in Shrek City are making reading newspapers their own privilege, in order to distinguish themselves from other lowly people. This is a result that even Shuebei did not expect. So Huo Yuhao could only come to the old place again and collect silver soul coins with a few old men to buy a newspaper. Huo Yuhao was surrounded by the elders. The news he was interested in was about the Star Luo Empire and Shrek Academy. The former is his motherland, and the latter is the college he wants to enter. Therefore, the sharp-eyed Huo Yuhao quickly discovered the news about Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy Freshman Assessment. Thank you for a monthly ticket in Duel. Thanks to BayWA for the 2 monthly passes. Thank you for catching Jerry's Tomcat for a monthly pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Wangdong, Teacher Shuet, Let End Number 039, S Live Together. Chapter 44 Wangdong, Teacher Shuet, Let's Live Together. 4K. When you see the freshman assessment begins, Huo Yuhao had already recalled the time when he took the registration exam. There are 2 requirements for being admitted to the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy. The first is no more than 12 years old, and the second is that the soul power should not be lower than the 15th level. Huo Yuhao has met the first one, but not the latter. The rules for freshman assessment are: Shrek Weekly has a column dedicated to freshman assessment, and the popularity even overwhelms other news. After being admitted to Shrek Academy, the first assessment will be held 3 months later. Only if you pass the assessment can you officially become a first-year student and truly become a member of Shrek Academy. Of course, it does not mean that you can relax after passing the freshman exam. You may be dropped out of school at any time in the future because you fail the exam. The exams at Shrek Academy are different from the college entrance exams in Shuebei's previous life, and this is not a test for life. The result of this is Shuebei, a high school student, is at the pinnacle of intelligence, but when he arrives at university, Shuebei can only be dumb. Shuebei is a student who has no self-control, and his grades are not good. If you have strong self-control or a top student, please do not take a seat. Why is this happening? Because the high school entrance examination is stressful, but you only need to ensure that you pass the birthday in college. At least for Shuebei, that's how it is. But the students in Shrek Academy are not like this. Shrek Academy is definitely the academy with the highest threshold in the entire continent, and the assessment is also the most complicated. After 3 months, freshmen will leave if they fail the assessment. Every year, there are first-year graduation, second-year graduation, and third-year graduation, such exams. It's also like leaving if you fail the exam. When you come back from vacation, there will be an entrance exam. If you fail the exam, you will leave. Shrek Academy didn't say to fail a subject and retake it. If you fail the test, you will leave. How could the student not roll? After a lot of hard work, I finally entered Shrek Academy, but after 1 semester, I failed the exam and left. This is equivalent to you dropping out of Tsinghua University and Peking University because you failed the exam. What will your family think? Not everyone came out of Kidian orphanage, they all have parents. After the freshman assessment, the students are divided into classes. This is very similar to Shuebei's subject selection in his previous life, but Soul Master students are naturally divided by their own martial souls. Attack, Defense, Control, Assist. The outer courtyard of Shrek Academy, the first class of freshmen. Zhou Yi is introducing the rules to this group of students. The assessment of freshmen will be conducted in the form of team battles. This year's team battle size is 3 people per team. When dividing into groups, it is required that there can only be at most 1 assault-type Soul Master. And the other 2 team members prepared it casually. Shuebei didn't come to class. He was suspended before, but he was reinstated later, but he was still the deputy class teacher. Zhou Yi could explain this kind of thing clearly, so he didn't come. Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Tai Long. You 3 in a group. When Wang Dong's eyes regained focus, he heard such a sentence. It's been a long time since the last time, after a while of his second father, Titan, Shrek Academy was convinced, and he returned to the first class to continue his classes. So is Xiao Xiao. Because of the twin martial souls, Xiao Xiao was also marked by the academy, and could become a core disciple of the martial soul department at any time. After Zhou Yi finished dividing into groups, get out of class was over, and the afternoon class was also cancelled. Sir Monitor. Tai Long came over and wanted to hook his shoulders, but his eyes softened when he saw Wang Dong. Wang Dong is obsessed with cleanliness, he doesn't like boys touching him, he only likes girls. Color light friends. What? Wang Dong got angry when he saw Tai Long and punched Tai Long on the shoulder. When he was expelled last time, this bitch Tai Long took advantage of his absence and became the monitor of the first class. Later, when he returned as the king, this piece of shit Tai Long was naturally repaired. Tai Long was punched and became shrinking, and said cautiously, I said, how about we go find a place to practice in the afternoon? No time. Wang Dong took Xiao Xiao's hand and walked out of the classroom together, we still have something to do. No. Tai Long watched Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao leave, stretching out his hands in despair, what can happen to you? So what's the matter with you? Shuebei was in the faculty dormitory at this time, and when he saw Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao coming over, he felt a little unnatural. I don't seem to have told you my address, did I? Xiao Xiao smiled slightly, bent down, and handed Shuebei a gift respectfully. We inquired about it ourselves. Well, except for the inner courtyard, it is really easy for students in the outer courtyard to find out which room the teacher lives in the faculty dormitory. Come in, my house is quite big. Shuebei brought slippers to Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao and invited them into the house. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were also curious about Shuebei's dormitory, so they went in. Shuebei's house is very clean. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao mainly look at the living room. There are flowers in the living room, and they seem to be changed regularly. It doesn't seem like something done by a man like Shuebei. Is there a mistress? Xiao Xiao thought. In fact, she guessed right, Shuebei would not do this kind of thing, but Jianrongxu likes to decorate the house, and she also changed the flowers. But Wang Dong's attention is not here, what she cares about is that the teacher's dormitory is much better than the student's dormitory. The student dormitory is a tube building, and there is a collective bathroom at the end of both sides of the corridor. Moreover, the dormitory is very small, only about 10 square meters, with 2 beds taking up most of the area. In addition, there is only a table and 2 iron wardrobes. There is no separate bathroom. God knows how much Wang Dong wanted to cry. Can you understand the feeling that after physical training, Wang Dong could only lock the door, shut Tai Long out, wipe off the sweat with a clean towel, and finally wait until the dead of night to take a shower alone? And Shuebei's teacher's apartment has a private bathroom, even a 2-bedroom apartment with a balcony, and it is only for Shuebei to live alone. Fortunately, Shuebei is a teacher and not an international student. Ms. Shuet? Can I live with you in the future? After Wang Dong saw Shuebei's dormitory, the first thing he asked was this. Shuebei. I don't want to live with you, I will broadcast a live broadcast to Tang San then, right? Xiao Xiao looked sad hateful, Wang Dong has never lived with me before. But it's not impossible to live with Mr. Shuet. Let the 3 of us live happily together. You should live in the student dormitory, or go to Shrek City to buy a house, attend classes during the day, go home at night, and go to school. Shuebei refused coldly. After serious consideration, Wang Dong actually nodded, it makes sense. I should buy a house. You didn't ask me to be a real estate agent, right? Shuebei handed Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao wolfberry water. His family had the most wolfberry, and they didn't even have any good tea. We came here to let Mr. Shuebei tell us about our opponents in the freshman assessment. Seeing that Wang Dong was still out of his wits, Xiao Xiao could only ask himself first. Shui Bei chuckled and pointed at Wang Dong, with her, "Do you still need information?" Wang Dong returned to normal, curled his lips, and said with a certain air of dignity, "With this talented person, even a second-year student may not be able to beat me. A few first-year brats, hey. The championship is not yet within reach." Xiao Xiao reminded, "Squad leader, we agreed." "Okay, okay." Wang Dong waved his hands indifferently. "Our Shrek Academy is the #1 academy in the world, and it has always been hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Don't be careless." Seeing Wang Dong like this, Shui Bei calmly reminded him. Xiao Xiao was like a cat, looking at Shui Bei with agile eyes, sticking out his tongue. "Then Teacher Shui, tell me what other students should pay attention to." Shui Bei looked at the performance of the two children and showed a see-through sneer. "You want to trick me, right? One pretends to be arrogant, and the other acts cute and coquettish. I just said this trick won't work." Wang Dongxian couldn't hold himself any longer. Xiao Xiao also screamed. Shui Bei was really speechless. A good student is not serious about improving his strength, so what kind of opportunistic is he? "I will only tell you a few martial arts that are famous among the freshmen. Maybe you know them yourself," Shui Bei said helplessly. "Okay, okay." Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were instantly resurrected with full health. Just when Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao thought that Shui Bei would arrange troops and explain martial arts to them, they saw Shui Bei take out a colorful magazine. "Hey, Shrek Entertainment Magazine is not a serious article like Shrek Weekly. It mainly focuses on gossip entertainment, which is also introduced in your freshman assessment." Wang Dong. Xiao Xiao. I am silent. Shrek Entertainment Magazine is also run by Shui Bei and is a product of Angel Culture newspaper. Shrek Weekly focuses on serious topics, and compared to XX Daily, Shrek Entertainment Magazine is entertainment gossip news. Take it and read it yourself. This magazine is new and will be given to you for free. Shui Bei invited Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao out of the faculty dormitory. "Just kidding, you asked about the opponent's soul skill and soul ring beforehand, and you still want the teacher's advice. Shui Bei doesn't know how to do it." When the door closed, Wang Dong realized that he had already gone out with the magazine. "What should I do?" "Squad leader." Xiao Xiao was also cleared out. "Read magazine." Wang Dong gritted his teeth and flipped through the magazine. Sisters Lan, the third most popular among freshman girls, twins, their martial souls are hair. Huo Yuhao finished chopping the meat for the day, and during the break, he saw a diner holding a magazine, which seemed to be about Shrek Academy's freshman assessment, so he had the cheek to borrow it to read. This page shows the appearance of the Lan sisters. The two female students have long blue hair, and their pretty little faces are flushed. They look very cute, and the focus is on the family relationship of the two sisters, such as noble background. Huo Yuhao thought that the hair should belong to the martial arts of the original body, which was quite friendly. But he did not expect that this entertainment magazine did not mention anything about the martial arts of the Lan sisters. At the end, Huo Yuhao found a gossip. Since they have the same martial soul and are twin sisters, they most likely have martial soul fusion skills. Huo Yuhao didn't believe it. Although he didn't go to Shrek Academy to study, he also taught himself the knowledge of soul masters. The so-called martial soul fusion technique is a skill launched jointly by two soul masters whose martial souls are extremely compatible with each other. This kind of martial soul fusion skill is something that only very few soul masters can do. It can be said to be 1 in a million. It's impossible for Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. Huo Yuhao turned to the next page, which was Xiao Xiao, the second most popular freshman girl, and the third martial soul-suppressing cauldron. This acquaintance came from the last time I came to have dinner with Teacher Shui. On the last page, girls are the most popular. The magazine called her, the queen who controls the economic lifeline of the Douluo continent, the heir of a traditional family, and the rich woman that boys most want to marry. For fear of not being exaggerated enough, this unscrupulous entertainment magazine even drew a dazzling 7 treasures glazed pagoda on it. Freshman Class 9, Ningtian, Wuhan Kai Bao Glazed Pagoda. Because this is an entertainment magazine, there is no soul power level. Therefore, Huo Yuhao ignored Ningtian's true level 31 soul power and focused on his identity as the heir of the 7 treasures glazed sect. It seems that the reason for being on the list is because of the rich woman. If Huo Yuhao knew Ningtian's true strength, he would not say this. To know the speed of cultivation of weapon soul masters has always been slower than that of battle soul masters. But Ningtian was able to cultivate to level 12 at around 31 years old, and had 3 soul rings. It's not just talent. After watching the girls, Huo Yuhao only looked at the boys. He was not very interested, and he didn't read carefully. He went directly to find the boys who were the most popular. The number 1 popularity among boys is indeed Wang Dong. His painting is not much worse than Ningtian's. A big butterfly occupies the page, accompanied by Wang Dong's coquettish movements. It really fits Wang Dong's stereotype. This handsome guy seems to have been here for dinner last time. Huo Yuhao's hand turned to the next page and then stopped. The second most popular among boys. Freshman class, Dai Huabin. Dai Huabin's background is a white tiger with a big head, and the painter of his face is not bad. Tall, with a handsome and cold face, long blonde hair parted in the middle down from the top of the head, scattered on the sides. In the dark blue eyes, the artist also specially drew double pupils. When Huo Yuhao saw his appearance, his whole body suddenly shook violently, his eyes were filled with disbelief, and his body even trembled uncontrollably. It's him. He was one of the culprits who killed his mother. Huo Yuhao's eyes gradually turned red. He clearly saw the distinctive pair of pupils specially drawn by the artist in the magazine, which was the symbol of the direct blood relatives of the Duke's mansion. Dai Huabin, the Duchess' son, his half-brother, the murderer who killed his mother. Calm down, I don't have the strength to take revenge yet. Then Huo Yuhao held back his anger and turned to the next page. The next page is still a close-up of Dai Huabin. Huo Yuhao. This page is just a close-up of Dai Huabin and a girl, and highlights are also marked on it. The long-distance love race between the two families started thousands of years ago, the nether white tiger. The picture shows the fusion of the white tiger and the ghost civet. The painter has good skills. The white tiger seems to devour the black cat, and the black and white rays of light are completely integrated in the diffusion of the golden halo, which is a feeling of sublimation. Huo Yuhao could feel the intense fluctuations of the spirit power of the nether white tiger erupting from their fused bodies like a blowout in the picture. Thank you Ziyu and Feng for the 100 rewards. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Angel Culture Newspaper and Soul Camera. Chapter 45 Angel Culture Newspaper and Soul Camera. Shrek City, southwest corner, Angel Avenue. This street is incompatible with other roads in Shrek City. Not only does it have a solid ground, but it is also paved with stone bricks of the same shape and size. The landmark building is a new church-style red building. It retains the solemn architectural style of the Wuhan Temple thousands of years ago, and there is a huge cross on the top bell tower. This red building is called the Angel Church, and it is a famous landmark in the southwest corner of Shrek City. Of course. Naturally, there can't be any angel god believers in Shrek City, and this church is not used for worship or wedding ceremonies, and there is not even a priest in it. On the marble platform in front of the church is written, Angel Cultural News Agency, which is as powerful as a knife carving into the wood. That's right, this is Shuebei's newspaper company. Although Shuebei only actually published the newspaper this year, construction started here a few years ago. Not only this church-like building, but also this entire street is Shuebei's property. 1 minute on stage, 10 years off stage. Shuebei wasn't the kind of person who ran a newspaper without planning anything. Zhang Nanan walked into the building openly. After showing his badge to the security guard at the door, Zhang Nanan entered the interior smoothly. At this time, a group of people had gathered in the hall inside, each with a long gun or a short cannon, holding something more exaggerated than a soul master holding a 9th level soul guide. Shuebei is directing the staff to move things. It's classmate Xiao Zhang. Seeing Zhang Nanan waving happily, Shuebei said, "Are you coming with me too?" "Ah? Do you still need me to draw?" Zhang Nanan heard Shuebei's call and hurried over. In the entertainment magazine last time, she drew all the students in the boys' popularity list and the girls' popularity list, including those exaggerated martial arts, for example, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and the butterfly goddess of light. This can also explain why the personal information and appearance of those students can be drawn in the magazine. Because the artist of the magazine was originally a student of Shrek Academy. There's no need to draw it. The newly developed soul-guided camera in Wudi's fiefdom has succeeded. From now on, our news can be accompanied by pictures. Zhang Nanan experienced the feeling of losing her job due to technological upgrades in advance. Employees like her who draw pictures for newspapers will lose their jobs because of this newly developed soul-guided camera, which will affect the entire news industry in the future. Fortunately, this industry is not particularly big at present and will not cause a wave of unemployment. Is this something that can replace my painting skills? Zhang Nanan took a small camera that Shuebei handed her. It was made of black leather with fine grains on it. Most of it was made of metal. It looked like a soul tool from the Sun Moon Empire. High tech. Some things cannot be replaced. For example, the Netherworld white tiger you painted has that kind of momentum that cannot be captured by a camera alone. Shuebei said with a smile, but if you want to strive for authenticity, this one is pretty good. Shuebei is so happy. Apart from being exposed to a new thing he is familiar with, he is also happy about the progress of technological development in Wudi's fiefdom. Shuebei didn't know whether it was difficult to make a soul-guiding camera. But if you want to make a set of normal cameras that can be used by civilians. It's such a small one, but it contains a lot of amazing technological crystallization. For example, the working principles of imaging principle and viewfinder principle belong to the category of optical science and technology. The shutter control principle and rolling shutter principle of old cameras belong to the mechanical industry category. If it is the electronic control principle of modern cameras and the telex control principle of the lens, both belong to the category of electronics industry, and the aspects of storage, reading, and writing and related accessories also involve the category of precision semiconductors, and the optical path attenuation and conduction of lens glass also involves materials science. Of course, Shuebei doesn't think this soul-guided camera is a modern electronic camera. In fact, a soul-guided camera. It is more similar to a magically modified product with the characteristics of Douluo continent. In other words, the soul camera in my hand can record everything we see. Zhang Nanan held a small camera in her hand. What you have is a film camera, which is different from this kind of soul camera. Shuebei pointed to the group of long guns and short cannons and said, "They are all made on the assembly line." Zhang Nanan was a little disappointed. She thought she could record with a soul camera. Shuebei poked Zhang Nanan on the shoulder, whispered into her ear and said, "I made this one myself. Although it feels very old, it belongs to a traditional camera. But there is only one in Douluo continent." "What?" Zhang Nanan couldn't help shaking her hands when she heard that there was only one in Douluo continent. So precious. The principle is the same. If you are interested, you can make it yourself. The working principle of the soul-guided camera and the film camera is that the light emitted or reflected by the scene to be photographed passes through the lens to form an image on the focal plane. Shuebei patted Zhang Nanan on the shoulder, acting like a big brother. "Be careful not to get the film out. I'll wash it in the darkroom when you come back." After finishing speaking, a group of people who had already assembled rushed to the road like wild horses, and the prepared carriages were already waiting. A group of people got into the car and rushed towards Shrek Academy at the East Gate. Hey, wait! Teacher Shui, I haven't asked yet, what are you guys doing? Zhang Nanan stopped Shuebei, who was about to run away. The freshman assessment is about to begin, and I'm going to shoot it. The first Soul Master competition in the history of Douluo continent that can be recorded on screen. I am coming too. It's not too late. Zhang Nanan was pulled by Shuebei to run quickly. Shuebei did not take the carriage, but travelled lightly, and soon arrived at Shrek Academy. Dean Yan Shayage's invitation. Invite us to film the freshman assessment and let us in. The staff of Angel Culture newspaper company headed by Shuebei rushed into the college. So you really want to let them film? Duo came to the examination site for the freshman examination and watched Shuebei greet a group of people who set up long guns and short cannons to aim at the students in the examination room. If not. Yan Shayage's expression was a bit ugly. Naturally, he didn't like Shuebei's use of the freshman assessment as a gimmick, filming it, and then selling it to make money. But there is no way, Yan Shayage still remembers the incident in Qianggukanglin last time. Especially since Qianggukanglin had told him that he must treat Shuebei well, Yan Shayage could only agree to this request. By the way, why do you give them full authority to take pictures? You can charge them. Are our students allowed to be taken by others for free? Duo was indeed Duo, and he immediately found the reason to kill Shuebei. Look at those students. Seeing the long guns and short cannons one by one, they thought the soul guide was aimed at him. We can go to Shuebei and ask for a spiritual compensation in the name of the students. Yan Shayaji. You know how to make money. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Wang Dong, Don and number 039, T say I didn't and number 039, T warn you, photography is poor for 3G. Chapter 46 Wang Dong, don't say I didn't remind you, photography is poor for 3 generations. The freshman assessment has begun. Thanks to the release of the entertainment magazine a few days ago, the competition was quite popular in the academy. Shuebei even used various elements to increase the popularity. Therefore, when Wang Dong came on stage, he received cheers from thousands of girls. Butterfly Goddess. From time to time, there are many people holding banners below to cheer for Wang Dong. If it is night, and there is a light stick, the atmosphere will be right. Squad leader, you are very popular. Xiao Xiao stood next to Wang Dong, secretly laughing at the group of people who brought rice circles into the academy. You are also second. Wang Dong helplessly held his forehead. Xiao Xiao was the second most popular girl. I, the second one, are not as popular as you, the first one. Xiao Xiao crossed her arms and hugged her chest, pursed her mouth, and her baby-like fat face was puffed up. He didn't understand why no one said bad things about Wang Dong when he was the most popular among freshman boys, even the boys. But he was ranked second, and many girls followed suit to gossip. Do you ask boys? The old group of boys must have liked the beautiful Xiao Xiao. I've heard the rumors, they said that your second place is because the editor-in-chief of the magazine took black money from you. Tai Lung stood nearby and had no topic to talk about, but he made a few remarks at every opportunity. They're so boring. Xiao Xiao turned his head and snorted, ending the topic. Tai Long. No, sir, I just want to have a few words with you guys. Could it be that the relationship between you and Wang Dong really can't insert another me? Okay, ready to start. Wang Dong saw that his opponent was also on stage. They were students from the 3rd class of freshmen, all of them were boys, and they all looked good. One is the tallest, the other is very slender, and the last is a little fat man with a round belly and a simple and honest smile. Assessment begins. The two sides immediately released their martial souls immediately. Xiao Xiao's is the Sansheng soul suppressing cauldron, and the big black cauldron quickly takes shape above his head. Wang Dong's actions were more direct, and he rushed out in a blink of an eye. He was in the air, with a pair of dazzling blue-purple wings stretched out. Both the opponent and the teacher in charge of supervising the game were taken aback. Tyrone, he doesn't deserve attention. The first camera maintains a panoramic view of the whole scene, the second camera maintains a side view, and the third camera provides a close-up. A close-up of Wang Dong's martial arts release. Learn. 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 The fourth camera is aimed at the auditorium to capture the reactions of the teachers and students, so that the material can be edited later. Learn. The second camera zooms in to follow the moving sword-beaked hummingbird Ouyang Junyi. The camera stays still. He is about to fight Wang Dong. Learn. Zhang Nanan looked at Xue Bei as the director, observing the screen information of the camera on a large monitor. At this time, Xue Bei was like a general, commanding his own army and deploying troops at any time. And that group of photographers is also elite, they are like the most professional soldiers, every step is accurate, every movement is accurate, perfectly meeting Xue Bei's requirements for shooting pictures. It's amazing. Zhang Nanan's eyes lit up with stars. Originally, the Soul Guide camera could not be plugged in. Let the cameraman shoot first, and then cut after shooting. But in order to avoid mistakes or unsatisfactory pictures, Xue Bei took action himself. The principle of the Soul camera is very simple, but the storage method is not electronic. Instead, it converts light signals into soul power signals and uses a photostone to store the images. It's easy for Xue Bei to see the picture simultaneously. He only needs to plug in a metal wire and transmit the soul power signal from the soul guidance camera to his main display screen. By the way, because this soul-guided camera is not a modern electronic camera, but a magically modified version, it has achieved this level beyond the original technological era. Xue Bei's main display screen is not electronic, but made of a photostone. I'll take pictures too. Zhang Nanan held up the film camera in her hand. Her goal was the battle between Wang Dong and Ouyang Junyi, and she would capture it. Ouyang Junyi's martial soul is a sword-billed hummingbird. After releasing the martial soul, a spike appeared on the front of his right arm. The yellow soul ring on his body shone, and the spike in his hand instantly turned into dozens of lights and shadows, covering Wang Dong. There was a trace of arrogance on Wang Dong's face. Facing his attack, Wang Dong easily fought back. Chi 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 chi. In a series of bursting sounds Ouyang Junyi was shocked to see. Hummingbird, the first soul skill of his sword-beaked hummingbird martial soul, flashed and pierced the front wings of the goddess of light, and it turned out to be only circles of golden light. Then, the huge front wings of the butterfly goddess of light slapped him in front of him. Okay. It's now. Zhang Nanan pressed the shutter. Compared to Wang Dong, the looks of this hummingbird martial soul kid are a bit different. Zhang Nanan is also a good-looking kid, so the photo shoot must have been of Wang Dong's handsome appearance. Xue Bei didn't care about Zhang Nanan's shooting alone, but indulged in his own field of photography. Since crossing to the Douluo continent, Xue Bei has not touched shooting equipment for 20 years, and he has not tried to shoot pictures for 20 years. Take a look today, the sword is not old. Don't take pictures of Tai Long from the fourth camera. He's not interesting, so I'll give you fewer shots. Xue Bei directly used his soul power to transmit his voice. Learn. The fourth camera turned to the auditorium. It was at this moment that the entire audience stood up and exclaimed. The fourth camera position has not changed. The first camera position is a panoramic view, which captured the whole process. Wang Dong actually beat away the slender student after flying away the hummingbird martial spirit student, leaving only the fat man. The problem is that the fat man is not a fat disciple of the elephant armor sect, but a pitiful food-based soul master. So for the first time in the fight, Wang Dong pushed flat with his own strength. Okay. Xue Bei laughed, he hadn't taken such a hearty and one-shot shot for a long time. Teacher Xue. Wang Dong also noticed Xue Bei. In fact, Wang Dong had seen Shuebei a long time ago. After all, such a group of people were pointing at him with long guns and short cannons, and it was a bit difficult not to pay attention. Shuebei's men are not paparazzi, they all take pictures openly and honestly. What is this? Soul Guide camera. Shuebei was in high spirits, and his photography skills were still as good as before, so he proudly showed them to Wang Dong. This is the scene of your battle just now. There are 4 camera positions, including panorama, medium shot, and close-up. We can edit it later. Shuebei transferred it back to Wang Dong and looked at the picture again. Appreciating his smooth play style and heroic battle on the screen, Wang Dong's face was full of complacency. She is very interested in this soul camera. Mr. Shuet, do you sell this thing? I want to buy one for fun. Wang Dong looked at the Soul Guide camera, his eyes burst out with great enthusiasm. With it, Wang Dong can take pictures of the magnificent sea of clouds on Haoshanzong Mountain. There are also many places in Douluo continent, and Wang Dong wants to take pictures of them one by one. Wang Dong. Shuebei saw the hot-headed Wang Dong, as if looking at his former self. What? Don't blame me for not telling you, SLR will ruin your life, and photography will be poor for 3 generations. Wang Dong smiled. How expensive can it be? Pure machine, cost 300 million gold soul coins, memory card, memory photo stone, need to be replaced, a gold soul coins, replaceable lens, telephoto. Wang Dong stopped Shuebei's words, and expressed his own doubts. Isn't this more expensive than a soul bone? The soul bone can be obtained by killing the soul beast. Only we can make this. Shuebei showed a hard-neck smile. Thanks to Masked Rider 9 for the 2 monthly tickets. End of this chapter. The premiere of Chapter 47 all over the continent. The premiere of Chapter 47 all over the continent in the cutting room of Angel Culture newspapers. Shuebei and several newspaper company elites took out the photo stones one by one from the Soul Guide camera. The photo stone was first carved into prismatic crystals, and then the core magic circle was carved on it, and the function inside was to store and transmit. In fact, it is very simple. Shuebei used the function of the SD card of the camera in his previous life as the design template for the photo stone. Therefore, although this photo stone looks like a pure product of nature without any gold content, it is actually the crystallization of soul guidance technology. Mr. Shuet, we are going to prepare for editing. The employee pointed to the soul guide machine in the editing room. It was a big man, the whole body made of metal, with complex keys and push-pull buttons of different colors arranged on it, as well as various symbols that seemed inexplicable to Douluo mainlanders. This is not only the work of Shuebei, but also a great achievement of all the soul teachers and all soul guidance device researchers in Wude fiefdom. In his previous life, Shuebei used computer software to edit videos, PR and AE. But you can't expect Shuebei to create computers in this technological era of Douluo continent. So this kind of soul guidance machine specifically used to cut videos was born, the video editing soul guidance machine. It can even transmit 25 frames per second, which already belongs to the standard of the previous life and the superb of Douluo continent. But it can only literally cut out a video clip or join other video clips. Add background music? Sorry, not available at the moment. It all depends on your ambient sound. This is not PR, there are video tracks and audio tracks. Add transition effects? Blurring, black field, dissolving, will not work. Shuebei first inserted an image stone into a specially made soul guidance machine, injected soul power into it, and started the machine. Video editing soul guide, activated. As the light source on the display screen turned on, Shuebei began to pick up the photo stone and insert it into the bayonet of the machine. The elites of the newspaper company taught Shuebei to adapt to this machine. Although it was Shuebei who proposed the idea of the video editing soul guide, he did not make it with one hammer after all, and there are many differences in details. It's really good, it's unimaginable that we can actually do this step, although it's a bit of a magical change. Shuebei's excited heart and trembling hands seemed to have returned to those days when he stayed up late to edit videos. Mr. Shuet, now that the freshman assessment is over and we have finished filming, when are we going to start the next one? The elite employees looked at Shuebei's operation from unfamiliarity to familiarity, and asked with admiration. As expected of the great soul engineer who proposed the core concept of making this soul tool, he got started so quickly. Are you in such a hurry? Shuebei kept operating, and asked, we haven't finished this yet. All that's left is the release of the video. Shrek Academy will give us a venue, and then after the premiere, it will be screened simultaneously in 6 locations in Shrek City 2 days later. Some employees said respectfully. They have a strong business mentality and want to make a career and achieve results, especially in front of Shuebei. We were thinking, do we need to start planning new shooting content? This group of employees knows how to promote their own progress. Good employees are rare. Well, you guys write a plan for me. Shuebei thought that such a good machine would be a waste if it is not used there. You can take pictures that are close to people's lives. The leader Shuebei still had to give instructions to prevent the elites from taking pictures of the sun, spring, and snow. For example, the food and old shops in Shrek City, and the introduction of the people with stories inside, can be filmed for about 10 minutes in one episode, broadcast in 12 episodes, and then filmed for the next season. Shuebei has completed the concept of a new filming in just a few minutes. The name can be called Shrek on the Tongue. Our theaters can play one episode at a fixed time every day, and it can be played in 12 days, and then cycle it once and set the ticket price a little lower. The ticket price is set lower, naturally hoping that most people can participate and enjoy the new video entertainment of Douluo. Mainly, the audience is not just aristocratic families. If the audience is only the aristocrats, wouldn't Shuebei change the content of the video to be more elegant and more in line with the aristocratic temperament? You won't make much money like that. Tisk. Shuebei snapped his fingers beautifully. Young man, you have to have a pattern. A video, not just our own screening. You can also find merchants from the Heavenly Soul Empire, the Douling Empire, the Star Luo Empire, or even the Sun and Moon Empire. Cooperate with them and let them buy the screening rights and take them back to their own countries for screening. You still don't make much money like this, so why not take pictures that the nobles like? Not making much, do they understand our projection technology? Do they have a soul guide to show the video? No. If not, we will help them build it and then collect some money from it. Shuebei waved his hand. Of course, we can't give up on the aristocratic market. We will shoot it in the future. But let's try this model in the civilian market first. We will see if the effect is good. Yes. After Shuebei agreed, the employees who hadn't quit asked, do you have anything else to do? In case they copied our technology. The employee asked. Minged Hall. Correct. Technical copycats are inherently unavoidable. Over the years, we have stole lessons from the Sun Moon Empire. We need to optimize our technology and make a difference. Shuebei pointed to the rough cut of the video that was basically completed. For example, we can add background music and some special effects. In this era regarding the future development trend of soul-guiding weaponry, Shuebei is not necessarily better than the people in Mingdatang. But when it comes to the entertainment market and industry blue ocean that soul guides can open up in the future, Shuebei deserves to be ahead of this era. Huo Yuhao felt that time hadn't passed for a long time, but Shrek City had become a little unfamiliar to him. After the last freshman assessment, Shrek Academy announced that it will make a video of this year's freshman assessment, and invited academies from all continents to participate in the premiere. For this, Huo Yuhao's favorite Shrek Weekly reported. This video is named, The Cry of a Newborn Soul Master. Freshman is not just a noun, a new student of Shrek Academy, it is also a verb, the new life of all soul masters, this cry is the first time in human history that a soul master's battle has been recorded with images and sounds. And can make countless copies, save it and pass it on to future generations. This cry is also the cry of a newborn in the world of soul guides. Soul guides can be used not only as weapons for soul masters to fight, but also as tools to change the real life of ordinary people. The horn of the new era has sounded. Huo Yuhao looked at the columns in the newspaper. The beautiful Wang Dong above is paired with the goddess of light, and the butterfly background is sacred and bright, and the aura of the ghostly white tiger after Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's fusion also occupies half of the page. The cry of the new soul master. I really want to see it. Huo Yuhao's eyes moved away from Dai Huabin, and turned to look at Wang Dong. Brother Wang Dong, you can beat up Dai Huabin for me, it's really a relief, although you don't know what I want to say, and I don't dare to tell you. But still thank you. Thanks to 808,556 for a monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy. Chapter 48 Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy. Shrek Academy, Plaza. Squad Leader. Xiao Xiao and Tai Long wiped the sweat off their faces, and then threw the mop into the iron bucket filled with water to wash it off. Only then did they see Wang Dong, who was taking out the garbage, came back. Also taking out the trash was Dai Huabin. I can't take it anymore. It's obviously an activity carried out by the college itself. Wouldn't he find other special cleaners to clean it? We still need to clean it up. It's delaying our cultivation. After Dai Huabin took out the trash once, he no longer wanted to take out the trash. He let go of the trash can and sat down on the ground. Not so tired. A soul master like him, who is a strong attack type white tiger spirit, has a strong body. Even if he picks up garbage outside under the bright sun for a day, he will be fine. Just as a soul master, Dai Huabin thought he was the son of Duke Beihu, so he actually didn't like doing this job very much. Dai Huabin believes that taking out the trash lowers his status, and he disdains doing such a thing. Humph, all the freshman exams are over. How many are still practicing seriously? It will delay you for a few days, right? Talon sneered abruptly. In the last freshman assessment, he lost the most embarrassingly against Dai Huabin. After the martial soul fusion skill Nether White Tiger took shape, Xiao Xiao's twin martial souls burst out to restrain him, and Wang Dong finally overthrew the Nether White Tiger with a burst of seeds. Where's Tyrone? Tyrone is in the audience. At the beginning, Tai Long was directly slapped away by the Nether White Tiger's paw. Unfortunately, this scene was also filmed by the group of people who had been holding the soul guide to shoot. Finished. From now on, my own dark history will be in high definition, and it will be passed down from generation to generation. Tai Long only thought of Mr. Shui being merciful, and would not cut this scene into it. But think about Shui Bei's evil taste of persecuting himself. Under such circumstances, Tai Long's attitude would naturally not be very kind to Dai Huabin. As expected, Dai Huabin also knew what Tai Long was afraid of, and mocked him on the spot. You should pay attention to your ugly appearance so that the whole mainland does not know it. Don't think that Dai Huabin and his group of voluntary labor students don't know what the academy plans to do. The academy plans to premiere a freshman assessment video on Shrek Square. And the college also invites people from various colleges in the mainland to visit. The purpose is: 1 is Shrek Academy, as the #1 academy in the mainland. How high is the quality and level of its freshmen? The second is to make money. Using the Shrek Academy signboard to gain fame, Douluo continental people gradually adapt to this novel entertainment or learning method in the form of video. Then, Shui Bei will construct an entire film and television empire. Enough! Wang Dong scolded. He still maintained his old classmate Tai Long. After the freshman assessment, they were divided into classes. The entire first grade is divided into 4 classes. The first group is the attack type and control type war spirit masters. The second class is the Defense Department, the Agility and Attack Department Soul Masters. The third class is the Auxiliary Battle Soul Master. The fourth class consists of Combat Soul Masters and Weapon Soul Masters with various special attributes, including food and healing. There must be a lot fewer people in each class. After all, the freshman assessment is still a knockout competition. Dai Huabin also knew it, and he said cruel words on the spot. "Hey, Wang Dong, I will definitely defeat you and become the squad leader next time." Enough. Haven't finished cleaning yet. Zhou Yi, who likes cosplaying old ladies, still has a classic skin. She said seriously to Wang Dong and Dai Huabin. This premiere will not only be watched by our college, but also by colleges across the continent. How about that? Dai Huabin's tone still didn't calm down. Although it was a normal question, it sounded a bit rushed to Zhou Yi. How? If you don't finish cleaning, I'll let you get out of my class. Zhou Yi's roar was deafening. Dai Huabin, why are you yelling so loudly? Seeing the group of resentful students after voluntary cleaning, Shuebei felt a little bit disappointed with his former self. It's not easy for kids. Shuebei sighed and started working. As the leader of the filming team, Shuebei needs to ensure that today's premiere runs normally. Soon after the students finished cleaning, teachers and student representatives from various colleges could be seen in the square filing in from the east gate of Shrek City. Shuebei asked Zhang Nanan beside him, "I remember that the continent-wide Elite Soul Master competition will be held soon, right?" "Yes." Zhang Nanan pointed to the college teams representing teachers and students. "Maybe they will be our opponents next year. Under the age of 20, and the soul power is basically at level or, I can go too." Shuebei looked at the young faces in various colleges and said, "Hey. It seems like this is really possible, but Teacher Shuet, you are not a student." Zhang Nanan thought about it carefully. Although Shuebei often gave her the same age feeling as her father, Shuebei's actual age was really only 20 years old. "That's all I said." Shuebei smiled, and he has passed the young man's mentality to show himself on stage, and now he prefers to do his own things in a down-to-earth manner. "Teacher Shuet, if you really want to compete, you need to pay attention to which team." Zhang Nanan approached Shuebei, and quietly pointed his finger at a team that was obviously out of place with other colleges. "Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy." Shuebei looked intently. The old man who led the team from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy had a straight nose and a square mouth, a dignified appearance, a face as heavy as a jujube, and his broad shoulders gave people a very solid feeling. The young man who led the team seemed to be called Marolong, and he didn't have any special features, so he couldn't remember clearly. But there is a handsome young man worthy of attention. The young man is extremely noble, with big bright blue eyes and a tall and slender figure. While chatting with his companions, Shuebei heard that the boy's name was Xiao Hongchen. Xiao Hongchen? This is not. Shuebei just wanted to say that he remembered that this was also a rare genius, but he was attracted by Xiao Hongchen's hand. Beautiful hands. Xiao Hongchen's hands were extremely fair and slender, jade-like luster, even for 1,000 gold princess whose 10 fingers do not touch the spring water, it is difficult to have. Xiao Hongchen also seemed to be very concerned about his hands. Even when he was talking to his companions, he was always admiring his jade hands, as if he were appreciating the most exquisite works of art in the world. With such a hand, it should be very stable when drawing the core formation of the soul tool. Shuebei thought. Handsome guy. Look at what my brother's hands are doing. Shuebei's eyes went dark, and suddenly a beautiful girl popped out. Her long, rare wine-red hair was like mellow wine, shining with a faint luster, but her eyes were not red, but blue. Your brother? Shuebei was stunned. Meng Hongchen. Ah! You actually know me. Meng Hongchen's eyes sparkled. We are really destined by nature. Just when fate climbed to the extreme like this, Zhang Nanan stopped Meng Hongchen who was approaching. You are from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Why does teacher Shui know you? Teacher? Are you still a teacher? Meng Hongchen's eyes sparkled, and he suddenly gave Shuebei a thumbs up in a rather sassy manner. I like handsome teachers the most. Thank you for a monthly ticket for violent practice. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Xiao Hongchen, I can't count on my yan-controlled sister, so I can only tell my grandpa M. Chapter 49 Xiao Hongchen, I can't count on my yan-controlled sister, so I can only tell my grandpa myself. 4K. When the audience from all over the world took their seats, the employees from Angel Culture newspaper company used their soul skills. Along with the black curtain falling from the sky, an opaque black tent gradually fell in Shrek Square. Because Shuebei couldn't make such a large LCD screen at once, and it was impossible to splice it together, so he played the video in the form of projection. But if the natural light is too strong, the projection effect will not be good. This soul skill is equivalent to a movie theater. The people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy were a little scared when they came to Shrek City for the first time, and they were even more flustered when they saw that they were covered by a strange shady soul skill. After the light completely dimmed, Xiao Hongchen, who could make a hand model on the spot, stood up and said, I'm here to watch the video, what are you guys doing? Meng Hongchen even moved her feet slightly, and took small steps to hide behind her teammates. Her long wine-red hair turned snow-white, while her ice-blue eyes turned blood-red in an instant. As if about to drip blood. Is the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy so defensive about Douluo continent originally belonging to the Three Kingdoms? The corners of Shuebei's mouth twitched. When the Soul Master released the martial soul, not only those from the Sun Moon Empire were nervous, but even people from other academies became chaotic, following the release of the martial soul and confronting the people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy. Rather than being afraid that Shrek Academy would keep their own academy here without practicing martial arts, they believed that people from the Sun Moon Empire would kill themselves and blame Shrek Academy. After all, since the continental collision thousands of years ago, the war has never stopped. In the latest war, the White Tiger Duke's Star Luo Empire army killed the father of the future Sun and Moon Empress Josie. Neither side trusts the other. Everyone, this is just a necessary part of watching the video. Shuebei is the person in charge of the company's project. If the video cannot be broadcast normally, even if he is the boss, he would still be responsible, so he stood up. Everyone of the Sun Moon Empire, please believe in the quality of our Douluo continental people, this is a necessary condition for the development of a soul tool technology. After finishing speaking, Shuebei looked at the old man of the Sun Moon Empire and Xiao Hongchen, the two principals. I believe you can also see that although the soul skill is used, after the effect of the soul skill, this place is just an ordinary black big tent, and its only effect is to prevent light. Then come and watch with us. Although Meng Hongchen with white hair and red pupils had been hiding behind his teammates, his loud voice caught Shuebei's attention. It is good. Shuebei raised his hands and walked into the team of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy. Teacher Shuet. Zhang Nanan stopped Shuebei eagerly, and shook her head vigorously. It's okay. I believe in the morality of the teachers and students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy. As soon as Shuebei walked up to Meng Hongchen, she secretly aimed a soul guide at Shuebei. Shuebei. The little girl Meng Hongchen looks white-haired and red-eyed, but she turns out to be so shrewd. Before the people from Shrek Academy moved, people from other Soul Master Academies in Douluo continent surrounded the people from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy in a bad tacit understanding. If a fight really broke out later, they would definitely help Shuebei escape from the clutches of the Sun Moon Empire. Teacher Shuet. Zhang Nanan said worriedly. Shuebei's face was expressionless. Even if Meng Hongchen threatened him with a soul guide, he still wanted to finish the task at hand. Classmate Xiao Zhang, go and start the video and make sure you can watch the movie normally. Yes. Zhang Nanan knew Shuebei's character, so she didn't continue to pretend. After hesitating for a while, she simply went to the employees of the Angel Culture newspaper company. As the light continued to grow darker, the atmosphere became more and more solemn, until it was suddenly broken by light. The video starts. Seeing the projected picture, the people who originally belonged to the Three Kingdoms Academy in Douluo couldn't keep their mouths shut in surprise. Xiao Hongchen from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy had already figured out 3 ways to make projections in an instant. As for the video, Xiao Hongchen didn't figure out how to make the video. But if it were him, as long as he could record it with a large number of photo stones, he could still play it completely. Just when everyone was looking forward to the next plot, the video started an advertisement. In a very high-end craft room, a handsome black-haired guy. This is Shuebei. He cut and processed a huge transparent ruby into 56 sides, embedded the ruby in a golden necklace, and then flicked it with his fingers. When the screen changed, Zhang Nanan was cosplaying as an angel god with 6 white feathered wings, and she wore this ruby necklace on her white collarbone. I don't know if it's a person or a gem, but when Zhang Nanan's costume appeared, everyone held their breath. So beautiful. 9 treasures, bring you the quality of gods. The out-of-time advertisement appeared in time. In the end, there was also a big drop of the 9 treasures glazed pagoda logo. Everyone. It's well shot, but this isn't a soul master battle, is it? Can I ask the Jubeo glazed sect for money for the image rights? Qianrongxiu, the light of law, asked in Shuebei's spiritual sea. Wait until you come back to life. Shuebei replied. Qianrongxiu. After Shuebei decided to show the freshman assessment in the form of video, Ning Tian was keenly aware of the business opportunity, so he paid a little money to put the advertisement of Kaibao Chamber of Commerce on it. No one even competed with Ning Tian. Because most people's vision is shallow, and they can't see the use of casting an advertisement before the video is broadcast. Shuebei said that he wanted to increase his popularity, but putting advertisements in the video was a very new way for Douluo mainlanders. They can understand that you draw the advertisement and put it in the newspaper, and they can also understand that you say the slogan of the advertisement and sing it every day, but they cannot understand the way of advertising through video. So even if Shuebei explained, they didn't want to take the risk. The first person to take advantage of the situation was Ning Tian. She also invited Shuebei and Zhang Nanan to star. Ning Tian came up with the plot alone. Originally, the role of angel god should belong to Tang San, the god of the sea, but Shuebei said that Tang San, the god of the sea, should not wear such jewelry as a male. So it was changed to the angel god Qianrongxiu. As for the colorful goddess Ning Rongrong, Ning Tian wants to avoid the taboo of her ancestors. She dare not use Ning Rongrong's image to advertise. Most of the Shrek 7 devils are like this, they don't dare to make jokes about their ancestors in advertising. As for Rakshasa god Bibi Dong, because she is more villainous than Qianrongxiu in the stories handed down from generation to generation, Ning Tian would not choose her image. No matter what, at least Ning Tian made the right bet. Many students and teachers present already remembered the gem processing of Jubeo Liulai. After the commercial ended, the feature film finally started. At the beginning, it was an aerial panoramic shot from the sky. And there was a lot of people below, it was the scene of the freshman assessment. The students from other colleges didn't make any jokes, thinking that Shrek College had used some magic trick to trap the students. But when they actually saw this picture, they were still beyond surprised. Being able to save the real-time picture at that time was already a soul tool technology that surpassed the Sun-Moon Empire. How did you do it? Meng Hongchen put down the soul guide aimed at Shuebei, leaned closer to Shuebei's ear and asked. Be careful and be reserved. Xiao Hongchen already knew about his sister's personality of severe facial control, but he was still a little sad to see Meng Hongchen get in touch with her so quickly. Our Douluo continent's skills are no worse than your Sun-Moon Empire's. Shuebei raised his eyebrows at Meng Hongchen and smiled. At this time, Meng Hongchen's martial soul had not been released, and she was no longer white hair and red pupils. It's not bad. Xiao Hongchen watched the game in the video. On the playing field, the butterfly god Wang Dong was waving. So handsome. Meng Hongchen stared straight at Wang Dong in the picture. Wang Dong's pink-blue hair was completely different from the black-haired Shui Bei. Teacher Shui, are you so outstanding in Shrek Academy? Meng Hongchen smiled sincerely now, as if he had made up some bad idea. You. Shui Bei is not very familiar with Meng Hongchen, nor is he very familiar with the way of this beautiful girl. We. Meng Hongchen didn't know what to think about. She smiled idiotically for a few times, then returned to normal and pointed at Wang Dong in the video. Mr. Shui, do you know much about this classmate Wang Dong? I want to get to know him. Shui Bei. Wang Dong sneezed twice and rubbed his nose. Did I catch a cold? Tai Long smiled. I think there is a little girl who is thinking about you. Xiao Xiao looked over with great dissatisfaction. Tai Long quickly explained, there is a saying in our hometown that when you sneeze once, someone is scolding you, when you sneeze twice, someone is thinking about you. The monitor can only be a girl who misses him, could it be a boy who misses him? Xiao Xiao thought, if there was a boy holding Wang Dong's magazine picture and thinking about him, it would be really scary. Male bronze is still too advanced for the thinking of Douluo continental people. Where are those three Aji? Wang Dong was not interested in whether any boys missed him, but was curious about the magical Aji in Tai Long's hometown. I've caught a cold. Tai Long spread his hands, looking helpless. Wang Dong. You know how to explain us yet? By the way, how good is this freshman assessment video? It's worth so many college representatives to watch. Xiao Xiao looked helplessly at the black tent above the Shrek Square. It is said that it has created a new era and a new journey in the world of soul tools. Wang Dong usually reads Shrek Weekly, and used the words in Shrek Weekly. New so and so is indeed what Shrek Weekly said. Xiao Xiao complained. Why don't we go in and see the plaza I'm cleaning? Tai Long heard Wang Dong's words, and was still looking forward to the video of his freshman assessment. Although he doesn't understand the new journey of the Soul Guide, he knows how to follow the trend. In the future, this video will definitely be the trend in Shrek City, and even the entire continent. Humph! Before anyone arrives, the sound arrives first. Dai Huabin brought Zhu Lu over, scanned the small group of Wang Dong and the others, finally set his sights on Tai Long, and said with a sneer. Why don't you ask? Why can't people who repair and build a house not live in it? Why can't silkworm farmers and brocade weavers wear silk and satin themselves? Why do people who have worked so hard to farm all their lives starve to death in times of famine? When Tai Long heard this, he became anxious. Damn Dai Huabin, if I complain casually, you have to choke me. Then you are so good at talking? Can you go in? Tai Long retorted to Dai Huabin on the spot. Can. Zhu Lu held up the movie tickets in her hand. There were 2 tickets. Of course we can go. Although it is not the premiere, but with the identity and financial resources of Duke Beihu, I, Dai Huabin, can't get the ticket. Tai Long. His family background was middle class in a small city in the Heavenly Soul Empire, and this kind of ticket seemed expensive, so he really couldn't go there. Seeing that Tai Long misfired, Dai Huabin became even more proud. Ah! Are you mistaken? Wang Dong came to Dai Huabin's side in a blink of an eye, and snatched the tickets from Zhu Lu. These 2 tickets for The Cry of a Newborn Soul Master are fake, because the name of this video is The Cry of a Newborn Soul Master. Dai Huabin. Maybe it's the staff. Zhu Lu didn't want to admit that she bought fake tickets. Moreover, after the premiere, Angel Culture Company decided to make this video public, and the 6 places in Shrek City will play it at the same time. No money will be charged. Xiao Xiao added. Zhu Lu. Is what you know true? Dai Huabin asked with the last bit of stubbornness and unreasonableness. Well, because their boss is Teacher Shuet, I have asked Teacher Shuet. What really makes money for their company is the subsequent video programs. Dai Huabin. Amid bursts of anger, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu went to find the person who sold the counterfeit tickets. Ha ha ha. Tai Long saw Dai Huabin's embarrassment and started to stick out his tongue behind their buttocks and make faces. Why haven't I seen you? Asked Teacher Shuet. Xiao Xiao tilted his head. Wang Dong took a deep breath. The expression on his face was somewhere between being framed by Shuebei and committing himself to being a thief. I signed a contract with Angel Culture Newspaper Company for the Soul Guide camera, and I will be an artist of the company from now on. What? That is to say, Angel Culture Newspaper Company took a fancy to my face and decided to let me shoot some good-looking videos. For example, the story of me falling in love with some aristocratic lady and then both of them dying for love. Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then Yan Control was ecstatic. Doesn't that mean I can see you in the video in the future? In theory, yes. Great. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up. Wang Dong. It's a pity that Xiao Xiao doesn't know Meng Hongchen, otherwise the two handsome men must have many topics in common. When Xiao Hongchen came out of the cinema, his legs were weak. This freshman assessment video is as long as an hour, the storyline is clear, and the portrayal of each Soul Master student is also very good. At least Xiao Hongchen knew about outstanding students like Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Dai Huabin. Especially when Wang Dong faced the Netherworld White Tiger's ultimate counterattack in the end, it shocked everyone. His sister has completely fallen for Wang Dong's appearance and strength, and can't count on him. It seems that Douluo's Soul Guide is not without its merits. Can't attack though. I must go back and tell Grandpa that our Sun Moon Empire must also have its own video to watch. Thank you for the 2 monthly tickets of Huiliangxiang Han. End of this chapter. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Regarding our premiere, the response has been pretty good. An employee of Angel Culture Newspaper Company reported to Shuebei with a form. The Academy of Douluo Continent originally belonged to the Three Kingdoms. Felt novelty about this technology, especially after Ning Tian's advertisement was a big success. Many chambers of commerce were willing to cooperate with us. It is visible to the naked eye that we will earn a very lucrative advertising fee in the future. When he said that advertising is time-consuming, the employee's eyes lit up. With so many gold soul coins, I am afraid that no one in Douluo continent would not want to get them. Where is the Sun Moon Empire? Shuebei asked. The opinion that the Douluo continent originally belonged to the Academy of the Three Kingdoms is important, but Shuebei thinks that the Sun Moon Empire in terms of technology is what he needs to pay more attention to. At the reception after the premiere, we asked representatives from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy and asked them if they wanted to cooperate in filming a promotional video for the Academy. They said they would make the Sun and Moon Empire's own video. Someone snorted coldly on the spot. The people of the Sun Moon Empire are also whimsical. It took us so much effort to make it, how did they do it all of a sudden? Shuebei was still calm at this time, and he was not afraid of damaging the confidence of his employees. He said bluntly, the Sun and Moon Empire has a chance to make it. Even our soul guidance device technology is not very good. Their Mingdatang, why not? But there is a cost issue. Mingdatang can make it regardless of the cost, but they cannot be popularized. Although our cost is high, it is not impossible to mass produce it on a large scale. After Shuebei finished talking about the shortcomings of soul guidance device technology, he also talked about his own advantages. Besides, we have cheaper costs than Mingdatang and a broader market than Mingdatang. Video is just a medium. What we want to convey through video is the values and history of our Douluo mainland people. Our videos are accommodating for diversity. In addition to our own propaganda, there are also stories that conform to the aesthetics of the aristocracy and the lives of ordinary people, describing middle and lower class soul masters. All we have to do is to quickly seize the market before the technological development of the Sun Moon Empire, and tell the story from the perspective of us Douluo mainlanders. There was warm applause from below, and the employees welcomed Shuebei's speech as if they were welcoming the emperor. Before the Sun Moon Empire had made a video soul tool, Shuebei had already prepared the countermeasures for it. Mr. Shuebei is worthy of being the boss of our Angel Culture newspaper company. But Shuebei is not proud. He didn't come up with this countermeasure, he just stood on the shoulders of humans in the previous life. As long as Douluo continent does not exceed the level of Shuebei's previous life for one day, for Shuebei, this is just trying to copy a cat. Except for Sun Moon Empire, the other academies have expressed that they will ask us to shoot promotional videos for them. The employees then reported and talked about future projects, development trends, and future goals in recent years. Well, let's prepare for the public performance first. While the heat is still there, play more videos of the freshman assessment, and then prepare a new program to make money. Yes. The white gap crosses the horse. Shortly after the performance of the freshman assessment, the students of Shrek Academy also ushered in a holiday. The freshmen are gearing up to prepare for their first holiday after school. Ah, the teacher is here, the teacher is here, everyone, sit down quickly. Zhou and Shuebei came to the classroom together. However, they did not give the students pairs to match in class, but announced something about the holiday. Shuebei walked up to the podium, while Zhou walked to the back of the classroom and sat on an empty chair. Students, today is the last day of your first grade. I will just say a few words and everyone can go back and pack their things. What Shuebei didn't want to do was to speak as a leader, talk useless nonsense, and waste everyone's time. The whole class immediately burst into cheers, not even caring that Zhou face turned black as she sat at the back of the classroom. The holiday is about to come, and everyone has a feeling of returning home. Shuebei directly said the main points: there is no final exam in Shrek Academy. Therefore the test you will be at the beginning of the next school year. In other words, as soon as the next semester begins, you will face an entrance exam. So don't relax after you go back, otherwise, if you fail the exam, you will be sent home by the college, and the teacher will not be able to save you. Teacher Zhou and I both hope that in the next school year, there will be no one in our class. Dai Huabin glanced at Zhou at the back of the classroom and said to himself that Teacher Zhou definitely wants us all to get out this time. After cleaning up last time, Zhou had a bigger opinion of him. Next, I will talk about some key points of the assessment, which you must keep in mind. The first thing is that you must have 2 soul rings to become a great soul master. If some of you don't have 2 soul rings next semester, I suggest you don't use them. No matter how good you are, 2 soul rings are your tickets for the second year. This is the rule of the academy, and no one can change it. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were not panicked at all. They had already become 2-ring soul masters, but the others were more panicked. Although everyone is in the same class, their class is not divided according to the level of soul power, but according to the control system of the attack system. Not everyone in the group is a genius like Wang Dong. Seeing the serious or nervous expressions on the faces of these children, Shuebei felt that he should have notified them in place. If a student is messing around at home during the holidays and has to drop out of school if he fails to pass the exam next semester, then Shuebei is not to blame. The college has not announced the specific content of the promotion exam next semester. But I can tell you. Last year the exam from the first grade to the second grade requires each student to challenge a 100-year-old soul beast individually under the supervision of the teacher. It's alone. Think about whether you can hunt a century-old spirit beast by yourself now. A class of students. Everyone is at the level of 2 rings and 1 ring, and the century-old soul beast is still a bit difficult for them, even a little dangerous. More importantly, their spirit rings were all hunted and killed by their parents. When faced with a soul beast, didn't the parents beat the soul beast half to death, and then let them make up for it? If they were really asked to face a century-old soul beast, they would still be a little nervous. Shui added, so you still have to work hard to cultivate during the holidays, don't slack off. I'm going to ramble until this time, everyone, let's have a holiday. It is good. Although the assessment for the next semester is like a big mountain, pressing down on the hearts of the students, but there is wine today and the present is drunk. Anyway, today is the first day of vacation. Teacher Shui? Where are you going on vacation? Wang Dong suddenly stopped Shui. Tai Long went home, Xiao Xiao also went home, she must also go back to Haoshanzong. But Wang Dong was curious, had Shui been living in the faculty dormitory for a month's vacation? The Heavenly Soul Empire, your senior Wu's fief. Shui replied. End of this chapter.